Okay. Okay. Yeah, we're fucking back, baby. Yeah. Oh wait, shit. This and this and this. Yeah, now we're fucking back. Yes. Hell yeah. Wow. Okay, we're back. Took a little break, a little hiatus there for a couple weeks. I was traveling. And wouldn't you know, that's the topic of the show today. What luck? Travel. Today we're speaking of travel. I was off traveling. My friend, my good buddy, my oldest friend, Andrew, was kind enough to get me some airline tickets to fly out to visit him in Alaska. He lives out in Alaska. He has for a couple years. He used to go between Alaska and Maui, like biannually. What is it when you do it twice a year? He would do Alaska in the summertime and Maui in the wintertime, and he really had it made. But now he's doing just Alaska for whatever god dang reason. I think it's because he got a job out there. But he's in Alaska year-round now. He's been there for a few years. I visited him once there in 2017, right before, right after Relay Part 2 came out. But no Relay Part 3 for this visit. It was a great trip, though. I had a great time. Did some camping, hiking, kayaking. It's like the nature trifecta. Hit all those different check boxes. Checked them right off. And it was good shit. I went camping. We went on this little, we hiked into this little area, this kind of really rocky shore area with water. You know, the shore was like big rocks, not like a beach, like big rocks. It was like a beach that had yet to be refined, virgin beach. Which is great fun. We were there just for a night, but we played a great game with these rocks. Well, first of all, I built a great fire pit. You know, I was picking up big rocks. I was hurling them across the way. I was feeling like a real dude, a dude, like a man, which is not a feeling I get that often. TBH, usually I get the feeling of being like a bug, or like a slug, or a gnat. Or just a pile of feces. But today I was feeling like a man hurling big friggin' rocks. And we played this game with the rocks where you would stack big rocks. You'd stack them in 2 or 3 even. Big old rocks. You make a tower of rocks. And then you gather a bunch of tiny rocks. And you bring those over to your chair maybe 20 or 30 feet away from the stack of big rocks, and then you throw the smaller, tiny rocks at the bigger rocks in an attempt to knock over said tower. And if you do knock them over, the other person's got to drink a beer. Good old-fashioned fun. Basically like caveman type fun. Just like to have a good time, all we needed was a bunch of rocks. And a bunch of beers. That was actually a big part of it, though, the beers. So I don't know what cavemen did exactly, because they didn't have those beers. I guess they just like fucked. They're just fucking each other, killing animals. We didn't do that part, but the rocks we had on lock. And we did the kayaking. The kayaking was good fun. Kayaking is fucking hard though. Jesus. Goddamn Christ. It's a good workout. Good workout for your shoulders and your upper body. Goddamn. It was hard. It was even harder not to complain about it the whole time. That was what was actually giving me the most trouble, was like, yeah, it was hard, but it would have made it easier if it's the whole time I could have just been like, oh, this is so fucking hard. I don't want to fucking do it. But I had to keep that part inside. That was hard. but I did manage. I saw some wildlife while we were kayaking. Saw some bald eagles, beautiful, majestic bald eagles. The creature, that's the one. That's the big one. That's the wildlife of America. And I get it. It was great. It was a lovely bird. And saw some sea lions. I had this sea lion that was kind of following us, kind of checking us out while we were kayaking. It would like pop its head up out of the water and just like its eyes were locked on us. Sea lions look disgusting and crazy, by the way. They look like little fucking aliens. They pop their head out of the water and it's got like this weird, wrinkly, disgusting face and these big black bug eyes. And they pop out of the water and they breathe really heavily. They sound like a fat, winded man. Like they just pop out and they go and they like take a deep breath and pop back underwater. It was a bit weird. But it was good. Good trip overall. Very nice. Good travel. To get there, traveling by plane, which obviously is terrible. Everybody hates that. I hate flying just like everybody else in the world. Just like every single person in the world. We all have this feeling because we know that it's just not natural for us to be up in the sky. It's not right. And it doesn't feel right. And if you've never flown before, it's weird because like being in the air doesn't feel like, it feels more like you're on a boat. Like you could just sink into the stratosphere. It doesn't feel very steady, is what I mean. I prefer any other type of travel. I like the bus. I love the bus. I'm very familiar with the bus. Obviously the bus sucks, but at least it's like, it seems more sane than getting up in that big flying fucking machine. But a bus to Alaska, that's just not practical. The longest bus ride I ever took was a 26-hour Greyhound trip from Boston to Milwaukee. That was awful. That's just, I've blocked out 99% of it, so it's just, I can't even remember it, but it's just, it was like being on a bus for 26 hours straight. And I was on the bus with my girlfriend at the time. We were going to do some show in Milwaukee, the Milwaukee Comedy Festival or some fucking thing. I doubt it exists anymore. But it was a great show. But in the first hour of that bus ride, she told me that she had cheated on me. And it was great, actually, because like for the longest time I was like trying to think of like I wanted to break up with this girl, but I didn't think that like I had a good enough reason, which I learned later in life that wanting to break up with someone, like that already is the reason. You don't actually need like evidence. Like it's not like you're going into a court case or anything. Like you don't have to back up your argument at all, really. You just need to want to do it. So I did want to, but I didn't think that was enough reason, because it's like, I don't know, like when like countries go to war, they gotta make up some reasons. They gotta, they can't just be like, well, we just want to go to war because we want to, because it's fun for us, because that's what we like. Like that's, you're not gonna get the global community on your side unless you got a reason. So when she told me she was cheating on me, I was like, oh shit, that's a reason. That's a reason people break up. Right there. I'm golden. But I didn't break up with her right then and there because we had 25 hours of bus still to go. And we had to do this trip and then another 26 hours back. So I was like, you know what, I'm just going to keep this. I'm going to remember this. I'm going to remember what you told me now, but I'm going to break up with you after this is all done. But it ended up, going on for a few more months. Anyway, that was just the bus. Oh yeah, there was one thing that happened on that bus trip was when you were pulling into Chicago. There was like a long stretch We made a lot of stops on this bus in all these different cities in the plains. There was a long, like, 8 or 9 hour stretch that was overnight going to Chicago, and I remember, like, as we're pulling into Chicago, the city lights are there. This little kid was walking down the aisle towards the bathroom at the back of the bus, and his dad was behind him, and his dad had his hand covering over the kid's mouth, like cupping his mouth, and you could just see the kid's vomit spilling through the cracks in his dad's fingers as he was coming back to the back of the bus, and just like vomit is dribbling down the aisle in the last 5 minutes or so of the bus. It was really amazing. Anyway, that was a bus flying to Alaska. I get very morbid when I'm flying. Every single time I've been on a flight, there's always been a moment where there's just like a little bit of turbulence, a little shaky shake, a little dip, give your stomach a little trip like you're on a roller coaster. Just even if it's for a half a second, I always get the thought in my brain of just bring this fucking plane down right now. Just end this nightmare for everybody immediately. I'm done living. This is what I want right now. It's just fucking crash this plane into a fucking hillside. Captain, take us away. Free us, please. Without fail, really, every time. But my prayers are never answered, which is good because there's always another period like towards the end of the flight, like during the descent. It's like the last 20 minutes where the same thing happens. You get a little rumble. But at that point, I'm always like, come on, like, don't fucking crash now. We're almost done. Jesus Christ, Captain, like, get your shit together. We gotta land this plane. I got a connection to make. And I got drunk at the airport for the first time. That was great. That was lovely. I now understand why there's all these bars at airports, because that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to get drunk in between flights and even on the flights. There was this terrible thing, though, because I don't know if it was COVID or what, but they weren't selling booze on the planes. But it's probably for the best, because I would have been all over that shit, because I got like right on the edge of trashed in between flights, because I had like a 3-hour layover. I went to this terrible shitty Mexican bar called like, I don't know, like fucking Maria's Taqueria or some sort of shit. And I was just pounding back tequila shots and Modelo. And there's this great rule because of COVID in the airports. First of all, I had to wear my mask the whole damn time. Very, very unpleasant. But there's a great new rule because of COVID where you can take away beer from the bar and just drink it in the airport. They give you the bottle. And you can just walk to your gate with an open beer and just be sipping it like until you get on the plane. The first plane I was on, I was like sitting, waiting to get on the plane, and this couple, they kind of looked like this was like an adult man and an adult woman, but the adult man was wearing like overalls. So I was feeling I felt like they were a little bit suspect. And right, like they got the boarding call, and they both produced bottles of Corona, and they even had the lime. And they just fucking chugged them before the flight, and I thought that was just them. But then I got to the next airport, and there was takeaway beers for everywhere, and I took away a beer, and I had a great time being drunk in the airport. There's not anything else. I mean, I talked to a couple passengers on the flight. I talked to this older lady who was like telling me about the good old days of travel back in the 70s or whatever. She said like that's when the pilots were cowboys, and they would really, they showed off. Like they were I forget the word for it, but yeah, they're just like, here's the Grand Canyon, and then they turn the plane 90 degrees to give everyone a good view or something like that. Talked to some other man on a different flight, John Weatherby, I remember his name was. He was an old military man, an ex-military man, and he had his lady, as he called her, His lady Geraldine was next to him, and they were going to see his sister who had some sort of terminal illness. But yeah, these people had great plane passenger etiquette. They talked to me like before the plane took off and as soon as we landed, but not one peep during the flight, which I thought that's the way to do it. It's like, now we know each other, so just in case we die, like we don't have to die next to a total stranger, but also we don't have to talk for 5 hours. It was good. I don't really have anything else to talk about with this travel shit. What else did I want to say? No. Yeah, so that was the main thing. Getting drunk in the airport. Having some good times. All right. We're going to be doing the call-in show. It's been a couple weeks. I'm feeling a little rusty, a little dusty, but we're going to shake off the rust and dust and get into this in a moment. I'm going to put the number up. I'm going to take a quick break before we do any of the call-ins, just so I don't forget. The music from the stream is all from Rico Zeroni, or perhaps Rico Zerone, or even Rico Z. Some dude from Austria, I guess. And he's got a bunch of music. Put the links in the description of this video. SoundCloud and Bandcamp for him. All the stuff on his Bandcamp is free. So if you want it, you can just download it. You don't even have to pay a single cent, which is cool. The HUD/overlay from the stream is from Slouch. Slouch, very talented animator. And his video or his channel is linked in the description as well. Also, before we go to the break, we're gonna do this other thing here. I'm gonna see what the boys think about this stream today. Hold on, this is a new thing we're trying here, so I'm sorry if it doesn't work at all. Oh, wait, boys, can you hear me? Oh no. Wait a second. Wait, boys. I screwed this up. The audio's coming from the wrong place. Boys, how about now?
Yes.
Yeah. Now I can hear you.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, boys, what's up today? How are you doing?
Not well.
No? What's going on?
So I guess this is coincidentally relevant to travel, but I'm in the midst of my first week of an online study abroad.
Online study abroad. What could that possibly mean?
What it means is about 5 days a week worth of 3 hour-and-a-half long lectures, about 3.5 hours of homework every day, on top of 2 hours of conversation practice, plus some projects and supplementary activities.
So they're giving you the experience of traveling abroad, but totally virtually?
Yeah, it's the language immersion, pretty much forcing me to be always thinking about Japanese. And later this evening, we got a virtual, had been an actual study abroad, so there's that.
Sure.
But I didn't really have much of a choice because I was supposed to do this last summer. It got canceled for obvious reasons, and then I was like, oh, well, I guess I'll just do it next summer, right?
Yes.
And here we are now.
Is that purely like a Corona thing, or did they have this like before?
Yeah. This is a Corona thing because like Japanese culture is very risk averse, and there's like a travel restrictions and all that sort of stuff. I mean, like most of the student population is probably vaccinated at this point, but they still don't want us.
That's pretty hilarious, though. Virtual traveling.
It's kind of like rubbing salt in the wound. Like, hey, you guys want to look at Tokyo through your computer screen?
Yeah, you could just do like a Google Maps tour.
That's exactly what it's gonna feel like. I guarantee it.
But there'd be no guarantee that the Google Maps pictures were taken on a rickshaw.
That is true. That is still probably up for debate. I mean, I'm sure there's some out there that are, though.
You're right. They have all kinds of weird vehicles taking those pictures. Daryl, what about you? How are you doing today?
I'm fine. Nothing
You
is
got.
going on.
When's the last time you traveled, Daryl?
I traveled somewhat recently. I kind of just go places, but the last time I like made a full on trip was probably like 2 years ago.
Where was that to?
Over near the West Coast, Oregon and Washington.
The Pacific Northwest.
Yes,
Hi-
and then drive up with them. That way they drive, and I just
Hell,
get to sit back.
hell yeah! What'd you think of the Pacific Northwest?
Oh, I love it. It's a great. The beaches, especially in like Oregon, Washington area. There's never anyone on the beaches because it's too cold.
Mm.
To get the whole beach to yourself, it's great.
It was some sort of family event that you were going to up there.
Not like an event. It was just I had family up there. Like, hey, we're getting the gang back together. Like, okay.
Gotcha. What's your what's like the difference between your Pacific Northwest family and the family that you are closer to now? Are they very different?
Um, Not really. Pacific family. Um, they'll drive boats everywhere. Drive boats to work.
To work?
They're all fishers. No. I there's not a lot of difference. They're just in a different location. They live closer to like Montana area. The other family lives in Texas, and the two are the same state, basically.
Well, that's a big trip though. So you're saying you make smaller trips more frequently?
Yeah, I'll go just different places. I like drive up, look at a state, be like, that's a state. Drive back. I just get reckless. I live in a barn for Christ's sake.
So you need to see some shit occasionally?
Yeah. Let's go I'll look at other barns, scout the area.
What's been your favorite state thus far that you've seen? Just based purely on sight.
Um Probably Oregon. Oregon's kind of like a crazier state, but if you just look at the nature, you're like, fuck, that's a state.
Now that's a state. That's some good ass nature. I've driven through that area. I like them mountains up there. The Cascades.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful, beautiful mountains.
Oh yeah.
All right, boys, I'm gonna take this first break now. Any final words before I take a break?
Try your best to avoid online study abroads.
Great advice. Great advice. Just so that I can clarify this is a new thing we're doing now. I'm going to go to this virtual room full of boys. And the boys are not, the boys are real, but they are in a virtual room. And I'm going to occasionally pop in here and ask them about what the hell they think. Because why not? Why not? We're adding some features to the show. All right, boys, thank you very much. I'll be back later to talk to y'all. Those are just two of the boys. There are several boys. There are like eight whole boys. There's a theme song too, but I forgot to play it. All right, gonna take a quick break now. More from Rico Zeroni, Muzak. I'll be back. I'll put the number on the screen for you to call in, and then we'll be doing the freaking call-ins like we do. All right, see ya. Okay. Okay. All right, call in. Now is the time to call in and tell me about your travel. The number is 518-288-7938. The lines are open. I'm ready to speak with you. Any experience you have, either whether it be the travel experience or where you traveled to.
Call from
Tim.
Oh, Tim right away? Tim?
Hey, man. Fucking first call,
Tim,
first
yeah. You are anointing the stream right now.
Hell yeah. Welcome back from Alaska.
Thank you. Welcome as well from wherever the hell you are.
I'm in hell right now.
Oh, yeah? Why is that?
Yeah, our AC broke. So
Oh, shit.
it's hot.
You're in a hot area? It's chilly out here where I am now. It's like freaking 40 something degrees.
The level of jealousy that is filling me right now is quite powerful.
Yeah.
Because it's not even that hot outside, but somehow it's hot inside the apartment.
Hey, it's hot wherever you are, Tim. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, bro? You get what I'm saying?
I do know.
Man?
I'm fat and I have a lot of body heat. I'm aware. I'm aware.
Yeah. All right, Tim, you're calling into the travel stream. Did you have something you wanted to tell us about an experience traveling?
Oh, yeah. Well, first off, me and Grayson are going to go on a trip to Chattanooga. That's a decent-sized city in a hot area of Tennessee. And I'm hoping, for the first time in my life, I'll actually go on like a traveling vacation and actually have like a nice time. Because all previous experiences have been one flavor of hell or another.
What is it that normally makes your traveling hell?
Well, previously, it was just like being, underage and traveling with family.
Yeah.
And I have depending on the year, I had anywhere between 4 to 5 brothers. So it's that's a lot of fucking guys in the car, and then 2 parents who either hated each other or were just resigned to the fact that they were together for the kids. And it's oh, Jesus.
What happened with that 5th brother? That he's only...
he died.
Oh, Jesus, Tim.
Bringing the stream down.
How did I
immediately.
How did I know something tragic was going to occur? All right.
You should know by now.
I just had to make sure, just so that we all know. Okay, well, I'm sorry to hear that, Tim. It wasn't on one of these trips, I imagine.
No. It was later in life.
Okay.
It's fine.
All right, so you were having a bad time traveling with family. Classic
time. And really, it was bad to be a fat little boy on a trip because we lived in the South. And when you live in the South, you really don't have a lot of destination options. Pretty much the only thing you can do is go to either New Orleans or Florida.
Okay.
And when I was real young, we would go to New Orleans and visit my great-grandparents who lived out there. That was honestly pretty nice. We would drive down these byways. Usually just my mom would go and my dad would stay at home to cheat. And we'd drive out to my great-grandma's house. And we would always get there super late at night, just having the headlights go, and you just see it reflecting back off the tree trunks. It was incredibly spooky and good memories. And my great-grandma would make us fried bologna sandwiches. Ooh. Very nice, very wholesome.
Keeping you fat?
Oh, yeah. Dude, she was around during the Great Depression. So her goal when she saw a child was to just feed them constantly until they popped.
That's a nice goal. I mean, there are worse goals than that, I guess.
Let's see, those were fine. That happened a few times, but the real bad times were the Florida trips. Because I was a fat little boy, and no one else in my family was yet fat. Now one of them has also gotten fat, but I was the only fat child, which caused problems.
Yeah, where in Florida were you going? Like Disney World, or you got more family down there, or what?
We would usually go to Jacksonville, or just we went to Orlando once, but we didn't go to Disneyland or World. I forget which one's down there.
Oh, yeah.
But the worst parts were the fucking car trips because, you have to be in the back there's no air conditioning. Mm-hmm. And you're just constantly fighting with your brothers to get the window seats, to get the window down so you don't die of heat stroke. Because Dad is we're going to just go in one solid trip. We're not stopping for gas or food. We're just going to the fucking hotel. And everyone has to pee. And we're all just fighting and angry and horrible family trips as a fat child.
Dude, what did your parents see in Jacksonville? What I've never heard of that as a destination, really.
God, me fucking neither. I mean, we would go down there, and there was a beach. There's a Jacksonville Beach in Florida. And at the and it was very uncomfortable because my parents were at that point still decently young. My mom would have been 30-ish. My dad was 40-ish. So they were young-ish, but they weren't young anymore. So we'd go to the beach, and you'd see, all these women in bikinis and giant buff men. And I was a confused 7-year-old. And I could just see when they got there, there's a moment of oh yeah, we're still young. Let's wear swimsuits and bikinis. And then just slowly over the course of the trip, watch them realize that, they aren't young anymore. And I got to watch my parents' hope and optimism die, which was a really special experience for me.
They start putting on more clothes at the beach?
Yeah, as we would go down for the weekend, it starts, mom's wearing a bikini, dad's wearing some, not a Speedo, but cheeky trunks, we'll say.
Okay.
Then the next day, mom's wearing one of those one pieces, and by the end, they're both just wearing t-shirts and shorts on the beach, just hiding their shameful, pale, flabby bodies. And I was just burnt to a crisp every time, just staring at women.
Oh, yeah? Little 7-year-old you?
Little 7-year-old me. I was just, I didn't understand it, but I was fascinated even at a young age.
Mm.
But yeah, did you and your family go on like those young family trips? I know you got like siblings or some shit.
Yeah. We used to, me and my extended family even, like, would all take a group trip. We go to freaking theme parks because we're those sorts of people. So go to like Darien Lake, Six Flags Darien Lake, and stay in the themed hotels at Darien Lake. And all I really remember is just like being terrified of roller coasters and eating those sort of cold sandwiches that families pack. Like you get a nice wet, moist PB&J at 3 in the afternoon
the
after it's
cooler.
been sitting in the cooler all day. Oh yeah, nice and wet. That's for sure. We drove down to Disney World once from New York, and that was it was like a 2-day trip, like 2 12-hour days of driving. And
Good God.
yeah, that was awful. I remember on the way back this is like an old family story now, was we all got terribly sunburned in Disney World. My brother was getting like just these awful blisters all over his shoulders, and they're filling with yellow pus. It was disgusting, but we were all super sunburned. And on the way back, we were just being loud and rambunctious, and my mom turned around at one point and said, "If you don't shut up back there, I'm going to slap each and every one of your sunburns." And we were very quiet from then on.
Hell yeah, man.
That's basically it, though, for the family trips. That's what I remember.
Wait, I got a weird I'm a small town person. I don't know this. Tell me, reveal this secret to me. Okay. So you've talked about you like grew up or were young in New York, right?
Upstate New
That's
York.
correct.
Not
Upstate New York.
not the big city.
Right. Would you all just like, why not just go to New York City like as a vacation? Was that something people did?
That was like a sort of day trip thing people would do. I'm like 3 hours out from there. So there were a couple day trips I made. But my family is just too big and too unwieldy to like manage in New York City. I'm pretty sure my parents would be like terrified of losing all of us.
Your family is like an atheist Catholic Joe family.
No, they're Catholic even. They're a Catholic Joe family.
Ah, damn. Congratulations, I suppose. I'm sorry that they're going to hell.
No, this is why I relate so hard to Catholic Joe.
Oh,
And
damn.
not you,
That's
Tim. Tim, you are the devil. You are clearly the sinner. I can't relate to you at all.
That explains a lot about the continuing three-way pulling between the three of us, and I don't know.
Don't say
I am
three-way
looking.
in regards to you, me, and Catholic Joe. I don't want to. That's not the direction this is going in at all.
Hey, he's Catholic. He'll be into it.
That's what is that based on?
It's based off fucking a lot of guys from Catholic families. That's based off of a sample size of 3.
Yeah,
So
that's pretty good.
Hey, 3 for 3. As far as I'm concerned, 100% of Catholic men are gay.
Yeah. All right, so
Well,
let me think. Is there any other travel-y sort of things you want to talk about? Any more recent travel? You're talking about like traveling as a child. Did you go on any road trips recently?
I can actually tell you a pretty horrific story. When I was in college, I was in a horrible, fucked up relationship, which maybe one day I'll tell on the air. But it was like me and this chick I knew, and then she had a boyfriend, and then she was also cheating on both of us with just random chicks. It was a nightmare.
This does seem like the only relationship that you get into, by the way.
Yeah, I mean,
horrible, fucked up.
Literally the most healthy relationship of any kind, even though we're just friends, has been between me and Grayson. It's like, I have one friend, one relationship has worked out.
You got time to fuck it up. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I do. I will probably be alive for like a couple decades. I can still screw this pooch.
Sure.
But
okay.
Here's the background. It's me. Gotta come up with a name because I know she'll fucking listen to this and fucking hunt me down. We'll call Kelly. we'll say Kelly, and her boyfriend, Dave. We'll say Kelly and Dave. Kelly and Dave are together, but I am fucking Kelly. And Kelly is also fucking like random chicks. It's a horrible scene. And so it's the three of us. I should point out, Dave does not know that I am fucking Kelly.
Did Dave know that Kelly was fucking other women?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
He was like, oh, it's fine as long as you're not fucking men. But she was, namely me. Now, so it's me, Kelly, Dave. We took Kelly's parents' car, nice fucking giant van. We're going to go down to New Orleans. My great-grandparents are dead, so I'm not going to get fattened up anymore, but we're going to go and just get fucked up and try to have a crazy time in New Orleans. We go down there, and we're down there for Mardi Gras. And I have too many stories from them, but I'm just going to tell you one, not spend the whole stream just me. But we're driving down there, and it's already nightmarish because Kelly is driving, and me and Dave are just battling for the front seat. And I could tell that he knew something was weird between me and Kelly. Like, he could smell my dick on her breath. Something like that. Now, yeah. But we're driving down there, and the big plan was, hey, hotels actually in New Orleans are expensive as fuck. Let's not get one there. Let's stay with one of Kelly's relatives. She had an uncle who lived down in New Orleans. He was like, hey, just come stay with us. You have a good time. We have rooms. You know, it'll all be good. So we get down there, and he has a nice house.
Can I guess?
Very nice.
Can I just guess quick the ending to the story? The uncle fucks every single one of you individually, and then you all have group sex, and everything is fine, and you love each other, and you all get married.
I solemnly swear there is no more sex in this story.
Okay, all right.
I know that makes you uncomfortable. I know you don't. I know you're sex negative. I know you've got Catholic guilt.
Yeah, I am.
It's okay. There's no more sex. I just needed to lay out the basis of why this was a terrible, terrible thing.
I just thought that was coming, and if I could call it, I felt like that could have been really powerful. But no, all right. This is an interesting news story.
No. Okay. Me, Kelly, Dave, we arrive. It's pretty late in the day, and we're like, hey, let's go talk to Kelly's uncle, get our room situation sorted out, because they'd been very vague. They hadn't said where we would be sleeping or what the positions were going to be. They just said, oh, we have plenty of room for 3 people. And I was like, okay. And we get there, and the situation was they wanted Kelly to share their daughter's room. Their daughter was like 14. Kelly was like 23 at this point. Just share a bed with a teenager. Already weird. And then they said, hey, we want you 2 boys, Dave and, me, Tim, you all can share a room, the guest room. And, there's just one bed, but it's a king-size bed.
Nice.
And again, I promise no sex. No sex is going to happen.
Yeah, I'm glad we cleared that up beforehand. Yeah.
So this already isn't looking good. And I'm like, man, I may just go get a hotel. I don't fucking know about this. But instead of doing that, we all got super drunk.
Okay.
And I was like, man, I can't get a hotel. But I don't want to share a bed with Dave. He's fucking trying to fuck Kelly. Kelly is clearly not wanting to fuck him. I already felt, this was when I really realized I was in a nightmarish, horrible 3-way cuckoldry situation, and I needed to get out of it.
This is when you realized it.
Well, there were a few other times, but anyway, so I was like, I'm going to sleep on the couch. I'm just going to avoid this whole situation. We're all going to sleep separately. I'll sleep on the fucking couch. It'll all be good. Nighttime comes, and I'm just trying to settle down, and my God, it is just so fucking hot. Like, they didn't have central heat and air. It was all just little units, so the living room was fucking stifling at night. And I was like, fuck, man, I got to go try that, king-sized bed with Dave. I can't handle this heat. I'm sweating like a damn hog. So I get over there, and Dave's super drunk. He's passed out. I'm like, okay, I don't even have to talk to Dave. I'm just going to climb into bed.
All sweaty.
I get in there. all sweaty. So, I strip down a little bit. I just take off the shirt, the pants, leave on the underwear. I'm not a degenerate. Actually, I am.
Oh.
But,
Okay.
And I'm like, all right. And I woke up at like 3 a.m. And I had gone to bed. Both of us are separated, not looking at each other. He's already asleep. I wake up, my eyes open, and he's like an inch from my face. His eyes open too. And he says, hey, Tim.
Oh.
And I say, hey, Dave. And he just says, don't fuck my girlfriend while we're here. And I said, okay. And I didn't keep that promise, but that's when I knew that he knew. And it was those relationships petered out after about 6 months after that. That was a bad trip to New Orleans.
You just stopped talking to both of them?
It was more dramatic than that, but I don't want to take all your monopolize your time.
We'll get into it. We got to do a whole friggin' show on all the times Tim has emotionally ruined people.
That'll take a while. I just got off the phone before we talked with someone who I've really not treated well. But
Oh, good.
stories for another day. Oh
Yeah.
wait, who are the boys?
They're my boys.
Where are the boys from? Everyone in chat wants to know
They're
who are
from
these
all
boys.
over. They're from all over. There's a select group of boys. It's an elite squadron of boys. They're like people who I've worked with really closely on the community projects, like people who were like the expert interviews and the Corona casts, and people who've done like signal return shit. They're those sorts of people.
All right, I was honestly
You're not a
hoping they were
boy,
like
Tim.
from the...
Are you upset that you're not a boy?
No, as long as I have a one in real life friendship, and yes, I'm very mad. I'm furious. I'm burning with rage, and not just the normal heat of this apartment.
I can't wait to hear Catholic Joe's reaction to the boys.
Catholic Joe, if you're listening, you need to bring some righteous indignation, please. I know we disagree and don't like each other. I don't like you. I assume you feel the same. But please, just come and make fun of the Minute Hour,
You
please.
like Catholic Joe. Come on. He likes you, too.
Ugh.
All right, Tim.
Don't
Thank you
try
for
to
calling
set me
in.
up with another cat.
No, thank you for calling in, Tim. Appreciate you telling me about your stories. Talk to you soon.
All right, goodbye.
Next week. All right, there we go. Yeah, you got Tim. Tim right away. If Catholic Joe's next, then we don't even have to talk to nobody else. Just the regulars. I don't think this is him.
Call from
G.
to accept,
Kinda
press
does
1.
sound like
To send a voice.
Catholic Joe. G?
This is G.
Yo, G, what up, dog?
Nothing much. We're talking about traveling, aren't we?
Hell yeah, we are. Did you have a story you wanted to tell us?
Well, I can't tell if you can hear all the road noise coming over my phone right now, but I'm traveling as we speak, actually.
I can very slightly hear some white noise. What is your travel situation right now? You driving somewhere?
I am driving somewhere. It's funny because I'm actually moving from the East Coast to the Rockies, namely Colorado. And this is my second day of travel, and I get a notification on my phone, which I don't turn off, and I go, "What the hell is that?" And I see it's the Minute Hour talking about traveling, and I just had to be on, and now I'm here.
Bada bing, bada boom. Have you listened to any of
Yeah,
the
right.
call-in shows before?
I believe I listened to some of talking about schooling
Okay, so you
and talking about work, but I listened to most of talking about school, and that was a nice show.
but you're familiar. So you're moving right now. You got a car full of stuff, or do you have like a U-Haul full of stuff?
No. Well, there's a funny thing about the car. I'm driving in a Camry right now, just a regular sedan, and it's packed to the brim for the most part. I tried to get a Subaru Outback, which I bought, and it looked perfect until it had a head gasket problem, and so it was in no position to drive, and now I'm going to take a loss on that car. But I do have a big weatherproof pouch on top of the car that's like hooked into the doors where like the handles are and all four doors. And it opens the weather ceiling a little bit, and it started raining, and it drips on my left shoulder from time to time, and that's not the best, but
Wait,
it's
dude.
holding up pretty all right.
What is the weather pouch protecting?
It's mostly, stuff I couldn't fit in the car, but I've got, like, pillows and a little, like, memory foam pad thing, and stuff I don't really mind getting stolen, if someone happens to be opportunistically looking for a 100-pound bag for some reason.
But it's like on top of the car?
Yeah, no, it sits on top of the car, and it's like a cheese wedge shape type thing with a point at the front. And it can hook onto like a roof rack, or it can hook on. It has little hooks that'll, like I said, it'll go through the door and hook onto the little handles inside the car, which is what it's doing now.
All right, so you're moving. What are you moving for? Work, or for you gonna go hang out with some friends, or what's your moving situation?
Well, it's a little opportunistic, just because my cousin actually, my dad's family's out there. They're all very Christian. I wouldn't say Catholic, they're Protestant, but
Okay.
he's 20 and he's getting married, and he's the last in the family to get married. The others got married at 21 and 22. And so I decided, rather than flying out there, I'd just drive, because my lease just ended in May.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm moving out there for lifestyle, for networking, because I'm from a pretty small town. I say I'm from Philly when people ask, but really I live outside of Philly in like Bumfuck, Pennsylvania. So
Yeah.
I want to get somewhere where all the young people are mingling and some job opportunities are happening. And, there's lots of nice lifestyle, and I'd like to get into biking and rock climbing and all that
Hell
kind
yeah.
of stuff. So.
Are you leaving a job, or were you free and clear to just start anew somewhere?
Oh, no, I'm free and clear. I dropped out of college in the first semester, so I don't have any
Nice.
debt to speak of, really. And I'm leaving a warehouse job, which I don't feel too bad leaving behind. So
Right.
as far as, money there, like I said, I'd like to get into biking. And this whole food delivery thing during COVID is, pretty nice, actually, as a gig. You get to get some exercise and see the city and make some money while you're at it.
You can do that biking? Are you fast enough?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, if you're in a downtown city area and you can use pedestrian walkways and stuff, then yeah, you can, as opposed to using a car and trying to find parking and traffic and all that, people do
True.
pretty good. There's a few people on YouTube I watch that do like LA and New York and stuff, so
Sure.
it looks like a good thing.
So you said you're going. The first impetus for you leaving was your cousin's wedding. You said, right?
Yeah, just because, like I said, I was going to fly out initially, but then I was like, I don't want to stay in Bumfuck, Pennsylvania, so I'm just going to go to the wedding, and I'm just going to stay there. 'Cause I got folks and friends and stuff, and, all the other reasons I mentioned. It seems like a nice place. Colorado ranks at, like, top 5 states to live in, consistently.
Mm.
And I do like to smoke some Mary Jane, but that's like,
Sure.
number 6 or 7 on the list. It's not a huge deal for me.
Right. Well, it's getting pretty widely legalized at this point. Maybe not in
Yeah,
Pennsylvania though. I've heard Pennsylvania's pretty religious or something.
Actually, recently it's medical now, so we do have dispensaries and stuff around. But
Yeah.
I have I have some stuff wrong with me, but I don't have anxiety. So that's the one thing I haven't been able to get a card for, just because I don't have that. But
You don't have glaucoma?
no, I can't say that I do. My eyes do suck, but I don't have glaucoma.
So you said your cousin was the last one getting married at friggin' age 20? Are you married?
Yeah. Oh, no. I don't plan on being married explicitly, or, I'd love to have a life partner, but that's not something that needs to happen, imminently or anything. That's another part of being in Colorado, too. I mean, we moved explicitly to Denver, right? There's only one real big city in Colorado, but, I'd like to be in the dating pool because I have it for a while. given COVID and limited dating possibilities where I'm from. So that's fairly exciting, actually, because I haven't been in a relationship for a long time.
Maybe you'll meet someone at the wedding. That's a good place to meet people.
That's actually possible. Who knows? I hadn't thought of that.
How did your cousin meet this person? Was they a Denver native?
Yeah, I think they. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I can't remember explicitly how they met, actually, but it's someone in the area, someone around, and they've been together. I want to say like 2 or 3 years at this point. But they're a no sex before marriage kind of family.
Oh,
so.
Nice. So they're really religious. I thought the Protestants were the less religious of the Christian sects.
I believe that's the case, but my aunt is she would make the Protestants proud, perhaps. I don't know. She's quite she's kind of out there. I'm not gonna lie, but I still love her.
Are you getting any help from your family, like in moving out there? Like, are they giving you some tips or?
Well, tips, sure. I mean, my dad's a sales guy, so he's all over the country, and there's people everywhere he knows, and as far as people to stay with and stuff, I mean, it's majority going to be a family. But as far as like financial stuff or help actually moving, I like to keep my possessions fairly minimal as it is, and so I can pack it into a car. And even now, the stuff back there, half of it I either didn't get rid of because I want to sell it and it's too expensive to get rid of, or stuff that I could replace with something that's smaller and higher quality, But I don't quite have the capital for that yet, so maybe starting a couple. Actually, another big reason moving out there, I want to start growing mushrooms.
Oh.
Not the magic variety, but the gourmet variety.
Even more interesting.
Yeah, there's. No, go ahead.
No, what's got you into that? Is that something you tried before?
Well, I mean, I have tried mushrooms before, and I do eat a fair amount of regular mushrooms, but the market that's growing a lot. You've heard about chaga mushrooms, reishi mushrooms, lion's mane, all of the stuff that's supposed to help your brain and your immune system, and also tastes pretty good while you're at it. That market's, I think it's supposed to go up from $40 billion to like $65 billion by 2025. And it's not that hard to grow mushrooms. You just need some sterile sawdust, and in about 2 weeks, if you do everything right, you'll have like 5 pounds of mushrooms. And it's pretty good.
Yeah. So you're thinking about like growing and selling?
Yes, I'd love to get a warehouse and grow some mushrooms, and possibly, while I'm starting out doing food deliveries, if I can network a little bit with some of the restaurants in the area, that'd be nice.
Sure.
It'd start off at a farmer's market, and then hopefully get into restaurants.
Right. So where are you at right now, G? Where are you on the map? How far from Colorado?
I'm about 50 miles out of St. Louis. I'm about to go see the Gateway Arch, the entrance into the Wild West, cross the Mississippi. I'll take a little stop there and look at it because I've never seen the Mississippi before. And then from there it's just Kansas for a while. Kansas.
Do you think how many more days you got? You think you got 1, 2 more days?
No, so I got about probably another 5-hour drive here until I make it to Kansas City, probably, to stay the night. Then that's another, 9-hour drive to where the wedding's at. So I'll get in tomorrow, in another, 26 hours here. I'll be at my destination.
All right, well, G, good luck with your move and everything. That sounds awesome. I'm excited for you. Congratulations for making that decision. That's a big one.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's been real surreal. Think about it, all my friends, all that. Lots of time to think on the road.
Yeah.
It's been pretty easy so far, so that's nice. I'm looking forward to the rest of the show. Of course, I'll keep listening while I'm driving here. Not much else to do.
Yeah, we'll try to keep things entertaining for you so you don't fall asleep and kill yourself on the road.
I appreciate it.
All right, G, thanks for
All right.
calling in.
All right, thanks for talking. Have a good day, man.
You too. Nice road tripping. Have I even been through Colorado? I don't even think I've driven through Colorado. But I've heard good things, you know. Denver, Boulder. Besides, you know, those, you know, shootings. Well, whatever. It's just fucking shooting. Those happen. Those happen anywhere.
Call from.
Little Jeff.
Lil Jeff.
To accept, press 1.
Lil Jeff?
Oh my God.
Was
Am
it-
I on the show?
You're on the show. Was it Lil Jeff or Lil Jess?
Little Jeff. Little Jeff is fine.
Lil Jeff. Okay.
Big Jeff was my father.
Okay, Lil Jeff. My God, you made it. How many times have you called
I
in?
hadn't- Sorry, I was fucking up the number because I'm mildly autistic by choice.
Oh yeah. What is
So,
it? How does that
it's all
affect your
good.
life, really?
well, it's a Tartarus of my own design, so it's pretty good.
Yeah, so you're enjoying it. Okay, good. Lil
Yeah,
Jeff.
I'm enjoying it.
So you're calling in to the travel show. Did you have something you want to tell us about traveling? Your experience?
Yeah, sure thing, my guy. I
go for
sure
it.
do have a story. Well, it does hail back to when I was a wee little lad, not too recent, but
Even Lil,
out of all the travel
Liller Jeff? Lil List Jeff?
even littler Jeff.
All right.
Can you imagine little Jeff? Imagine him a little smaller. It's pretty small. You might need a little magnification,
exactly.
but
Let's get
we're
more
not going to worry about that.
Okay, sure.
That's all good. It's a little Jeff. Little Jeff.
So you're
but,
teeny tiny little
so I was-
Jeff, and then what happened?
so, I got a couple travel stories, but this one rings true for me. I want you to pay attention to that wording, ringing true.
Okay.
Has something to do with the story.
Okay.
So I'm a little boy, even littler Jeff, as we've already established.
Yep.
You know. So I'm a little boy. My mom, we're over in Louisiana way, and just one winter, she's like, "Hey, I got a friend up in Colorado. Let's go up to Colorado." And being teeny tiny little Jeff that I am, I'm like, okay, I have no rights. I'm just a little boy.
Right. You don't
Let's
know
go.
any better. You don't know that that's a terrible, terrible place, that only bad things happen to little people.
Yeah, that's right. And I was a very little person. Very little
You're
person.
naive
But,
little Jeff. Okay, sorry, go on.
No, it's okay. I love the sound of your voice. Okay.
Please go
Anyway.
on, Jeff.
Yeah, I will. So we're taking a trip. We're over in in the middle of Baton Rouge, near New Orleans type area.
Mhm.
And she goes okay, we're gonna go stop by my friend's house. Her and her sons want to go too. And I have a half brother too. That's her and her 2 children. So it's about 5 people in the car, all the way from Louisiana to Colorado. Like an 18-hour drive.
Nice.
I'm just a little boy, I don't know. I ain't no Game Boy for me. I wasn't
Oh.
rich. I didn't have none of that Nintendo switcheroo.
Mhm.
None of that. And then, we start heading out. I noticed we head out kind of late. And because we're going over their house. And I'm like, what's going on? She's like, oh, we're spending the night here first. We're going to spend the night at my friend's house. I've never met this woman before in my life.
Mhm.
I don't know her children, and I roll over there, and I thought I was poor. Then I roll over there, not trying to dog on poor people. I'm kind of a, y'all keep doing your thing, man. Being poor is pretty cool. But, so
Just lay
we go
into
over
poor
there.
people, Jeff. Just stop holding back. Just let them have it. Come
yeah,
on.
you just let it. Okay, no, this ain't no PG-13 shit
No,
right
just
here.
fucking go into it. Just tell us what you really feel.
Okay.
What was
Yeah,
this
Lil
poor,
Jeff, that's what I
disgusting,
think.
impoverished person? What were they doing?
I'm sorry. So, I walk in. It's kind of in the bad part of town, but, I don't live in the greatest part myself, so I'm not too judgmental. And I'm just a teeny tiny little boy. I don't know about hatred. I don't know about malice. That shit's second nature to me.
You
Just
don't
a
know.
part of my little boy brain.
Sure. Okay.
And, I'm not judging nobody, but I walk in there, the walls are pretty not well taken care of, to say the least.
The
The
walls?
wallpaper's falling. The wallpaper's falling off and stuff.
and it's all just dirty looking, and they got shit strewn everywhere. And it's like, yeah, we're spending the night here, and that's when my little Jeff heart sank, because I was like, this place is scary, disgusting, because I went to go see her sons, my friend's mom's sons, and when I walked into their room, you would be appalled. I'm not sure if it was just because I was a little boy and I'm misremembering things, but I'm pretty sure when I walked in there, I saw a sea of cigarette butts on the floor.
Oh, wow.
An absolute sea, Mr. Minute Hour.
For a boy that was as little as you? How little
I
was
didn't
the
know
boy's room that you were staying with?
Oh, well, you know, they were like teenagers and stuff. I was the only young kid. I was about like 7-ish, somewhere around that ballpark. I don't remember. Trauma tries to repress these memories, but
So you're getting a glimpse of the real world. Where
the real world, you know, I
cigarette
saw. Go
butts-
ahead.
Yes, where cigarette butts fly free and they're all over.
Their own little range. I saw where the cigarette butts go to live the afterlife.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not kidding. It's all just the entire floor. There's like ashes on all the counter tables and stuff. And he's got like his girlfriend over too, which I don't know why that's happening. Because if I rolled over to a significant other's place and the floor instead of carpet was cigarette butts, I'd be a little, be like, whoa, buddy.
Come on,
Oh, that
Jeff.
dick is good,
You
but it's not that
know-
good.
You know the answer. It's these fucking poor people. They've got no goddamn shame. They're
Yeah, I know,
disgusting.
bro. They fucking take all of my taxpayer money at 7 years old. I was paying out of my allowance. And
This
they're
is-
just out
this is
here
what you're
making a
thinking.
goddamn,
This is what
making
you
a
were
Jackson
thinking.
Pollock painting in their room. Sorry to keep cutting you off.
No, this is exactly what you were thinking. This is the live mental feed of Lil Jeff when he saw these cigarettes. You became
I know, and then
you became full of hate in that moment.
that's when little Jeff became punished little Jeff.
Punish Jeff. Okay. Good.
Punished Jeff. Anyway, and then I leave that after a quick little conversation. I'm like, I'm not sleeping in there. Fuck that. There's no couch in the living room either. So I'm like, where am I sleeping? Because my mom and her friend are sharing the bed. And eventually they're just talking. They're ignoring me. I make my way over to a little sofa chair in my mom's friend's room. You know, I'm not going to give away any names because it's going to get playfully mean after this. But
Okay.
you know,
You think they're
so,
listening?
you know, I see a sofa chair. I just sit my little head down on it, and I just start resting my eyes. I'm a teeny tiny, tired little Jeff. And I notice that I pass out in that chair, and I wake up. Mom's waking me up. It's time to go. We're going to Colorado. 18-hour drive start. It's all good. You know, I'm finally ready to get out of, you know, whatever Hellraiser set I was in
Right.
and get on the road, get going. And, you know, I look in the car, you know, we're getting all set up, packed up. I noticed that for about my half-brother, her two sons, my mom's friend's two sons, my mom's friend, and me, it makes about, 6 people for this little car?
That's
And
all
there's
people.
also all this shit. Yeah, it's a lot of people, and it was not that big of a car. And so there was basically this little special back seat because it did have 3 things. We did able to put up a tiny seat in the back, but all the shit was back there. And everybody wanted it because in the back seat where all the boys were sitting, it was cramped as all hell. It felt like I was in like one of them Auschwitz trains cars, my man.
Oh
It
yeah.
was torture. They were like spraying water on me and everything. They're like, oh, time to drink. And I was like, oh, thank you, Master. Yes, I was so thirsty. But, you know, and basically every time we hit up a gas station, we switch out in there and we get driving. But one thing I need to say before we get on the road, and I see how cramped it is, you know, we're all shoulder to shoulder squished into each other, just waiting to get put in the shower. And one person gets, you know, solitary confinement in the back, but it's actually an upgrade.
hmm
And, you know, we start driving, but I need to mention something about my mom's friend. She's quite heavy set, say the least.
Okay.
I don't know how she can't afford wallpaper, but she can afford like Carl's Jr. 7 times a day.
Hey,
But,
Carl's Jr. is cheap. It's affordable. It's
That's
good,
right.
too.
You know, not brought to you by Carl's Jr., but, you know, hey, Carl's Jr., it's pretty good.
Yeah, maybe if Carl's Jr. made some wallpaper, that could be part of their combo or something.
Carl's Jr. branded wallpaper.
Yeah. It could be like
I don't know, maybe
scratch and
Carl's Jr.
sniff.
needs to intervene and take control of them kids.
Yeah. All right.
Carl's Jr. sponsored kids.
Did you say something derogatory to this woman?
No, I didn't say anything to this woman. It's just about this woman. She's really fucking fat. She's huge. She was like, when I first saw her for the first time, I was like, God damn, we're not even near the ocean. You know, because she's like 500, 600 pounds.
What?
And yeah, she was big,
That
and I
is-
thought she might like eat me. That's how little and innocent Jeff was. I was
That
on
is
guard
giant.
because of all those cigarette butts and cracked wallpaper.
Right.
Had to
Right.
keep my toes.
This was a world beyond your comprehension.
Yeah, I was a sheltered little Jeff, and
Right.
you know, all I knew was, you know, 2007 version of Fortnite, and sit alone in room all day. School.
This is a whole
Anyway.
new world for you. All right. What did you say?
I know. Well, I didn't say anything, but, you know, I thought a lot of things because she was fat and she got in the car. There's a reason for this. I'm not just dogging on her for being fat. You know, if you like to eat, I like to eat too. Don't get me wrong. You know, not sponsored by Carl Jr., but
I ain't that little.
ain't that little. But, you know, she was so big that when she made it to the passenger seat of the car, she stood there. She couldn't get that seatbelt around her. She
Mm.
tried. She couldn't even get it under her because she would have to like sit up, and I don't know if she had the strength for that. You know, she's a lovely lady, but like, you know, come on. And so for the remainder of the 18-hour drive, I don't know if you've ever been in a car before, Mr. Minute Hour. Weird contraption, but if you don't put your seatbelt on and it notices there's someone in the car, you hear that
Right.
the entire fucking drive. 18 hours.
Wow.
And nobody said anything because nobody wanted to be rude. We couldn't get her to sit anywhere else. You know,
I mean,
She
what
needed
could
the
you
front
have
seat.
said? Hey, you fat fucking bitch! You hear that noise? That's because you can't fucking fit in the seat. Like, what would that have
If
solved?
only. I wonder what that was. She might have got out and started crying. She got off the side of the road.
So you went
I mean,
18
you know,
hours with the seatbelt ajar noise?
Yeah, and it was, if I have to make an analogy for it, it's kind of like Chinese water torture.
Mm.
To where you're just sitting back there switching seats at every gas station break. It was like I found a goddamn oasis in the middle of the Sahara Desert. It was like, oh, freedom. Oh, please. You got my refreshments, my break from the hell that was that cramped ass car. It was like I was being tortured, like I was a Viet Cong in the military, was using like those fucking techniques they would use to drive the Viet Cong insane.
God damn. Like you
Constantly
were just,
pinging in my
before
ear.
this trip, you were just like perfectly innocent, naive, little Jeff, and then
Yeah.
this is a formative experience, eh? Like
Yeah,
you went through
this was a
18
turning
hours
point
of
for me.
POW type torture, as you put it.
Yeah, something like that. And it was so much for a little boy. I just wanted to play like Borderlands or some shit. That was my shit. And then, you know,
Everything
fucking
changed.
Jabba the cunt comes in. I'm sorry.
That's a good
Yeah,
one.
Jabba the cunt.
That's a good one.
Asterisk. That was good. Thank you. I thought all of 3 seconds on that one. Feel free to take it.
All right, well, goddamn,
But,
little Jeff, that's a great story. Thank you for calling in. Tell me about that.
Yeah, no problem, man. Hey, and thank you for receiving my call. And by the way, since I'm on here, I won something, right? Because I got on the air.
Oh yeah, you won. Well, just I'll send you an email in a few minutes about I've got like a whole list of things that you won.
Okay. Oh, okay. So you got like all my info already
Yeah, I
without
got your info.
getting
Don't
it from
you
me?
worry. Lil Jeff. I get everybody's
Did you
info.
dox
before
me,
we call.
motherfucker?
No, Lil
Where's
Jeff.
my info?
Calm down, calm down. No, I'll
Whoa,
say-
whoa! I spilled out my heart and soul, and
right.
you're just, you know
I'm
what?
not gonna email you. I'm just
I'm
gonna
better
send
than
you
this.
shit. I'm just gonna send it to you.
I'm better than this. I don't need your handout.
All right, fine.
You know
Lil
what?
Jeff.
This show is not that even good of a show. I'm gonna
F you,
continue to
Lil
watch
Jeff.
it
Now you've
and
gone too
trash
far.
it
Now you've
just to
crossed the
spite
fucking
you.
line, Lil Jeff. I've had enough of this
Yeah,
shit.
what you gonna do? You gonna call your boys?
No, I'm just
huh?
I'm hanging up on you.
Oh, that's fair.
But I'm gonna let you say goodbye. Goodbye, Jeff.
Goodbye, everybody. I'm Lil Jeff.
That was good. Yeah, that was good. Okay. I have to take a break real quick because something is happening in my body that needs addressing. I'm not going to say exactly what it is, but I think you can guess. I'm going to play some music here. We'll come back. We'll get some words from the boys if they're around, and then we'll be getting right back into the calls. So here we go. Okay. Hey, I'm back with the boys. Oh, shit. I don't know why that does that. Okay, yeah, I'm back with the boys now. We got a new boy in town. Dr. Spaghetti. Say hello.
Hey, oh no.
Are you fucking auto-tuned right now?
Oh man, am I?
Okay, no, you're not. It's just for a second sounded like that was some auto-tune shit on your voice. Okay, so the boys, we're back.
Yes, sir.
What have you guys been thinking about the show so far? Any thoughts about the callers?
Hey, I'm a big fan of Lil Jeff.
Well, Jeff was great.
Spaghetti, you do have some fucking auto-tune shit on your voice. What is that?
I don't know, man. That's just the tone of my voice. Here, I can
You're
I
fucking,
can try being a little bit less melodic. Here we go.
You're effing with me, man. Okay. You liked Lil Jeff?
Little Jeffrey had some good anecdotes.
I liked his we got a couple stories about like the childhood version of traveling, which is pretty different from being like a solo adult traveling. You guys have any childhood travel stories where you were like little poor hopeless Jeff in the back seat with nothing to do except be angry at fat people and the world?
I mean, personally, I like the back seat of the minivan. It was nice and cozy. I got to play Pokemon on my DS on the way to Florida. So went to Myrtle Beach a lot. You know, it's kind of our go-to.
That was the problem with Jeff, is he said he didn't have a Game Boy, he didn't have a Switch, he didn't have nothing. He was screwed in the back seat. I remember at that family trip that we took to Florida, none of us had any handheld games at that point, but we bought this very chunky portable DVD player. It wasn't really portable at all. It was like a whole TV with a DVD player built into it. But we watched just fucking Disney movies and musicals the entire 26 hours.
I have a
After you, Daryl.
No, let's do
Why,
all
thank
the
you.
boys at once. It'll be faster that way.
Boys.
I have an anecdote about a DVD player traveling. We had a very shitty one that was like probably $25 or something. Where I was watching the original Spider-Man on a trip, I think to like South Dakota or something. And my mom was in the front seat and she heard Spider-Man cuss. And I didn't get to watch a single movie for the rest of the drive. It was like a 15-hour drive. She's like, "Oh, did he say damn? Turn that off." And I have, to this day, am still upset because it was just like I was in the moment of Spider-Man.
And him swearing was probably like a highly emotional moment. I didn't even remember Spider-Man swearing. You're talking about like Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man?
Yeah, like the original. It was, I think it was Green Goblin, and he said like, "Spider-Man, I love you to hell and back." And then they like make out, and my mom was like, "Whoa, he said hell? Turn that off."
I had a traumatic experience where I was watching like the original Speed Racer cartoon, and Speed Racer said "damn," and as like a child that traumatized me because my hero,
You
he
realize
just cursed.
he wasn't all that good.
God.
He was maybe the villain the whole time.
Speed Racer's like a fucking maniac. You watch that cartoon, it's fucking nuts.
I have seen little clips
Yeah.
from it before of Speed Racer, where like the title is Speed Racer is a psychopath or Speed Racer is a sociopath.
Yeah, that's straight from the show. Definitely. I didn't even like realize as a kid.
All right,
Well, I have
oh yeah.
I got a little story about DVDs and cars. Never had one of those growing up, but I have a very vivid memory of being in a traffic stop as a kid, and while we were in gridlock, I would watch the DVD player in the car in front of us. Remember watching an entire episode of The Simpsons, just trying to figure out what was going on, seeing it through the car in front. That was yeah, that was about the most entertainment that I got on a trip, but you know, it really stuck with me.
Spaghetti, didn't you have one of those TVs that was plugged into like an exercise bike at your house?
Yeah, we had that So, I mean, it was all trying to cut down on electronic usage, right? My dad didn't really believe in that so much. Yeah, we would have to bike for 30 minutes in order to power the generator so that way we could watch the TV. And then we also had this thing called TV allowance, which we'd have like a little passcode and an account hooked up. And we would only have like 30 minutes of TV we could use a day, which we had to bike for in the first place. So it was a real,
That's good.
yeah, we really had to work for it, you know?
They were
Things were
tying
different back
together.
then.
They were tying travel together with entertainment. You had to travel nowhere for 30 minutes before you were allowed to get entertained.
Yeah, man. It really hasn't gotten much better since.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Were there any other final stories? I'm gonna be coming back to the boys a couple more times, but anything else you want to talk about, Toner? Yeah.
Yeah. So I got class at 4, so this will probably be the last boys segment I can do.
Are you
but
doing your
have
online virtual?
Yeah,
abroad?
yeah, that is correct. I'm
Jesus.
getting right into it.
So you'll be
pretty nice,
traveling.
but,
You'll be traveling nowhere soon, just like spaghetti.
That's right. Armchair travel. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I got a completely unrelated anecdote about my adventures with some of the Molkman guys, taking a sudden trip to Point Pleasant, West Virginia, to hunt for Mothman right around Halloween last year. Yeah. So
Is that like the Mothman of the same Mothman from that movie with Richard Gere, the Mothman Prophecies?
that's exactly it. That's exactly
Fucking
the
love
one.
that movie, dude.
Yeah. No, we went to the Mothman Museum. We got to see like stuff from the movie, with the bridges and everything. Yeah, lots of fun.
What
But,
a cool ass movie.
Yeah. But yeah. So as a bit of context, like I drive a lot, so I'm pretty good at driving long distances. But so the night before we left around 4 a.m. I'd gone to bed around 2, so I got about 2 hours of sleep before I got to make this 8-hour drive. And I was like, guys, I can't make it. Like, you guys got to take the wheel for me. I didn't have a single issue. Drove straight to West Virginia, 8 hours. Passed out in the hotel room. Pretty much the main exciting part of our trip to West Virginia was when we went into like the woods to find these like bunkers, like World War II like TNT storage bunkers. And they're not used now. They're just in the middle of like a man-made swamp.
Yeah,
So we go out there. Oh yeah, no, it's a great bunker. As soon as you walk into these bunkers, like the acoustics are incredible because they're like a perfect dome or something. You snap your fingers and it'll echo like 8 times. So we just spent like an hour just fucking around in this bunker, and we're like, hey, let's go to the next bunker. Walked over to the next one, and as soon as we walk in, there's like blood on the ground and like little skulls and like a pentagram and like Greek shit drawn on the walls and stuff.
Nice.
And we kind of backed out of that one. Did hear gunshots in the distance, but that probably wasn't related.
Hey, that's just the Mothman experience, man.
Oh, definitely.
The Mothman
And,
shooting people within miles from the bunker.
You don't know that legend? Legend says that Mothman comes out at midnight and shoots you.
He blows you away. If he can't catch up to you.
We do have a theory that all cryptids are like the same creatures. So like Mothman is like the same as Bigfoot. Mothman and
They're all just
Bigfoot,
guys
they
with
run at
guns.
like Mach 5. Yeah, they have guns. They sprint across the North American continent in like Mach 5, and that's why they're sighted everywhere. It's just the same. It's the same monster.
Mothman goes into a cocoon, and then 6 weeks later, he comes out Mothman with a gun.
He started out
It's like
Moth
Pokemon.
Boy, then he had his Bar Mothsva, and now he's Mothman.
All right, Bar Mothspa. I gotta end it on that. That is some prime boys material. All right, boys. Any final words before I do cut away, and I'll be back. No?
Just if you're watching Spider-Man, use earbuds.
Good. We don't want our parents to find out what kind of crazy shit's going on in Spider-Man. All right, boys, thank you for being here. I'll be back in like an hour for whoever's around then. Spaghetti, thanks for popping in.
Yep.
All right.
Thanks for having me.
See you, boys. I'll be back.
Take care, boss.
Yes. Oh, I gotta click so many goddamn buttons. And that's all the buttons. Okay. Just a little more info from the boys. We'll be coming back to them basically after the breaks. If there's boys around, I'll check in with them after the music breaks before we get back into the calls. The calls are now open again, 518-288-7938. Call in, tell me about your travel shit. And there we go. Here we are. Who is it?
Call from Katie.
Katie?
To accept, press
perhaps?
1.
Katie?
Oh my gosh, hi.
Yo, Katie, what the fuck is happening? Sorry, that was too much.
Not much. Just packing for a trip, actually.
Oh, shit. How
Yeah, I
thematic.
leave tomorrow. Yeah, so this is a perfect conversation or topic.
Where are you going? What's the deal?
I'm going to Texas
Short-term, long-term trip? Moving?
for a couple weeks.
Ooh.
I'm just going to renovate some houses and some photo shoots. So that should be fun.
Is this work? A work trip?
Yeah, a work trip.
Are you a renovator? Is that something? Is that a job?
No. We have some real estate properties. We rent out places after fixing them up.
Whoa. Are you freaking loaded, Katie?
No, we.
Don't be
No,
coy, Katie. If you're loaded, just tell us. It's the it's the only thing you can do right now. Just be honest.
Not myself, but my parents. But I just want to work for what I earn.
Okay, so your parents got some properties, and you're going up to fix them up.
Yep. It'll be some good work, cause, yeah.
Is that something you do?
be
Like
fun.
that's something you're familiar with? Renovation?
Yeah. I learn more as I go, and it's a whole process. Like, there's all these laws about renting in places, and then you have to fix them up, see if there's any rotting wood or leaky pipes, yada yada. If everything's up to code, and then I like the decorating part where you just match everything together, the wall colors and stuff.
That seems like
But
fun.
I ripped out a wall once. And a ceiling. That was really fun.
Hell yeah. Some demo reno.
Yeah.
But you're mainly just
I
trying to
have
get a place like at the bare minimum so that like it is legal to live in it.
These places are small, but they're not crappy. they're good places. Yeah, just for renters, like vacation houses, or if people are visiting family in the area during the summer. The summers are always the best time to rent, and we even have a place up in Maine, and it's great for winter season when people want to ski and stuff.
Dude, send me that information on the place in Maine. I'm interested in renting.
All right, yep. Cool.
Yes. Okay, good. All
I
right.
like all the stories I've been hearing. Been interesting.
Yeah, what about you? Do you have some travel stories?
I do have one cringy one that my family cringes whenever I mention it. The
Okay.
time we went to Disney for my 8th birthday.
Mm-hmm.
We went to the movies the night before, right? So we had everything packed, ready to go for the flight in the morning. Everything was packed by our bed, right? We went to the movies to see, I think, the 6th Harry Potter movie, and
The six.
something like that. And I must have caught a stomach bug there because in the middle of the night, when my twin sister was sleeping in the bunk below, or in a bunk bed, I chucked my root beer float, nachos, and Princess Fiona pizza
Ugh,
all over her, the luggage, the sheets, her face,
Jesus.
arm while she was sleeping. And yeah, all over her luggage too. So
My God.
yeah, and so she woke up screaming. We got my dad up, who he had to take the entire bunk bed beams apart, like unscrew everything, just to get everything cleaned.
Wow.
While I kept puking downstairs, she took a shower. My mom slept through the whole entire thing.
Mhm.
So when we looked really shitty in the morning, my mom was like, "Why do you guys look like crap?" My dad, he needs his sleep, and he got no sleep since he had to take apart and put back the bed together. So,
My
and
God.
clean all our luggage too.
My God.
But yeah, and then I gave it to my sister on the plane on the way there because we were still taking that flight to Florida. So I gave her the stomach bug, and then she was sick for most of the first couple days for Disney for our 8th birthday.
Jesus. Where
Yeah, it's just cringy.
where generally were you flying from?
New England.
Okay. Yeah, that's so were you just like friggin' projectile vomiting? Was it like how many spews was it? How many different heaving
Oh
chugs?
gosh, I was 8. I think it just started in my sleep. Like I was just having that uncomfortable sleep when you're like, oh crap, am I sick? No, just go to sleep. And then it just comes, it's just your stomach can't hold it in. And then I think I started throwing up my sleep because I think it's a vague memory, but I just remember like just lunging over the side of the bunk bed, even though I got my sister.
You didn't want to puke
She
on
was
yourself.
not happy.
Yeah, it seems like the sort of like I don't know, like an instinct, like when you're on a boat or something to puke over the edge.
Yep.
But just
Yeah.
there happened to be a young person down there. Wow,
Yeah.
that's disgusting.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah. I felt bad for my
Yuck.
dad though. He had to take the whole bed apart.
That's amazing, actually. How, like you must have had some precision vomit to get in each and every crack between the wood.
Yeah.
The last
And,
time
and doing laundry all night too.
I puked in my bed sort of recently. It was after one of these streams. It was that really bad one that went on for like 9 hours, and I was really drunk the whole time. I puked in my bed, but I had nothing in my stomach besides alcohol, so I just it was just kind of clear liquid that I was puking all over myself. So I was fine, really.
Okay.
But
Yeah,
what
I
you're
haven't
saying sounds
thrown up
worse.
in a while.
No?
Yeah, I haven't thrown up from alcohol in a while. I can't really remember the last time I did.
When was the last time you threw
Well,
up?
probably
Period?
because I blacked out. Maybe the last time I did, but
When was the last time you threw up? Period. Not just alcohol, but anything. Food, terrible things, sickness.
the last time I remember, it was probably after alcohol. I can't remember.
Wow.
It's been a while.
I puke all the time.
Knock on wood.
All right, so you're traveling now. Are you traveling from New England to Texas?
Yep, my house too. Well, I have family in Texas, so yeah, we're just going down there, staying at my grandmother's place, and we're going to renovate 3 different houses. One place that we've had for years, and then 2 new places. So
Dude, you are freaking loaded. Hell
they're,
yeah.
they're very small places,
Come
and they need
on. But you
fixing
said that they
up.
were small and nice. You said they weren't even
No.
bad.
Like we used every penny we have, and it's just long-term investments.
All right. Well, we're very happy for you, but we know also that you're loaded. We get it. No, but so you're flying there then, yeah?
Yes. Yeah.
When's the last time
First
you
time on
flew?
a plane in a pandemic. Last time I flew was probably the last time I went down to Texas, like a year or 2 ago.
Okay. Is flying
Yeah, for the same
especially
thing.
bad for you, or are you okay with it?
Usually okay, though. Like twice, it's been like I've gone like probably a dozen times on planes before, and only like twice. Once or the last time I flew, it was like really turbulent on the way up and on the way down or something. It was like slightly stormy, but I don't know what I ate, but my stomach was just upset and it was just so nervous. But besides that, I'm usually a good flyer.
Yeah.
But
Do you tend to talk to the people next to you when you fly?
no, not really. I just keep to myself. play games on my phone or read a book or just sleep.
Are you against
But my
that?
mom-
Do you get upset when people start talking to you on the plane, or you're like, God
No,
damn it, I was
no,
ready
if they
to be
mean well,
asleep."
if they're sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I talk if they talk to me, but I just usually just keep to myself. But my mom, she's a talker. She looks for a conversation with anybody, so
Yeah.
we'll probably be talking to people, or my mom might be talking over me if I have the middle seat. Just, yeah, there will be talking. It's just I might not start any talking.
Do you think that's a thing just with older people, or is it not really generation based at all? I feel like I've noticed that just like people who grew up without electronics, like they're just ready to be like just
Yeah,
in chat
I agree.
mode for 5 hours.
Because they don't have like an excuse like younger generations do nowadays. Just, oh, look at your phone, you're busy. No, they had to be looking up from their books they're reading or something. But yeah, no, I always find it much easier to talk to older people than people in my generation. Because I'm 22 and it's like I just graduated from college, so it's like I had more friends with my professors than people in my class or classmates. So I find it much more intriguing conversation than talking about the Kardashians or yada 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 stuff that doesn't really matter, so
I do get the same sort of thing. The older people are definitely easier to talk to. Those are the only people I talked to when I was traveling to Alaska recently. The only people who talked to me on the plane were the older people. They initiated the conversation, and I was totally happy to talk to them about whatever random shit they wanted to talk about. But when it came to people my age, like, I wasn't going to say anything to them, and they definitely weren't going to say anything to me. And so, just didn't happen.
yeah.
Although I was seated next to like a tiny little girl, like maybe an 8-year-old girl, and she didn't have anything to say to me either. I mean, what
Yeah,
the heck?
I guess I'm shy just because I'm a younger part of a generation, but like if someone talks to me, I'm more than happy to talk with them as long as they're not creepy, But
What's the
Yeah.
first sign of creepiness? Have you ever had like a creepy person who's talking to you in the public, whether you're just like,
definitely I can tell by their eyes, like if they're
Ooh.
staring at something they shouldn't, or if I don't know, because I can tell a lot of body language from people's eyes, 'Cause if their eyes follows their train of thought, I don't know, it's hard to explain. But
what do they look
I was
at?
like, I don't know, just
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
a wrong pair of eyes, I guess. I don't know.
They're
But
doing
yeah,
something they shouldn't.
or like what they ask about, like, oh, like, where are you going? Do you have a place to stay? Well, I got, if they try pulling you in the wrong way or something, like that's creepy.
Sure.
But talking about anything else other than me would be great.
Yeah. So when are you going on this trip then?
Tomorrow morning.
All right.
Yep.
Well, good
I'll be there
luck
for
to
2
you.
weeks. Thanks.
You're going to do some reno, you said, for a couple weeks?
Yep.
And then-
Hopefully I can have some margaritas.
Hell yeah. And then when
Probably
you're done,
shouldn't, but
you're flying right
screw it.
back?
Yep. And then I might stay. Well, yeah, I might move up to Maine then after I get a job up there or something. But because I have to work another property up there for the rest of the summer, I have to do the cleanings in between rentals.
Right.
So-
Right. Oh, so these are the sort of rentals, like they're vacation type rentals, or like they're very temporary?
Yeah. One woman, she always rents for like a month. So that's pretty great chunk of time. But most people just do like a weekend or a week for like family vacations or just getaways.
Okay. So you might be up there doing your own thing, but also cleaning this rental property
Yeah,
in between.
I have to clean an entire house, do all the laundry, dishes, the entire place within a few hours. So
Oh wow!
it's not fun, but it's something.
I couldn't do that if I had a week. If I had weeks takes me a long time to clean things. I have to do a
It's
lot of
stressful. Coffee
motivating.
and chocolate help.
Yeah. You said your name was Katie?
Yep, Katie.
All right, Katie, thank you for calling in.
Thank you.
Appreciate you telling me about this.
Yep. All right. Have a good night.
All right, you too. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Katie. Katie with the loaded family. They're loaded, baby. Yeah, we got docs Katie and get that information on these rental properties.
Call from.
All right.
To accept, press 1.
What
To send a
fuck
voicemail,
that
press
was.
2.
Hello?
Loaded, baby.
Hey,
What?
is this the Minute Hour?
Yeah, who's this?
This is Kenny.
Yeah, what's up, Kenny?
Hey, not much, man.
Is there
Dude,
someone-
I
is
can't.
there
I
someone
just. This
else
is the
there?
first time I tried calling today. What?
I heard multiple voices. You're the main caller, though?
Yeah. No, I was just because I had you. I had you on my computer while I was trying to
that
call
was
on my
me.
phone. Yeah.
Okay.
Isn't it weird hearing yourself?
Yeah, I thought that was you. I thought that was like your friend. I thought there was. Here's what I thought. I thought there was a whole group of you like around the campfire, having a great time, and you were all calling in at the same time. But it's just you. It's just you. Never mind.
Yeah, I guess that's the vibe, man. I was.
All right.
Yeah, dude, how are you doing?
Hey, I'm great. I'm the best I've ever been. Well, how about you?
Man, dude, I'm doing pretty good. I actually called a long time ago. I think it might have been like your second stream or something.
You get through?
Oh yeah, I got through. We talked for like an hour or whatever. You know, you were
Oh, dude.
like you.
Yeah, this is the stream I was just talking about where I was drunk for several hours out of nine hours I was streaming.
Yeah, that was a vibe, man. You seem to have your shit figured out though.
Really?
Yeah, now at least. You
Oh,
know?
yeah,
Seems
now.
like you're going. Yeah. You kind of got a flow going.
Yeah, it's all good. Were you the one that I was getting real sad with?
I don't know, man.
All right, don't worry
I know there were like a lot of people that were like, I was just asking questions and stuff. Maybe you got sad.
No.
But then right after me, some girl just started talking about like I think dolphins or something.
Yeah, dude.
And then
Yeah, you were
and
right at the end.
I just remember that. Yeah.
You were right at the end. I remember you were. Yeah, I talked to you for a very, very long time, and I was getting a little too drunk. And you were.
Oh yeah, I
you were
know. Man.
You were the last dude that I talked to, and I was desperately needed to talk to a woman. And it happened like magic. Talked to a woman right after. It was immediately great. Not that talking to dudes isn't fun, but it's just I get sick of dudes. My God, don't you?
Oh, I feel that. I mean, yeah, I like girls more than guys, I suppose. You know, like I don't really pay all that much attention to the dudes if I'm in a room full of people.
Yeah, I know. It's like
But,
I love hanging with the bros and everything, but my God, I reach a certain point of drunkenness where it's like I'm so sick of fucking dudes. Anyway, we're talking about travel today. You called into the travel stream, so did you have something you wanted to tell me about that?
Well, to be honest, I was just calling because I was just like, fuck it. Like, I wonder if you got any travel stories, you know? Because, I mean, I've traveled a lot growing up. Like, as a kid, my mom, she worked for, like, the airlines and stuff. So I've been to, like, lots of little states, but I've never really been outside the country all that much.
Is she a flight attendant or she does something else for airlines?
She works as like, a ticket agent, you know?
Do they get, like,
and so,
free shit?
I mean, I did until I was, like, 24 or something. You know, basically I could, like, fly for free. But I didn't really take advantage of that all too much. You know?
Why not?
But, yeah, I don't know. Just like, I didn't really have too much of like, I don't know. I don't feel like I have any like crazy stories or anything, but I just figured we'd talk and just kind of see what happens. Do you have any memorable, like travel stories yourself? I kind of just tuned in like 30 minutes ago.
Yeah, well, I told a little bit up at the top of the show, but I've done, you know, a fair bit of travel. Not as much as a lot of people. I feel like a lot of people do like they go to college and they do the whole travel abroad thing. Like they're gonna see 100 countries in 10 days or some crazy shit like that. I never did anything like that. But
Yeah, I'm too broke for that shit.
yeah, exactly. Me too. Probably
Yeah.
the biggest travel thing I ever did was I did a cross country road trip when I was moving to Los Angeles. I lived there for a couple of years, but I did the road trip with my mommy and daddy, so it was not like that exciting. Like it was the very G-rated version of a road trip where it was
How old were you at this time?
old enough that I shouldn't have been traveling with my mommy and daddy. I was like 23 or something.
Oh man.
How old are you?
I'm 26.
Oh, nice. Okay, so we're close in age now.
Okay. How old are you
Now?
Yeah, now.
28. Turned 29 in a couple months.
Oh, hey. Happy
Yeah.
early birthday if I don't talk to you before then.
Hey, thank you. You will. But anyway,
Yeah,
it's like the people who are calling in. We don't want to talk about me. I've got my chance to talk. But tell me just about, where are you living generally right now?
Well, so currently I live in California, like the Santa Barbara area.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then before, I don't know, when people ask me where I'm from and stuff, I'm always a little confused because I usually just kind of think of like the last place I lived because I moved a lot growing up, right? Because my mom being not a flight attendant, but just working for the airline and stuff. And so like I started in the Bay Area and then I moved over to Michigan. So I kind of got like a little taste of that Midwest kind of life, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And then after a couple years of that, it was just like too damn cold. So then they moved to Hawaii, you know? And so I lived there for a couple years in high school. And then I moved out here on my own because I was getting over being on the rock, you know?
That's pretty
So-
sweet, though. You were just in
Yeah,
Hawaii for a couple of years?
Yeah, it was kind of awkward because it was like in the middle of high school, you know? So like when I got to like the high school I was going to be hanging out at, like there were just like too many, like people kind of had their established groups already. And I was like forever that new kid.
Yeah. Were you on the Big
Yeah.
Island?
No, I lived in Maui.
Oh,
so
nice.
the second big.
I visited Maui a few years ago.
Oh, really? What'd you think?
My friend, so I started the show talking about how I was just in Alaska visiting my friend Andrew, and he used to go between Alaska and Maui with his girlfriend. They were living in Alaska in the summer times and Maui in the winter time. And so I visited.
That's the way to do it.
Hell yeah.
Alaska is one of the most beautiful places, I think, especially
Absolutely.
during the summer.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, Maui was pretty freaking kick ass. We did some cool shit. We hiked into Haleakala, and we did drove the road to Hana. All the sort of Maui shit.
Yeah,
it was pretty exciting. What's like the furthest you've been as like a traveling experience, not moving, but like just visiting somewhere that's not your home?
So I went to I think like 2 summers ago. It was the summer before like COVID hit, and me and we went to what was it? My friend was getting married, and he's half Greek, half French.
Mm-hmm.
So we got married on like this small little island in Greece. So me and my girlfriend at the time and her friend turned it into kind of like this like little Euro trip kind of situation.
Mm-hmm.
So we hung out in Italy for a second, and then we went to Greece. And dude, Greece is amazing. You know.
What
It's just,
about it?
Well, I think like because I went to Venice and I went to Rome, right? And those places were cool, but they were also just kind of like dirty cities. You know what I mean? It felt almost like going to like vacationing and going to LA. You know?
Yeah.
But then when we got to Greece, right? I think the island was called Kefalonia. It was just like some small island. There weren't even like roads with like names on them or anything, but everyone was just like so friendly and everything. Like the food was awesome. It was just like super Mediterranean and very low key, you know, like like they liked having tourists around. You know, everything was like pretty cheap. You know,
Yeah.
and it was like really hot. But I don't know. I would say it was like Greece is like the Hawaii of Europe in my mind. You know, just because it was very like warm. The water was beautiful. The beaches were awesome. You know.
Do people speak English?
Yeah. Yeah, most people do speak English. It's kind of like thought of as like the common language, you know, so that like, you know, anybody from any of these different countries with different native tongues, like they'll all kind of like rally behind English and know that that's like something that they can all speak together. You know?
The language of tourism?
I guess so, yeah.
I have
the language of what?
Tourism.
Yeah, basically, you know.
Yeah,
everyone's catering to me.
I've wanted to visit Greece. It seems like a beautiful country. I've never been out of the country, really. I've been to Canada, if that counts, but it doesn't.
I mean, that technically counts, doesn't it?
Nah. I would like to go to freaking Europe sometime, but that is something I worry about, is just like feeling too far out of my element. Like if all the street signs are in a language that I can't read, like I feel like I could easily get swept up into like some sort of illicit sex trade just by accident. Like I'd just be talking to some guy in the street and then he brings me into some dark alley and all of a sudden I'm a sex slave, something like that.
Fuck yeah. I mean, that's what I think about that shit too, man. Like, I don't know. Everyone talks about like their crazy like Thailand trip and just how nuts it is over there,
Right.
you know. And everyone sounds like they have a good time, but I'm just imagining being like the small statistic of like people who get like kidnapped and like held for ransom or something, you know.
Because I'm afraid of like sticking out and like just being obviously like a target, like just like.
Yeah.
Being the sort of guy who's just like looking around and just like, I don't know where the fuck I am. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. Someone come rob me. I'm right here.
Yeah, and people pick up on that like right away, you know, like especially in like cities and stuff, you know, like because you used to live in LA, right? So when you're like in the more like downtown parts, and like you're walking around, like, you know, sketchy shit could happen.
Oh, yeah,
but if you just kind of walk around like you know your way, then no one's gonna fuck with you, really, you know.
I was always seeking out targets, marks in
Yeah,
LA.
you're on the other side of it.
I was always ready. Those fucking guys with the cameras around their neck, I was like, I'm going to take this fucker for a ride.
I don't know, man. There's a minute hour pulled up to me in a car and was just like, get in, let's go for a ride. I would be so about it.
All right, Kenny, thank you for calling in. Thank you for telling me about this.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, it's good to talk to you again, man. I hope you're having a good day.
You too, man. Have a good one.
All right. Later, dude.
Bye. Kenny. I actually do remember Kenny's voice. It's like there's a deep in the recesses of my drunken brain. It's the voice of reason.
Call from
Dan.
Dan?
to accept, press 1.
Dan?
Hello?
Yo, Dan? Is this Dan?
Hey. Yes.
What's up, Dan?
Oh, nothing. I just had a little travel story.
Oh, shit, yeah?
Yeah, so this is like Panama City Beach circa 2004
Where is that?
in Florida.
Okay.
And I'm in this elevator at this condominium that's like 15 floors. And in the elevator, these girls get in. They're all like sorority sisters. And there's probably about 5 of them.
Mm-hmm.
And they got a big cooler full of beer and wine coolers.
Right.
Well, the elevator gets stuck between floors, and I opened the door, and you couldn't really climb up and you couldn't really climb down, so we were stuck.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. So what happens is the girls, they were already like tipsy, and they just started drinking like right there in the elevator. Like, I was able to call the service number, and they're like, yeah, we're going to come out. But like an hour and a half go by, and these girls are just drunk, and we're just stuck there. So, like, I'm thinking things are going to get good. Like, things are about to get interesting. But no.
This is a
But
good
no, what
start
happened?
to the story. It does sound like the beginning of a porn or something.
right? But no, this is what happens. One of the girls gets sick, so she vomits.
Oh no!
And this sets off a chain reaction of all the other girls vomiting.
Oh no! This porn is getting freaky.
So yeah, and then it was disgusting, and there I am in flip flops, and it's literally there's beer and there's vomit and it's getting on my feet.
Oh my god!
It really ruined the entire mood, and literally I spent another 30 minutes in there with sick chicks throwing up, ankle deep in vomit and beer.
Dude, that sounds like a porn title right there. 6 chicks throwing up, ankle deep in vomit and beer.
Yeah. So yeah, that's just my little short travel story, man.
You didn't puke?
No, I hadn't had anything to drink that day yet, and I've just got a pretty good tolerance about it.
I feel like I would start retching if 5 women just were puking like consecutively, one right after the other.
Well, I think it's the whole like macho effect where you're like, man, I can't show weakness, right?
Were you speaking with them at all? Was there a conversation, a rapport at all that was being developed?
Yeah, like the first 30 minutes when it was just jovial drinking and talking, there was even a little bit of touching that was a little interesting going on.
And then it just all went wrong.
And then it just all went wrong.
God damn. All right, so you were stewing in this vomit, like a vomit aquarium, basically, is rising. You're stuck in there. It took, like you said, a half hour before you were actually freed from that?
Yeah, after the vomiting started, it was ridiculous.
What was the reaction of the people who, first of all, who came to free? Was it like the fire department, or was it the condo people, the condominium people?
No, you would think the fire department would have came, but no, it was like 2 maintenance guys.
They were just,
and I was like, yeah, and the girls were all apologizing, and the maintenance guy was like, oh, it's cool. We get this like every other week, like it's a regular occurrence at this crappy condo.
They should probably fix their fucking elevator. If it's a regular occurrence, the people are trapped in there.
Yeah, and the worst part is, like, literally 2 days later, I got trapped in it again. But this time it was with, like, sober people.
Aww. And they didn't have anything fun to say or spew?
No, it was like a boring suburbanite family with, like a 12-year-old kid or whatever, and like some younger kids. So wasn't anything interesting there, except that they were, like, when are we going to get out of here? And I'm like, well, if it's anything like last time, an hour and a half from now.
Nice. All right. Well, that's a pretty good story. Did you encounter those women at all ever again after that experience?
Yes. Like, the very next night, I ended up meeting up with them, and they had some friends, and they had a truck bed, and they had put like a pond liner, like you'd put in a decorative pond or something, like a swimming pool liner, in the bed of this truck. And they were making this gigantic alcoholic beverage in it called a Green Goblin.
Oh my God. Wait, they were mixing a beverage in the bed of a truck?
Yes, it was like for a gigantic party that they had put together.
God. That sounds fucking amazing.
It was cool. I was like, these are the best of times.
But you didn't hear from them after that? You just saw this occurring and that was that?
No, there was one of them that had a friend, and I ended up like hooking up with her like that night.
Nice.
During the Green Goblin.
While she was in the Green Goblin's grasp.
Yeah. within the claws of the goblin.
All right, so something did good happen of this whole thing.
Oh yeah, but yeah, I gotta go though.
Okay, sure.
Back to work and all.
Hey, it was great talking to you. Great talking to you, man. Okay. You could have said it was great talking to me too. You know, I felt like we had a bit of a, you know, fun little conversation. Could have just said, hey, great talking to you too, the minute hour. It's fine though. It's fine. I'm not slighted. I'm not upset. No. Okay. Gonna take a quick break now. Gonna listen to some music. I think this is a long enough break that I can take a smoke break. I hope. Actually, let me check. Get this. Okay. Fuck. Here we go. All right. Be back in a minute. Okay. Yeah, am I back? Yes. I'm back with the boys. Oh, shit. Boys, what's up?
Boys, hey.
Hey, the boys are back.
Yo.
Boys.
So I was thinking about Rich Katie. So I was thinking about all those flights she was taking, you know?
Yeah.
Man, it's been like, so first of all, it's been like a freaking year since my last flight. I mean, maybe that's not such a long time for some people, but like, I'm usually flying at least like 2 or 3 times a year. So I'm really not used to being stuck in one place for so long. But like with flying, the one thing I'm not going to miss at all is being stuck in airports, you know? It's kind of like, it's like being trapped in like a really shitty mall where you don't really want to buy anything, you know?
Yeah, everything's crazy expensive. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, dude. I was stuck at this airport once for like a 6-hour layover, and the only store there was a Brooks Brothers, in case you want to like impulse buy a $2,000 suit.
Yeah, I've never even heard of that kind of store. That's a suit store?
Yeah, yes.
Who's gonna buy a suit on their way to flying somewhere?
I don't know. I figure if you're buying a $2,000 suit, you probably have the foresight to have packed one before you got on the plane in the first place.
You would think.
Yeah. So like airports, the stores all really suck, but like the only saving grace is that you can get tanked at the airport bar, you know?
Yes, this is exactly what I learned recently, is that those airport bars are there for a reason.
Dude, I know. It's like, it's so wonderful because you can get hammered at like 1 PM and nobody's going to bat an eye. And it's like the only place in the world that you can do that because like, who knows what time zone you're in.
Exactly, yeah. It could be 5 o'clock for you.
Yeah, it's always happy hour somewhere. Yeah, dude, there's also like, in the airports I've been to at least, like there's so many bars. It's like, the airport is kind of like, you could do a bar crawl without even leaving your terminal.
You could do a bar crawl, but also you could do an across the country bar tour.
Oh man, yeah.
You could get drunk in every subsequent airport and get worse and worse.
Have y'all ever been to the Atlanta airport?
I can't say I have.
I think I've been there once as a layover.
Yeah, it has too many bars. Just too many options, and
no such thing.
It stresses me out because it's like I'm gonna miss my flight because I'm too busy chilling.
Is that happening to you guys? You guys are getting drunk in the airport bars?
I mean, I've definitely imbibed a bit. I got to say, so I want to talk about this game changer real quick about airport bars. But first, since you flew recently, what's like the drinking situation now with all the COVID stuff and all the restrictions? It's probably not quite what it used to be.
They aren't even selling booze on the planes anymore.
What's the point of flying?
I don't understand. It's like now more than ever we need this. We need to get those little tiny little nips like on the plane. That's what's going to keep us going. But I mentioned this a little bit at the top that now they have takeaway beers in airports, which I don't think occurred before, but now it's like all the bars have a little to-go area, and it's not just for food, it's for beer. They're
setting you up for failure.
No, dude, that's the trip to success. Like,
dude, yeah, I mean, you can get drunk at your like gate now, so you have no excuse to miss it.
Exactly, yeah. So you don't even have to sit at the bar anymore. You can just take it away and be ready to go right at your gate.
Being drunk or high at the airport stresses me out so much. The airport already stresses me out, but then people are like, "Oh, if you have anxiety, you should just get high before you go." And it's like, but now I'm high and at the airport. So
you're high and you're going to be high in the air. You're going to double whammy.
in a giant metal box with hundreds of people that all know I'm high.
Dude, so I got something to drop on you here.
Okay.
So you got anxiety at the airport. You still want to get drunk. I got to tell you about airport lounges. So this is a huge game changer that I discovered recently. So So when you're at the bar, it's like, it's at least $10 for a drink, right?
Yeah.
But airport lounges, so not every airport has this, but a select few, probably a select many. It's like $50 or something. You buy a day pass. They let you into the business lounge, and it's all you can drink, premium booze. They have an open bar there. All you can eat. They have a nice buffet. The food's at least like as good as any of the restaurants in the airport. And it's like pretty much empty, like really nice, quiet, and you just go there and you get sloshed in the lounge. It only costs $50. And it's just at this point, it's enhanced my flying experience so exponentially that I kind of want to start going to airports early, like much earlier than my flights, just so I can maximize the open bar time in these lounges.
Dude, an open bar for $50? That's amazing.
Yeah. Yeah, and in an airport where everything is already like jacked up to shit. It's such a game changer.
It's just around. You see these?
Yeah. And normally when you're walking in the airport, you'll see like it's off in a corner. There's maybe a bouncer or something. It's the place that it looks like they don't want you to go in, but they do if you pay $50 to go in. It's just to keep the riffraff out, They make it a little intimidating.
Dude, I wish I had done that, because I spent like $100 just by myself at Maria's Taqueria bar, and I was just getting shots, $12 shots and $10 beers.
Well, at Maria's, you're paying for the ambiance,
That's right. I did talk to some interesting middle-aged lady who owned a couple construction companies. So that was good.
Oh, a couple.
Did you get to meet Maria herself?
No, she was taking the day off, and they didn't even have any chicken. I was the reason why this lady next to me actually left before I was done talking to her. She didn't know that I was that I wasn't done talking to her, but there was no chicken tacos or chicken nachos. And there also, because of COVID, there are these large plastic barriers between every seat at the bar. But I didn't let that stop me. I still struck up a conversation. I was drunk enough to do that.
Did you actually just kind of shout through the barrier through your mask?
No, I leaned back real far. I leaned so that I was no longer being restricted. And I was like, "Hello, lady. What's up with you? How you feeling, lady? Where you going?" And she was just like, "Oh, I got this construction company. This food fucking sucks, huh?" And I was like halfway through like demolishing my nachos. I was like, "I don't know. I like these pickled onions a lot." And then she left right away.
Dude, rich and poor alike, they all meet in the middle at Maria's.
Hey, we got a new boy in town. We got a Moxie Famous boy in here. Moxie, are you there? Oh God.
Oh my God.
Oh no. Moxie, your shit's messed up. Okay, Moxie's typing now, so I assume Moxie's audio is not really working. All right, anyway, we'll get to Moxie on the next one. Daryl, do you have any last thoughts here before we move on?
No, not really. Tried to come up with a quip, but I'm just not intelligent enough.
God damn it.
Pretend I said something really funny here.
Yeah, Daryl got the fucking last word in.
Yay!
Am I live now? Is this working?
Yeah, right. Moxie, we can kind of hear you.
Oh, geez, good.
But you're very loud. You're very scary and loud right now.
Oh, geez, good.
Moxie, what do you have any travel experiences you want to talk about?
Yeah, maybe next time when I listen in a bit more.
Okay.
I missed all the stories. They have nothing to build off of right now. I drive a lot. That's all I did.
Yeah, you do a lot of road trips.
I meet truckers.
You meet truckers? Is that what you said?
Yeah, of course.
What?
Of course.
What? How's that go? Like, are truckers? Do they view you as like simpatico? Like he's one of our boys? Or do they hate you? They think this is some frickin' guy who thinks he's road tripping. He thinks he's one of us.
Mostly you just grunt and like nod heads in bathrooms at truck stops. That's the trucker life.
Sounds good. That sounds good. You never
Dude,
gotten into
do you ever
Mhm.
do you ever do like give them like a kiss between the urinals, or is that more of like a middle of U.S. thing?
Sorry, did you say kiss or piss?
Kiss, like you're both at urinals, you see a trucker, you're like, hey, it's a trucker, where are you going? It's like California, and then like give a little smooch while you're both
a good luck
still pissing.
No, that's more of a coastal city thing. We don't get sticks here.
Yeah, I've heard about that.
All right, good. Okay. Thank you, boys. Thank you for telling me about this. Good. This is another good talk with the boys. All right, good. Wait. Fuck this shit. Get this going like this. Oh, God damn it. I have to press one too many keys now. Okay, there we go. All right. Calls are back, 518-288-7938 to call in about travel. We check in with the boys every now and then now just to figure out what the hell they're thinking about the show and about the topic. It's just something we're doing now. We're talking to the boys. Who are the boys? They're an elite squadron of chosen dudes. Excuse me. Wait, one more. Oh, God. I've been like drinking like crazy, but I'm not feeling it yet enough. I just gotta start chugging, I guess. But anyway, the lines are open again. 518-288-7938. Tell me about your experience with travel. A childhood experience like Lil Jeff told us about. A recent experience. Like somebody probably told us about that. Rich, like Katie. Poor, like Lil Jeff again. Any kind of experience you have that you want to speak about. And I've got no calls, so maybe I tanked the boys chat prematurely because I got no fucking calls. Yes, this is good. Dead air. This is what we want. I'm going back in. I'm going back into the boys. Boys, I'm back. Nobody's calling, so we're back.
Again, I already gave all my good stories.
Come on, think of something else, Daryl. God damn it.
One time I was in California and Godzilla broke through. And I mean, he destroyed the city, but that was about it.
Daryl, that's a bad
Yes,
one.
Moxie.
Bad story.
Yes.
Yeah,
damn
Daryl,
it.
we don't want to hear
Damn
you
it.
lie. This is
I didn't lie. It happened. It was real.
No.
Why does no one believe me?
No. Godzilla is a character. Oh, okay. Sorry, boys. I have to go now. Oh, fuck. It just, the call fucking died. God damn it. I hate Google. It's this goddamn shit. I'm feeling rusty. I haven't done this stream in 2 weeks. I don't know what the hell to say. I don't know anything about travel. Why did I pick a topic that I can't talk about?
That was a very bad move.
Yeah, man, I feel like a god dang dumb A right now. I don't know what the hell I'm supposed to say.
I should have traveled more in preparation for this and just like lived out some anecdotes that I could tell.
That's the problem. I did travel just before this, and I have I can't even think of something to talk about.
Do you see any like bears in Alaska?
No, not this time. Last time I was in
Dang.
Alaska, I saw a bear just wandering through the neighborhood. He opened up a mailbox. He's looking for food in there, I guess. That was pretty exciting. But this time, no bears.
What's the longest road trip you guys have gone on? Like, how long have you driven in one day? I've done some crazy ones. I don't know if I'm like, what's the longest you've
probably,
driven
like-
in one go? One go.
Probably only like 12 to 14 hours for like a full day, but that was where it was like we were booking it to get somewhere.
Yeah. Yeah, I usually do pretty long days when I'm road tripping because I just don't really stop. So, like, yeah. 12 hours, 14 hours. I think the longest I've done is 19 hours in one go.
Jesus.
Mm.
And you're doing that like by yourself, right, Moxie?
Yeah, I prefer solo road trips, yeah.
How do you?
I do too.
How the hell do you stay aware for 19 hours? Aware enough to drive?
I mean, if you've driven through the Midwest, you know there's a lot of areas where you don't really need to be that aware. It's pretty empty. But I like to listen to music and things like that to keep me pumped up.
All right, Moxie, I'm going to get back to that, but I have a call now. But
yeah,
we'll be back. All right, good.
Call from
Owen.
This is a quiet caller. Owen?
Oh, hello. Hello, hey.
Ew, Owen.
What's up, bro?
Yo, bro. How you doing, bro?
I'm all right, man. I didn't think I was going to get on today. I'm super hyped. Way too much.
You're on, dude. Nobody called for the past 5 minutes.
Dude, I've been calling for like the past 10. I feel like it was like stopped or something, or everybody was calling all at once, so it couldn't get through at all.
What happened? Do you just get a busy signal?
No. I got the like message thing, but I wouldn't get the tone to say your name very often.
Oh, okay.
I got it that one time. Actually, I think I was the person who called you and then hung up on accident because I didn't realize I had gotten through and I didn't say my name, so it was just like a moment of silence. I didn't think you'd pick up on that.
Oh, dude. No, I don't know. Google's fucking very strange. They really. It's part of the show. Is Google chooses who gets through. It has nothing to do with me.
Shit.
All right, but so you're calling into the travel show. Did you have
I am.
some travel shit you want to talk about? Either the the actual traversing experience or where you ended up, some sort of story.
I have a couple things. My family took a trip to Mexico when I was pretty young, like 10 or 12. And we're pretty poor, so we couldn't actually afford that. But our friends who had moved to Mexico for work, like this is going to sound weird, but a bunch of white people moved to Mexico to do contracting work, right? Isn't that, it feels like the opposite of what happens a lot in America, you know?
Sure, yeah.
But they moved down there for like a couple years, and they missed their friends, so they paid to have us flown down and hang out with them. And the flight was fine. Getting a passport for us was kind of weird because my mother doesn't like hospitals, so she had like home births or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So we weren't documented for a really long time because my parents procrastinated on getting us like birth certificates and shit. And I think at the time of like my birth, it was illegal, but that's not the point of the story. We're traveling. So we fly down to Mexico, and it's wonderful there. We stay in this little town like San Jose or something. I don't know. It was a really small town near the coast, I think. We had a lovely time for like the first week and a half we were there. And then the next like half of the week and then a full week we spent in a single room, like sick out of our minds. Like we had the worst fever and like throwing up we've ever had in our entire life. All of us who went down, totally sick, totally ruined the trip. I remember the first half of like that week being like the best time of my life. And then just a horrible, sweaty, like vomit hole.
Was it like that Montezuma's Revenge, that sort of thing? You drank the water, and it
I
was
think
trying to kill you.
It was just like I ate one bad taco or the wrong lime off of like a coconut or something, and just it shook me all up, man. It was bunk. The whole thing was terrible.
How old were you at the time?
I think I was like 10 or 11.
Mm-hmm.
And the house was wonderful to stay in and everything, but it was just like super awful to be there with your friend, like vomiting into a bucket, trying to watch like
the Bionicles movie and being like, dude, I wish we could go outside.
You were sick the rest of the time you were there?
I was sick the rest of the time we're there. It was really lame. I couldn't eat like any of the normal food. I had to just eat like applesauce
Jesus. Yeah.
and hot dogs. It was awful.
And hot dogs.
Can I at least have a chalupa or something?
Those were the two sanitary foods in Mexico? Applesauce and hot dogs?
I think those are like I think that was just what they wanted to feed me because it was something I was familiar with. They figured that it was like the bad food that was killing me or making me feel foreign food that was making us all feel ill or something. We thought we'd eaten. I love Mexican food, don't get me wrong.
Where's your
Like,
family from? How long was that flight?
It was like a 6-hour flight from where we live to Texas, and then like a 3-hour flight from Texas to somewhere in Mexico. I really can't remember.
That's a pretty good amount of flying time. What's flying like when you're a little kid? I never flew when I was a kid. The first time I flew, I was maybe like 20 years old.
I feel like as a kid, I thought it was going to be more like flying in a biplane. Like I somehow, for some reason, I expected to be like flying inside of a jet to feel like I was in a plane, or even like a B-52 or something. But instead, it felt more like I was in a way smoother bus.
Mm-hmm.
Like it almost felt like a doctor's office because the air felt kind of stale and pressurized, but there was oddly a sense of motion, but not in a like rumbly sense. And then you'd hit like turbulence, and you would feel like you were on a bus, just a very comfortable tubular bus. And I remember not being able to like actually sleep. I don't understand how people sleep on planes because it just feels like it's like a sensation of movement without movement, you know?
Mm-hmm. But you weren't like scared, really?
No, flying never really scared me. Honestly, I was really scared to ride a train for the first time. I think that's because when at a really young age, I saw that like 1,000 Ways to Die show, and saw the one where a guy got sliced in half by a train.
My God!
And like lived.
So you're worried that would happen to you?
Yeah. I was just real terrified that I'd make the mistake on like crossing cars for some reason and just lose my legs, you know.
Have you ever been on a train?
I've been on like subways, but I've never been on like a cross country locomotive.
Yeah, me neither. I think I've been on like the Amtrak, like a 2-hour, 3-hour train ride, but never like one of those big cross country things like you're saying.
Yeah.
All right, how was your time in Mexico besides needing to puke or anything? Did you have any good times there?
It was balmy. Yeah, it was wonderful. It's a beautiful country. We kind of just like tooled around this little town for like the majority of it. We went to some crazy water park that like definitely does not live up to OSHA standards of safety, but was way more fun. Like, I feel like that's the real Mexico right there. It's like, I mean, it's a little sketchy, but it's way better.
What about this water park? They're just the instead of a half pipe, there was only a quarter pipe. What were the standards that they weren't adhering to?
There were like jumps
in
the water slides. Small jumps, but there were jumps. Some of the slides would like kind of launch you into the pool. A lot of the ending pools for the water slides were much too small. So if you didn't purposely move yourself into the water in a certain manner, you would probably smack your like feet against the wall pretty painfully. Yeah, it was a little sketchy, but there was very few lifeguards as well, and it kind of just was like built into the side of this big ass hill.
You have any recent trips then? Like this is when you were young, but what's your most recent travel experience? Plane or driving or anything?
Bike, actually.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I bike a lot. kind of my thing. I like biking, but I don't really do it seriously. I wouldn't call it cycling because that feels like I'm a pompous asshole. It's like, I cycle places. Like, no, I just get on my bike and I go places sometimes. It wasn't really anywhere like far by the standards of I didn't like go out of state or anything like that, but it was far enough that like it took me a day to get out there.
Where were you going? For what reason?
I went over to like another county just to go camping with like a hammock.
Ah.
Because like a tent's a lot, and I'm a pretty big dude, so getting a tent that like can fit me and is also easy to carry on my back while biking, that's a whole nother. So I just hammock between trees.
You were just going by yourself?
Yep. Sometimes I'll go with other people, but I'm a pretty solitary person most of the time.
How is solo camping? I've never done that.
I'm a little crazy, so I spend a lot of the time kind of just talking to myself, practicing like impressions and stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. But for like the most part, it's a nice experience. It's really like kind of therapeutic and meditative, like in the same way that like tying a complicated knot is, or like knitting is. Like there's like a sort of like a ritual to it, like a structure that you can kind of hold to with. I don't know how to explain it. You fall into like a groove when you're camping alone, you know? Like you can kind of just turn your brain off and survive.
Because like you've got like kind of a checklist of things you got to do, or else you're going to be screwed for the night.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was getting that a bit. Like when I was camping, like that is kind of the nice thing about it, is like it sets the whole tone and schedule for the evening. Like you don't need to really decide what are we going to do, because there's all these things that you have to do, or else you're going to just perish in the wilderness.
Yeah. It's pretty fun to go out there. The hardest part is usually when I get to some large deserted area, hiding my bike somewhere that I can find again, because then I'll just kind of walk off into the woods aimlessly. But it's fun. The most recent bike trip that I've taken since ever was, there's this big sewer tunnel that goes under the city I live in, and it's huge, and it goes for almost 2 miles like under the whole city. And you can get your bike down in there. It's like a canal essentially that runs. It's like for sewer overflow or whatever. But like the deeper you go in, the less intricate and meaningful the like graffiti gets. It feels kind of like it feels almost like you're moving like backward through the evolution of like someone being able to draw something on a wall. It goes from artworks and masterpieces to someone writing "fuck nugget" in like pink Sharpie, you know. It's real creepy down there. You have to like bring pilot lights and stuff for your like head and such.
What drove you to get in there to explore the pipe?
Honestly, it was just curiosity to see if I could go all the way through on my bike, because I saw that it was big enough to fit a bike, and I thought it'd be cool, frankly.
But you didn't set your hammock up down there. You rode
No.
through.
I was just going through to go through, just be like, oh, where does it let out? How much of the city do I go on, or how much of it do I kind of circumvent?
All right. Well,
I have a way of private travel.
Owen, it was Owen, right?
Yeah, it's Owen.
Owen,
remember I
thank
talked
you.
about the rap.
Yeah, that's right. Owen, thank you for calling in.
Thanks for having me, man. I'm always happy to be on stream.
Yeah, absolutely. Call in again. I'll talk to you soon.
I'll see you around, man.
All right, bye, bud. Bye, bud. Okay. Oh, shit. Now we're rolling.
Call from
Miko.
Miko?
To accept, press 1.
Miko?
Yo.
Yo, what up, dog?
What the fuck is up, dude?
Yeah, you're on the frickin' stream, dude.
Hell yes,
What do you
brother.
think about that?
That's pretty rad.
Hell yeah. All right. What's your deal? It was Miko, right?
Yeah, Miko with an M.
Okay. Miko, what's your deal? You're calling into the travel stream. Did you have something you wanted to tell us about your travel experience?
Not in particular. I mean, I thought of a story because wait, don't hang up. No, I have a story because the secondary theme, it seems like, is puke. So I got a travel puke story to tell.
Okay.
I was in Germany with my dad. I was 18 and with my dad and my godfather and my dad's friend for
Are any of those guys German?
No, my dad is from my dad's Czech.
Okay.
And so they all like met each other in California. That's where I'm from, but we were there for this like rally car racing thing, this like dirt bike rally car racing thing, and after it there was this like open bar and like this beautiful lady serving Jack and Cokes. So I just I'm 18, I don't know my limits yet, so I just got absolutely smashed on Jack and Cokes and went back to the hotel with my dad and don't remember any of the trip back. There was a shuttle bus and I'm nearly throwing up on the shuttle bus and throw up all of myself in the bathroom. My dad cleaned me up and I woke up. I was worst 18-year-old hangover.
What this rally car thing? That was your primary reason for being in Germany?
Yeah. We were visiting family in the neighboring country of the Czech Republic, and then went over to Germany for this race thing.
How long ago was this?
That was 12 years ago.
God darn! Have you been doing any big international travel since then?
Since then I went to Scotland for the Fringe Festival.
Oh yeah.
About a year or two after that. Edinburgh, yeah.
How was that?
It was sick. You should do a show there.
That would be freaking awesome.
Yeah.
So yeah, how does that work really? You flew over to Scotland and what? You just you see a bunch of shows, is it?
Pretty much, yeah. We went with my college improv team, and we just we had a show for every night for a month, and you can see a bunch of there are these different types of venues, classes of venues, I guess. There's all sorts of paid shows and then some free shows, but if you're within your circle of venues, you can go to any of the shows for free. If you're putting on a show, then you can go see other people in the same theater for free.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I
dude,
guess
if your
cool.
freaking college improv troupe can get in there,
exactly, dude. Yeah,
I could definitely freaking get in there. I'll just say I'm a college improv troupe.
Yeah, I mean, we were pretty good, but
yeah, right.
Dude, nobody came. That's the thing. We were performing for 2 or 3 people, maximum, and it was so awkward.
Yeah, how many what are the venues that you're performing in? Are they bars, or are they tiny little black box theaters, or
yeah, pretty much small black box theaters. That's what ours was.
Was it fun doing it with just a couple people in the audience?
It was still really fun. Yeah, if you can accept that that's the energy, because we go from having a full black box of college students at our school, 50 people, and then we go to 2 people, and we're just oh, we're not used to this energy, so you just get over that. Then it's well, we'll just fuck around and put on a silly show.
What about the shows you were going to? See anything worthwhile?
Oh yeah, they would be pretty hit or miss. One of the ones I remember was this guy who is like a professional like art model, like a professional nude art model, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they pass out sketch pads to everyone in the audience, and he like tells you the story of his life as he's like undressing, and be like, you just draw him. You like strike a pose for like a minute or two, and then you draw him, and then at one point at the end, like near the end, he's like, all right, I'm gonna go around and like check out some of your art, and I felt pretty good about mine. And you like, I was like, oh, like come look at mine, and like he like takes mine and just like doesn't say a word and like hands it back, and was like so clearly in his face disappointed with my work. And I was like so sad. And then he goes over to this other guy who had like drawn him on an Etch-a-Sketch and was just like amazing drawing on an Etch-a-Sketch, and was just like, wow, this is really cool. I was just like, okay, this guy, you know.
Dude, he brought his own drawing utensil, and it was a children's
I know.
toy. Yeah, you couldn't compete with that.
Exactly. So
damn.
Yeah,
All right.
I tore up my art and stormed out.
Right. Going any recent trips then? I mean, like you said, that was college. That was probably a few years ago. What about recently?
I've barely left New York in the last like 2 years. But
Upstate, or are you in the big city?
I'm in the city.
Oh my God, what a disgusting place.
Yeah, for real.
What do you think?
It's pretty fun. It's good and bad. There's a lot going on out here.
Where are you living in? What borough?
Manhattan.
Oh my God, Jesus, busy.
Yeah, downtown Manhattan.
My God.
But the most recent about a year ago, a year ago, I went upstate on like a little camping trip with one of my friends, and we went and saw some like pretty beautiful spots. Like we went out to this nice like lake camping spot. There's this like campsites right on the side of the lake, and we were sitting out there. It was like kind of rainy, and we're just like chilling out, loving it. And then this like family of ducks comes up, this like mama duck and her little babies, and they just like hang out with us for a little bit, like right up next to us. I don't know if they were like begging for food or what, or just like liked our vibes, but we were just hanging out with these ducks for like a few minutes, and then like a couple days later, we went out to Vermont and went to this like maple syrup like store or like farm or whatever, and they gave us a bunch of tastes of Vermont maple syrup. I was like, this is the best GD maple syrup I've ever had in my life.
Damn.
Yeah, if you've ever had like legit maple syrup, it can be so much better than you imagine.
Dude, my sister and her husband, they do like a yearly excursion to Vermont, and they bring back like the tiniest little.
Yeah.
Like how you have a nip for alcohol, it's like that, but with maple syrup. And they got like all these different grades of maple syrup, where it's like the color and all that shit. Like they take that stuff very seriously, and it's worth it. It's delicious.
Yeah, so you've had it.
What about Canada? You ever been to Canada?
I've never been to Canada.
You ever thinking about going there? They got maple syrup.
Oh, well, if they got maple syrup,
Yeah.
then I guess I'll go up there. Yeah.
That could be the main reason you head up there. You're
Yeah,
close
I'll go
though.
on a
You're
whole-
in New York. That's not far away.
That's a good point. On my trip upstate, we actually we went up to one of the whichever Great Lake is. I forget which Great Lake, but we went up, checked out one of the Great Lakes, and we were like, oh, there's Canada on the other side of here. So I've been close.
Yeah.
Very
So you
close.
think you got any trips on the horizon that you're planning?
I want to go visit my my family in California. My sister had a baby about 6 months ago or so.
Oh yeah. First baby
second
or
baby.
Oh, second baby.
Yeah.
Have you've seen the first one though?
I met the first one. Yeah.
They're all the fucking same.
See one baby, you see them all.
Yeah, you don't gotta go out there.
Yeah.
When's
Are
the
you
last time
from
you were in
Canada?
California? No.
Oh. Last time was 2 years ago after her first baby was born.
Okay.
Yeah.
Those are your two niece and nephews? You got any more?
Just those two nephews. Yeah, that's it.
Dude, I've got 6, and there are 2 more on the way coming in November. I'm gonna be up to 8 nieces and nephews.
Damn.
And they're all like within 15 minutes of me, but I still don't see them ever.
You got a favorite?
Oh yeah. Yeah, but I can't put that on record.
Right.
They know.
They probably know anyway.
Yeah, they know. No, they're all super young, so they're all equally, they're all the same. They're just fucking little babies. Whatever.
Yeah.
All right, dude. Hey, it was great talking to you.
Hey, likewise, man.
Thanks for calling in. Call in again sometime.
Yeah, I'll talk to you again.
All right, have a good one.
You too, man. Peace.
Bye. Nice. Babies. That's true. I got two more of these babies coming in a few months.
Call from
Gin Martini.
Gin Martini.
Press 1.
Gin.
Hi.
What up, Gin?
Nothing much. It's my day off. Toner's in class in the other room. He had it on the TV. I was playing Tetris, so I was like, I'll call in. Why not?
Nice. We don't want to hear from Toner no more. We already got his stories. We're sick of him.
Yeah. No, I know. He's in class for the next 3 hours, so he's not going to be doing any talking anytime soon anyway.
And it's like fake class. Does he ever speak Japanese around you?
No. I mean, like.
Not even as an excited, like, oh, Jen, I just learned a new Japanese word. I want you to hear it. He never does that?
No, that'd be pretty cringy. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh my God, Jen.
I studied Japanese for 2 years, so like we used to practice with each other for a little bit, but that's no more.
That's long gone. Why would that be cringy, Jen? He just wants to explain in this fictional universe that I've created. He just wants to share his excitement of Japanese with you. Who knows Japanese?
That's very fair.
I'm defending Toner right now for a situation that does not occur.
I mean, who knows? Maybe one day I'll cheer him on.
Yeah, we'll get deeper into this later when the show's over. Okay, but Jen, you called in about this travel stream. Did you have something you wanted to talk to us about travel?
I do. Have you ever driven a moped before?
No, never ever.
Oh my God, I love mopeds. When I went to college, I got a moped my second semester because I was tired of the dorm food. It was really gross. So I was like, okay, I'm going to invest in a moped and be able to get groceries with that. But, I didn't also use it just for groceries, but it also helped me adjust to like a new town and a new place because I was all by myself, had no friends. Like I loved my moped. His name was Danny Boy 2K19.
Oh, wow.
And like I used to make 1.5-hour commutes across the state with him, and he broke down all the fucking time. And like,
are you handy with that? You know how to handle a broken down moped?
No.
Oh, okay.
I always kind of panicked. There was one time I broke down like 9 at night in the middle of a bad neighborhood. And I like knocked on the door of a Dollar Tree and was like, hey, I know you're closing, but can I please borrow your phone and like call my mom who's 1.5 hours away. And I ended up just like wheeling it back to campus up a hill. It was fine. It was awkward. A cop stopped me and was like, you good? And I was like, no, but cool.
Jen. Well, you gotta have a backup plan when you're driving around this moped.
My family kind of has bad luck with transportation. So like every time we travel, we just kind of expect that we're gonna break down. We broke down once, like in the mountains of Virginia, and had to stay in. I always call it Williamsburg. It's not Williamsburg, but we were stuck there for like 3 days once. So I'm just used to it at this point.
That sounds like a place in West Virginia, but I'm not.
It does, doesn't it?
Is it the kind of moped that's like a Vespa, or is it like the kind that has bicycle pedals where you get it going? What kind of moped is it?
Are there mopeds that have bicycle pedals, like one of those?
Yeah, dude.
Boats?
That's
No
the
way,
sort
I
of
haven't
that's
seen
the
that.
sort of
Wait, is that like, you mean like a motorcycle?
No, this is like the man moped, where it's like it's a bicycle, but it happens to
I
have
didn't realize
a motor.
mopeds were gendered.
Yeah. This is the thing.
Okay.
The man moped
Okay.
looks like a bicycle, but it has a motor
no, it's
attached
it's
to
like
it.
a Vespa.
Okay,
Yeah,
that is.
I don't know what type of moped it is. It was just like the cheapest, best one I could get, under $1,000. And it's treated me okay. I have a lot of good memories and a lot of bad memories.
How long have you had it?
But I've had it since math. 3 years. My sister now drives it because she's just gone into high school and she wants to be able to get to school. So I was like, I have my car back. You can take it. So I guess really I only had it for 2 years, but it was a great 2 years.
How many times has it broken down in 2 years?
Probably at least 5.
My God.
It's fine. There was one time it almost set on fire on my way to class. That was great.
Jesus.
Yeah, it's cool.
How'd
The
you know?
gas was just spewing out of the tank, and it's a really hot motor, so there was that fear. But I feel like that.
That sounds terrifying. Gas was spewing out of your moving vehicle?
Yeah, I just stopped and just rolled it to class. It's cool. I feel like that. I paid for a cheap moped. Like, what else could I expect?
You have no idea how to fix it or anything. So when it crashes, when it breaks down, you just look for the nearest
I go back to the place I
face?
bought it from, and they usually repair it for me
Okay.
for pretty cheap too. So it's like, I don't know if they're just causing more harm or not, but like, it gets it rolling again, and that's all I needed.
Right. It could be cheap because they're like, you'll be back in 2 months. We'll be getting this money right back.
Would you like to hear a story about my moped? I tell this to everyone.
Yes.
Awesome. So, during my university years, I was either up at all hours of the day or like sleeping for 20 hours. But it's still that way now, but I have a lot more freedom back then. So I had a great time living life with my moped. The best day I had started with getting coffee and like riding through the back roads. I was listening to a new playlist I made for the new year. It's like so awesome. And I remember being so happy because at the end of the previous semester, I wasn't able to drive around as much because Danny Boy was out of commissions for repairs as usual, and it'd be like that. And so I went to class and studied for a couple hours. And afterwards, I just drove around for like an hour or two because I was just tired of studying. And I got a burrito. And on my way back, I took a longer way with the big hills and was listening to Nicki Minaj's Good Form. It was a great day.
Okay.
And I parked it for the night. And that was that. Until it wasn't that. The next morning, I had planned on going to this basketball game to win a Nintendo Switch because they like gave those out at like the halftime show. And I was like, I want a Switch. I'm going to go get that. So I left at like 7 a.m.
There's a lot of plot points going on in this story. This is
I know.
getting
I'm
complex.
sorry. If I'm moving too fast, let me know.
No, okay, so it's the next day. You're trying to get a Switch. You're going to a basketball game.
Yeah. And then I go to my moped, and it's gone.
Oh, no.
There's a piece of my helmet laying there. And I just I kind of collapsed to the ground and like, what the fuck just happened? But like, instead of calling the cops, I ended up going to the basketball game because I wanted to Switch. And I was just kind of like, it can wait. And then I go back, like, I didn't win the Switch, so I go back to my apartment and I call the cops, and I'm going down like the different levels of the floors. And on the first level, I found another part of my moped's helmet, but no moped. And I was just like, okay, well, this sucks. The cops end up like checking for fingerprints on the helmet parts, and that was that. And I like spend the next month or so checking Craigslist and like checking around town, pawn shops and everything, trying to find it. But like, I give up. It's like a month. Like, if it's gone, it's parked now. I don't have it anymore, and it sucks. I don't have a way to get around town. It's a really small place, but like everything is spread out.
Yeah.
And that kind of sucks. But 7 months later, I'm moving out, and I was cleaning all day. And as I'm leaving to go pick up food, I was making the decision of, should I go walk to go pick up the food that's a 5-minute walk away, or drive there? And I decided to drive there because I'm a fat piece of shit, and it'd be like that sometimes.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
and
I
as
was
I'm-
thinking this whole time. You got this moped. Why didn't you just get a bicycle? But that explains it.
Yeah. And as I'm driving down the parking garage, I fucking see my moped. It's like sitting in this corner, and I was like, what the fuck? And I like park my car, and I see it, and there's another 2,000 miles on there. And someone in my fucking building stole my goddamn moped, so I stole it back and put it in my apartment.
Hell
And
yeah!
homie was back. We're besties again.
All right, that's dope. What are the odds?
I know.
Jesus.
Yeah. That's it. That's my moped story.
So you lost your moped was stolen. You found it miraculously 7 months later. It was just like, how close to your apartment was it?
It was in my building.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Jesus.
But what I don't understand though is because to access the gas tank you need the key, but I don't remember leaving my key in the moped. I don't think I did because I had it like on my dresser to go back the next morning. So I don't understand how they were able to put gas in the tank.
Maybe they rigged up some sort of extra moped system where it was they had a gas with a tube or something, like you know what I'm saying, right? Like some sort of rigged system.
I don't know. Maybe.
Dude, I had this experience, I had a bicycle at one point because, hey, I bike, all right? Sue me.
I'm proud of you. That's great.
Thank you. That's what I was trying to get to. Okay, but I had the same sort of thing but instead of my bike being just totally gone, I had locked my bike. I had one of these really fucking dope ass locks that was like real solid and big, and like nobody was going to break through this lock, but I didn't know which part of my bike to lock it to, like lock to the fence. So I would lock it outside my apartment. I should have brought it into my apartment, is what I learned. But one day I just got back to my apartment and I just saw my lock perfectly fastened to just my front wheel, and the rest of the bike was gone.
People do that all the time. They're jerks. I'm sorry, that sucks.
It was really freaking disappointing. Where I was just like, well, now I can make a unicycle out of this, I guess. But
make some art out of it or something.
I ended up just getting a new bike, and then I drove it all the way. I attached to my car, drove it all the way across to L.A., and then it was stolen within a month of living in L.A. Immediately.
You drove your bike across the country?
No. I had my bike attached to my car that I was driving.
Heard. Okay.
Yeah. No way. All right, well, Jen, thank you for calling in. Thanks for telling me about your moped.
Of course. Have a great day.
Tell Toner when he's off, first of all, just wish him good luck silently with his class, but also just let him know we're all thinking about him and wishing him the best of luck.
Sure.
And you too.
Okay. Have a good one.
All right. See you, Jen. Nice. Moped. Yeah. Okay. We're going to take another quick break here. Let me pull up the music. Oh, come on, shit. Here we go. Be back in a few minutes here. Going to listen to some more from Rico Zaroni.
Just.
Huh?
Hi.
Oh shit.
Yo.
Whoa.
Yo.
Yo.
What up, boys?
Yo.
Oh.
We're back. We're back with the boys. We got a new boy in here, Teratoma Jones and Lordy. 2 new boys.
Yeah.
What's up, new boys?
I just rode home in my car, so I was actually traveling while on Discord, but now I'm no longer traveling because I'm on my computer now.
Go on, Teratoma.
I just, you know what? I finished my day, my working day. I'm drinking my shift beer in my car away from my coworkers so I can tell some horrifying stories that I don't want HR to hear. So, you know, I'm jazzed. I'm zazzed. I'm pumped.
Hell yeah. Well, Teratoma, why don't you start us
Yeah.
off then? What are your stories you want to tell us?
All right. Well, okay. It's a bit of a hike. So bear with me here. But just so people can get a little titillated, it involves smoking meth with a bum in Sydney. So let's okay with that to sell you on it. Let's move into it. So I'm in Sydney after visiting New Caledonia for other reasons that aren't very interesting. I'm with my father because I can't fucking afford to fly internationally. And we are getting on the plane to go back to America, and they inform us that they have overbooked and that my father has been bumped up to first class, and I'm going to have to get the plane the next morning. It didn't have to be that way. I could have gone home, but my dad, I love him to death, but he's kind of a dickhead. So he takes out a big wad of Australian fund money that he had left over, hands it to me, and says, "Find a hostel and entertain yourself." Fuck me. So I take the money, I find a hostel, I still have a decent amount left, and I don't even have like a full day, I have an evening to kill. So what do? I go to a bar, play some pinball, whatever, that gets boring. So I leave, I'm just chain smoking, hanging out. I see this rundown Aboriginal woman sitting on the corner asking for money. And she's like, can you spare some? And I'm like, you know what? I have nothing to do with this money. I have nothing to do with my time. I'll do you one better. I go in, I get a bottle of whiskey, and I bring it to her. And we just hang out, you know, we take shots from the bottle. And eventually she's like, oh yeah, let me, like, you know what? Why don't we go on a little adventure? I don't think those were the exact words, but that was the vibe. That was the gist. And if I may take a slight detour for a moment, traveling internationally is fantastic because, you know, the differences in the racial animus that occurs in different countries across the world, it's really quite interesting to look at. Because in America, there's a certain racial animus between various groups, and, you know, in one way or another, as an American citizen, you're forced into it. You're there for it. You know, you can't escape it. But you go to a country like Australia, the white people, the Aboriginals, there's animus there. But you know what? You know what's great about it, Mr. Minotaur?
Yes. No. I meant no.
It's not my problem. It's not my problem. I had nothing to do with it. You know what? And they recognize that, and I recognize that. Yeah. So I'm just scooting through life. I'm just there, and you know, if I was some Australian dude going back to this bum's squalid apartment through this blighted area, I probably would have been robbed, probably would have had my ass kicked, but I didn't because I'm just an American tourist. So we go for a walk, we end up back in this woman's tenement, essentially, and she starts bringing out some tinfoil and some little white dust.
Some
and
leftovers? Some sort of leftovers for you guys to eat?
Yeah, something like that. Maybe something like that. If anyone here has had the distinct pleasure of spending time with full-on junkies, when you see the tinfoil come out, you see them spinning on the tinfoil and putting a little bit of powder and then rubbing it around, and you see the little straw, you know what's happening. You know what's about to come, and I saw what was about to come, and I decided I got nothing else going on. You know, it's an international experience.
Oh God. So you partook in this druggy exchange?
Well, I mean, like I said, I had nothing else going on. And I will say, as you might have imagined, with this woman probably being an addict, she didn't leave much for me. So I don't even feel like I got the full meth experience. I felt like a little, I feel something, but I either did it wrong or there wasn't that much for me, or both probably. But I'm a little like, okay, whatever, we're here for this. I'm experiencing this. And this is where it gets a little raunchy. So for those listeners out there that don't want to hear about getting propositioned by a meth addicted semi-homeless woman, probably tune off now. I heard someone tune off now.
I'm muting you
so.
right now then.
Okay, that's probably a good idea. So I'm sitting there on the couch. She comes over and she straddles me, and she's like, "You listen here. If we take the rest of that money, let's go buy a carton of cigarettes, and then we can trade them, and then we'll have fun all night. Me and I'm gonna skip the more explicit parts of that. But for me at that point, I'm like, I got to get out of here. I'm done. No, you know what? This has been fun, but time to find an exit.
That's where it stopped. It's where it stopped being fun for you, is when the woman started straddling you.
Well, I can only use words, but it was not necessarily the most attractive woman. She had lived a hard life, an extremely hard life. And also, I'm not interested in getting an STD in a foreign country. You know, if maybe at the beginning of the trip, when the symptoms set in, I can go get some socialized medicine, but not on my way back. It's a recipe for disaster.
That was where you drew the line for the international experience, was the lifelong consequences.
Something like that.
Okay.
But I start calculating my escape plan at that point, and I'm still a little I'm like a tiny bit tweaked, just a tiny bit tweaked. Mm-hmm. So I'm like play along, and I'm like, sure, yeah, let's do that. Let's let's get out of here. We'll go to the liquor store. We'll have a good time. So she gets off of me, and we go out. And we're walking down, and she's slowly starting to lose it a little bit, like screaming in the street, like kind of like pacing back and forth. And frankly, a taxi drove by. I waved it down. I hopped in as quickly as I could, and we drove off, and she was still screaming as I drove off. So that's my meth in Australia story.
You had just by chance, like a miracle taxi just swept you away from that situation?
Yeah, I mean it's hard to believe, but that is, it was a good timing, excellent timing. Yeah, and I guess as a footnote to that, woke up the next morning, worst hangover of my life, almost puked on my way to get to the tram to get to the airport. Don't do meth. It's not that fun. Do regular amphetamines if you're gonna do something.
Once you got in the taxi driver just turned around. He's like, "Hey, you want to do heroin?"
Oh man, if only. If only.
Tell us briefly, just because like you're saying, it's different internationally. When we think Aboriginal woman in America, that has its own connotations. What's the Aboriginal situation in Australia?
Oh, I mean, let me put this. I guess I'm trying to think of how to put this diplomatically.
Okay. Try your best.
They have some societal disadvantage. Part of which comes from the fact that they have a lot of them live in sort of tribal spaces, and they choose to do so, but that doesn't always mesh with the interests of business, perhaps. So it's just a lot of standard boilerplate discrimination. Saw some police officers harassing some Aboriginal people for whatever reason, like get the fuck out of here, that sort of stuff, in some backwoods town. Lots of pretty spicy posters and bumper stickers that I saw in some of the more rural places.
About
they're not very
keeping
fond of
Aboriginals out?
Aboriginals.
Keeping the Aboriginals away. Those sorts of bumper
Yeah.
stickers.
Yeah. A lot of I don't know if I'm assuming abo is a pejorative term, but I don't know how much of your listener base is Australian. So hopefully I'm not saying like, you know, the Australian N-word here, but yeah, not a very there's some tension. Likewise in New Caledonia, the natives there really hate the French settlers, and there's lots of pro-independence graffiti and bombings and stuff. So, you know, that was a whole separate, once again, completely different racial animus. You go just a few hundred miles over, you know, a whole different landscape. And once again, I had nothing to do with it, so I can just observe and not feel bad.
It sounds like you've got such a progressive view of these Aboriginals, but your only experience with them is a meth smoking crazy woman.
That's not my only experience. I chatted with some in like some perfectly normal people, you know, some artists and some, you know, some community activists. I encountered a few on my travels. Those aren't very particularly. Listen, if you want me to sit here and talk to you about some boring ass art exhibit I went to of native art, or do you want to hear me talk about smoking meth with an addict?
You know what I want. You know what I want, and you gave it to me.
Yeah. And it's just one. I actually got to hop off. This was wonderful, but as a call out, real quick. Tim the Degenerate, the so-called degenerate.
Yeah.
All right. I don't know if he's still listening, but if he's still listening, okay, I'm taking that title from you, you son of a bitch. Call yourself a fucking degenerate, all right? I'm gonna get in the mud. I'm in the mud presently, and I despise that someone else is going to try and claim that they are gnarlier and greasier and more disgusting than me. I'm not good at a lot of things, okay? I don't have a lot going for me, but being a hideous, degenerate monster is my fucking shtick, Tim, okay? So come and step to me and we'll see who's the real degenerate, okay?
Hell yeah, we got a degenerate competition going. The biggest loser, you know what I mean.
It's fine. No, I know. It's just also how the fuck does he get on every show? That's the other thing that boggles the mind. But that's a separate discussion entirely. That's a separate thing.
Magic fingers. All right, Teratoma, thank you for telling me that story. I'm gonna move now to Lordy. Lordy, you're new on the call. You're a new boy. How's it going, Lordy?
Yeah. Pretty good, I guess. I don't know. It's I just came home. I was outside eating food, actually, you know, like real life again. We can do that now. We're allowed to travel, but we got like a travel passport now. Vaccination passport.
Oh, hell
in Europe. Yeah.
Tell us.
But it doesn't work yet.
Tell us where you're at, Lordy, for those who don't know, just generally.
I am a European citizen from Austria. And we are getting vaccinated and chipped to be better tracked by the government.
How does your vaccination passport work? Is it a digital thing?
You know, we don't know. We have no idea yet. But we will get one. They said you get a passport somehow, which tracks if you're vaccinated. But it might be digital. Might also be physical. We don't know yet. We just decided that we're gonna think about it in the future, and it's a requirement that is happening soon, but we haven't decided yet how to make it, because that is a typical European thing where you're like, okay, we need to have this vaccination passport in like 2 weeks, and how are we going to get it? Well, we don't know yet, but you need it in 2 weeks, and it's a requirement for traveling. So I have no idea how I'm going to get my, currently, you can only go outside to actually eat food if you're either healthy, and by that I mean you already had corona and have a certificate of already having corona, or you were tested in the last 24 hours, or you are vaccinated. And you need the vaccination passport to confirm that, but we don't have the vaccination passport yet.
But are you vaccinated?
I am vaccinated. 2 times. I got my second vaccination 2 days ago or 3 days ago. I don't know. Hurts like hell.
Oh, the second shot. I thought you just meant you got double. You're double.
You
vaccinated.
double dose. They gave me 2 vaccines
Make
at the same
sure.
time.
One in each arm.
Yeah,
Hey,
they said,
Lordy, the
here's
person-
one Pfizer, here's another Sputnik one.
Right, they give you, the
just-
sampler platter. Lordy, you're
Which-
from the person who's doing the music for this stream, Rico Zeroni. You ever heard of that name before? Because he's from Austria too.
Oh, there's only like 5 people here, so I probably know him.
Yeah, dude. I figured
Yeah.
that must be like what's playing on the radio 24/7 over where you are.
I don't know. I've never I don't think I've listened to radio in like years. Do people listen to radio?
Nah.
Is that a thing?
Nah.
God,
Not me.
I don't know.
What's your
Well,
most
my-
recent travel trip then, Lordy? You've probably been out of commission while Corona's been going on, but before
I've
that,
been to Germany. Kind of hate Germany. It's
Isn't
I
that
don't
the same
know. We
thing?
were like Germany is basically kind of like Austria, but people are like less funny and more. I don't know. Like they don't feel like they experience life in a fun way. It's more like stiflers for rules.
Really?
So Austria is really relaxed, Like we if you ever come here, people are gonna be rude to you, but in like, a loving way. Like, you fucking retard, don't know how to get there? Well, let me show you. Kinda.
Yeah, do you
While
is that something in Austria where like you kind of really can spot the tourists? What's your feeling towards the tourists in Austria?
Well, we have a lot of Asian tourists, because there's like all of those Asian travel agencies that come to look at our, I don't know, the old monuments and stuff. And then I don't know, you can spot tourists easily because they usually just look like tourists. American tourists are easily spotted because they're fucking loud.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I mean, yeah, Americans are loud as fuck. Like you never
Always
notice, but
smoking meth.
Hell yeah.
and they're like fucking entitled. Like you'll never meet a person that's more entitled than an American that is traveling somewhere.
Do Americans in Austria, do they just like they go to Austria and they're like, it's time to visit the Austrian McDonald's now?
Well, kinda, yeah. But I think that's something that a lot of people do. I once heard that like pro gamers basically only eat at like chain food restaurants because you're less likely to get sick from chain food restaurants if you travel somewhere because it's more like the food that you already know.
Yeah, it's like it's all standardized. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
actually,
which isn't because American McDonald's is absolutely awful, and I'll
Yes.
say that again. It's fucking awful. Like Jesus Christ, that's barely food.
American
compared
McDonald's.
to yeah.
Now you
awful.
wait till you have Austrian McDonald's. Now that's where it's at.
That's actual food. That's made of 100% beef, Austrian beef. I'm pretty sure yours is like made of I don't know.
No, we
garbage.
use Austrian beef too.
I don't think we produce enough Austrian beef for America.
Did you ever visit America, Lordy?
Yes, I was in California, which some people in this call even said that is not actual America.
Oh yeah, L.A. Yeah.
Yeah.
You visited
Which-
Los Angeles?
Yes, I think. I don't know. I don't fucking remember. That was like 10 years ago. And I was like, Jesus fucking Christ, is this shit huge? Like, you have so many fucking lanes on the highway. And then there's like, everybody's just fucking crawls up your ass all the time. It's like, oh, can I help you, sir? How are you today? Fucking be angry with your wage cucks job.
Somebody asked you how you were, and that made you furious.
It made me furious when I enter a shop and people pretend to care how I am. Like, if you enter a shop in Austria, you fucking get cussed. People are like, leave, shithead.
What was your reason for traveling to Los Angeles? Were you going with friends
I
or visiting someone?
No, with school. I attended an American school for 14 days. around Halloween in 2000 something and something, and it was fun-ish. It was weird because it's just America is completely different to like an actual country with normal people, where you don't feel I don't know. I felt like everything is just huge for the sake of being huge. Like if you go into Walmart and you're not used to like this thing where there's like anything you want, but just like you can't find anything because it feels like you wandered into a different country for some reason, where like just stores.
Lordy, Walmart is where old people go to get exercise, okay? They go in there and they walk around. If they don't have access to a mall, they go into Walmart, they walk around for like 2 hours. That's their exercise for the day, okay?
You know what?
Yeah, dude, wall walking.
You know what basically made me like really confused? Like your stores are open on Sundays. Sunday is the day of our Lord,
Lord's Day.
You're not supposed to have stores open on Sunday. So,
Is that something that's national in Austria?
That's most of Europe.
My God,
Like Sunday.
What religion?
There's
are
no
you?
shops on Sunday.
Lordy, what's your religion?
I am an atheist.
Okay.
I don't know.
Well, what's
Officially, I'm Roman Catholic.
Is that like what's common in Austria? Catholicism?
Yeah, I think it's like 70%.
Oh wow.
Because that's a good religion, you know. We got like the cool stuff.
Like what?
Like
Austrian McDonald's.
No, I'm thinking what the English names for that would be. You have like the Passion of Christ, where you walk like a path and you see all of the stations he had on his way to put up his own cross. So you see how much pain he had to experience and stuff.
Yeah, we had that movie directed by Mel Gibson, The Passion of the Christ.
Yeah, but we walk a path. We walk the path of Christ and look at the 12 or 13 stations he took on his way.
As if
That was
Christ was
actually-
walking around in Austria.
Well,
you
every
actually
church
lived through like getting whipped 39 times and then +1 and wearing a crown of thorns and everything.
Yeah, he got. Now, well, we don't live through that, but we look at pictures of Christ doing it, and you see, like, he's getting stabbed and shit. Like every church has their own cross path or whatever they call it. Basically, literal translation would be cross path.
And how did that, is that one of your travel experiences then, taking the path of Christ?
I guess I did that quite a few times. I wasn't like the young church thing. I don't know. Like I don't have the terms for this in English because I don't. Youth Church Association weekly get together, and then you met there, and then you did some church shit, like I don't know, talk about God and stuff, or play football. And by football I mean soccer because yeah, I don't know.
I thought I would like this European flavor in the boys, but it turns out I hate it. I hate
why
every time you say something European, it makes me more and more angry.
Because you don't know that, like I don't know. Going to America was a real fucking culture shock because like everything is weird. Like people are intrusive in a way. Like in Europe, it's held. People feel more laid back. Like if you walk into a store, nobody greets you. Maybe people say like funny enough, people greet you by saying "Greetings, God." Like in a way, they say God greets you when you enter stores.
And
that's unironic. That actually is what happens.
That's interesting. So it's like very religious there.
No, nobody thinks of that as being religious anymore. It's just like a nicer form of like it's more formal way of greeting if you say God greets you.
And it's less
kind of like how some
personal.
people will just say like, "Hey, God bless." You know, it's a casual.
Yeah, it's basically.
It seems.
But that's anyone says, like everyone basically says that if you're in a formal setting.
Is that greeting like being like less personal? Is that what the main difference is? Like rather than someone like seeming like they're trying to pry into what you're thinking, they're just like, okay, God says hello. It has nothing to do with me.
No, it's just basically we have like two forms of personal pronouns for like two ways of speaking, a formal one and a non-formal one. So you refer to people in a different way if you talk to them formally in German.
So what was it about America that like you hated? Was it just the people like they were trying to get at you? Did you feel like you were targeted?
Well, no, it's just kind of, I don't know, people just feel in a way less sincere. Like everybody felt so insincere in their niceness. Like nobody, like they didn't feel like anybody was actually nice to me, Lordy, but people were nice to me, random person, because they are supposed to be nice because they get paid minimum wage at Walmart.
Yeah, the greeters.
That's fucking dystopian. And then also all of the other people is just, it's kind of weird. I don't know. I don't know. It's just the whole American thing is like you go anywhere, it's huge. Food is kind of weird. Like everybody just is insincere. School was really weird. I mean, I like the part where you like where teachers have their own classrooms and stuff, but otherwise it's just, I don't know, all of the electives and shit, and you end up with like the dude I was staying with, the host had so many classes, and like from fucking 6 a.m. to like 4 p.m. I'm like, dude, do you do anything besides school, my man? Weird.
Was there anything that you liked about America? Any single thing? Think about it. Really, give it a good once over here.
I mean, I haven't thought about that in detail. I think, I don't know. I mean, in a way, being able to shop on Sunday is nice. I just wouldn't want to have it in my own country because Sunday is the day of the Lord and you are supposed to, rest.
So
and in an unironic way, I mean, like Sunday is, it's just nice having one day of the week that's like quiet.
Yeah.
Like when nothing happens and we just can lay back and be like, fuck, that's nice. You don't have to really think about stuff. And you, like if you go outside in Vienna on a Sunday, there's like barely people on the streets. It's just really relaxed. So that's something I really enjoy, but also being able to just go shopping.
About Austria. The question was America.
The best thing about America.
Well, no, on the other hand, I think it was amazing that America is basically 24/7. Like, it feels like a fucking train without brakes if you're in America. Like, nothing stops.
Yeah. That's right, baby. It's the land of innovation.
Yeah, but it's like, you want to fucking work out at the gym at 5 a.m.? Do it. You want to buy a gun at 3:30 in the morning? All right. It's fucking crazy. It's amazing. And it's amazing how huge everything is. Like, Jesus fucking Christ, it's just so huge. You go into the mall and it's like you walked into a fucking different county.
Well, you should visit sometime, but not go to Los Angeles.
Well, what else is there? Like, name a different city.
A whole other country.
There's all kinds of cities. You don't even have to go to a city. You could go to some small town in the middle of nowhere. And then people be friendly to you and mean it.
Go to Lake Elsinore, someplace nearby LA, which is more inland.
Go to Lexington, Kentucky.
Oh, jeez.
You know, the thing that really fascinates me about America is when people are like, oh, stuff is just like 6 hours away. That's barely like even worth a drive. And like in Austria, if you drive for 6 hours in one direction, you're in two different countries. Like,
it's so weird how your like feeling of time and space is completely different than ours. Like if I have to drive somewhere for like 3 hours, I'm like, Jesus, I'm not doing that.
Yeah, dude, we're vast. That's called manifest destiny.
3 hours is a cakewalk, man.
Yeah, we could drive 5 hours and just go through the goddamn plains where there's nothing. All right, boys, I'm gonna cut us off here. I got a world caller coming in right now.
Have fun.
Ooh.
I'll talk to you soon. This is someone from somewhere.
Call from Eileen. To accept,
was
press
Eileen.
1. To send a voicemail.
Eileen, is that what it was?
Yeah, hello. Thank you for having me.
Yo, Eileen, you're calling from somewhere crazy in the world. You got some sort of crazy number here. Whereabouts generally are you from?
Yeah, I'm from Germany, and I'm calling because Lordy disrespected my country.
Yes!
And I'm on my way to kill Lordy, to sacrifice him to Satan.
He's in Austria. Dude, I actually have his home address. I'll send it to you.
Thank you.
You can go tell Lordy what the hell you think. Okay, so how's Germany?
I mean, he's kind of right. No one has humor here, and everyone kind of has like a stick in their ass, kind of. But it's kind of hard because we had Hitler, and so we can't really make jokes, as Austrian people. But I want what Hitler, Like, we had Hitler, and he kind of terrorized Germany, so they're not really allowed to make jokes,
I'm not.
But,
I'm not familiar.
Hitler was literally Austrian.
Can you just explain who this guy is real quick? Because I actually don't know who you're talking about.
Hitler.
Who?
The guy that terrorized Hitler, the guy.
What's his first
National
name?
Socialism. What?
What's his first name?
I'm literally talking about the dictator in Germany. Hitler.
I'm sorry, I just don't know who this is.
Okay, that's fine. No. Basically, what I was just joking around. So.
No, but just
yeah,
give me a brief,
that's it.
just a brief history of just who this person is. Just brief, just so that we can all be on the same page. Who is this?
I mean, you probably know about the Holocaust, right?
No.
Okay, all right. No, it's it was kind of tragic. That was a little deal here in Germany.
What is that like? Was that like a Woodstock sort of thing?
Yeah, I guess.
I'm just okay. All right, fine. You won't take the bait. Fine, you won't take my Hitler bait. God damn it! I was just trying to get an explanation on Hitler. All right, yes, I do know who Hitler is. All right. So you guys are a little bit sensitive about Hitler.
Yeah, because that guy was literally Austrian, So I just want people to remember that, like, this person literally came from Lordy's country. So I don't know. It says a lot, about himself.
It did. I totally agree. I mean, all the times I've talked to Lordy many times, and every time World War II comes up, he's always just like, oh, the good old days. Like, oh, we used to have such a great time back then.
Yeah.
Just kidding, of course, Lordy. JK.
Yeah, I get it. No.
Sorry. You guys are sensitive about Hitler.
A little bit, yeah. I mean, kind of, it had a little impact, on
Hitler's just can
war
I
and
just tell you,
stuff.
for the rest of the world, Hitler's just a great big joke. We all just hear that guy's name and we're just like, oh, Hitler. What a funny guy that was. But it's different for you guys,
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, even if you joke around like the Holocaust, even if you say that the Holocaust never happened in Germany, you can literally go, the police can literally arrest you, because of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't saying it didn't happen. I
No,
was just
that was-
confusing it for a water park.
Yeah.
Okay, anyway, so I'm sorry about joking about Hitler with you, but anyway, so do you have a feeling of mistrust towards Lordy, or like maybe he's up to no good in the same way that this Hitler character was?
Definitely. I even think that he's worse than Hitler, you know? Like, I don't know. He has, like, really strange vibes, you know? He's like, I don't know, like, he's even racist to American people, you know? And we love America in Germany, you know? And he's all like, oh, yeah, that America is weird and that the food is weird and whatever, you know? And I can't really respect that. Like, you see him, he's even more racist than Hitler himself, you know? And he only hated Jews, you know? So what's the big deal?
All right, good. All right. You joined me in having fun with Hitler. Now we're on the same page again. All right, good.
Yeah.
All right, Lordy,
True.
yes, Lordy is a shit. And when we get back to Lordy in an hour, like, he's only going to agree with us. Like, we're not saying anything that Lordy doesn't already know. What about your travel experience? You know, you're in the EU. I hear from the news wire that it's particularly easy to travel within countries within the EU. Is that something you do?
I mean, yes, but I'm still 20, you know, so I never really got the chance to travel by myself. It kind of sucks, especially during COVID, you know. I heard that in America that, like, even children can get vaccinated right now. Like, I don't know if that's correct, but here in Germany, you know, there's still, like, priority groups, and, like, right now, people who are, like, over 60 get vaccinated. So it's a really, like, slow process, you know.
You're early on in that shit. It was weird. I was reading something that said that, like, specifically, I was reading on the CDC, it said, like, the vaccine is great, it's beautiful, it's not going to hurt you. We haven't tested it on kids under 16 yet, so we're just not going to vaccinate them. But besides that, but then it's not true. Like, they're vaccinating every single child they can find. So I guess I guess they were wrong about that. But you guys are still early on in your process.
That's true. It kind of sucks, you know, because a lot of people that get the chance to get vaccinated are still really, like, crazy about it. They're like, oh my God, I don't want to get, like, sterilized or something like that. They're really scared to.
Yeah. It's going to change your DNA.
You know. I don't know, it's really crazy. Like,
it can make you into a man.
I mean, that would be cool. I don't know. Like, everyone around is so crazy about it. I don't know. It's just really ridiculous. Like, it's natural selection at this point. But, yeah.
But you're looking forward to getting yours so you can travel, or just so
I
you
actually
can live
got,
normally?
I actually got my first doses, you know, because, I don't know, if you have, like, I don't know, a chronic sickness or something like that, you know, you can get, like, a report from the doctor and they can give you the shots, you know. So I had my first shot already.
Okay. So when was the last time that you did travel, even if it wasn't out of the country, but just like a trip that you went on?
It was actually in Turkey because we have family there. And I don't know, it was really disgusting. I don't know. It's not really original because all of the stories that I heard previously were, like, about vomiting and stuff. And it's basically that, you know. But I don't know if you want to hear that. It's really short, actually.
Yes, I would. You puked somewhere? You puked in Turkey? That's international vomiting stories. That's what we're doing right now.
Yeah, so I don't know. I have family there, and we plan to, you know, just take a trip, you know, to another city in Turkey. And it was like a bus ride around, like, 15 hours or something like that, you know. And I get really, like, car sick, you know. I always vomit and stuff. But this time I haven't, but other people did. You know, it was really disgusting because the bus was really hot and, you know, it was a really bumpy road and it was just really disgusting. I don't know. And there was, like, this one dude who had diarrhea, you know, and I'm really sorry for him, but he kind of shit himself. You know? And I mean, it's just, I don't know, it's really sad.
On the bus, in the seat, he's just sitting there and you heard it, you smelled it?
Yeah, we really did. It's kind of weird because, you know, I kind of live in the countryside of Stuttgart, you know, and, you know, whenever I open my window, it kind of smells like cabbage and shit, like horse shit, you know, but it's kind of like the natural kind of scent, so I'm kind of used to that. Sure. But, you know, that was kind of like a toxic kind of shit, you know, it kind of like, it was really weird. I don't know what he ate, but it was really toxic and kind of burned in my eyes. But then, like, the lady next to him, like, vomited, you know? So, like, that sense came. And, like, I don't know, like, there was this one guy, and he had, like, the idea to spray perfume all over the bus to kind of, like, you know, reduce the smell. But, like, everything just mixed up and stuff. And I feel like that was the time where I really overcame my car sickness, you know, because I hadn't puked, but everyone else was puking. So that was a really intense experience for me, I guess.
You managed to not puke?
Yeah, it was really intense. I mean, I feel like we had like 5 hours left or something like that until our destination, but I don't know what happened, you know. I was like listening to music, I was kind of meditating, I was kind of like in a different kind of place, you know, kind of spiritual place, I guess.
You had a spiritual experience ignoring a man who shit himself on your bus and a woman who was puking. Everyone was puking, but you were off. You were just you were in the zone.
I was in the zone. Yeah.
Wow, that does sound spiritual. Like that's like some deep meditation where you're just able to block out the smell of fresh diarrhea.
I know. I don't know. I kind of felt like, you know, my soul kind of left my body. So maybe I was kind of dead for a couple of hours, but, you know, I'm kind of like Jesus. I just came back, you know.
You had an out-of-body experience caused by this shit. Wow, that's amazing. That's disgusting.
Yeah.
But it is amazing.
Yeah.
How was Turkey?
Really? I mean, Turkey is great. I don't know. I wasn't there for 2 years, but you know, it's really hot, you know. It's kind of crazy. The economy is kind of shit now. So we're kind of rich whenever we go there, and I don't know, it's kind of weird, you know. You have like this European money and you just go there and everyone kind of hates you and you're like, okay. And I don't know, it's nice though, you know, the food is really nice and, you know, the old grandmas are nice, you know, but I don't know. We just go there once a year, you know. I don't have like a lot of connection there because I wasn't born there.
Once a year is pretty frequent, though. I mean, do you feel like you're ever like singled out when you're there? I mean, like there are different. Pardon me for not knowing what the hell goes on in Europe, but just as I imagine, like Germany is a different ethnic group than Turkey, so I imagine you look different. Like you probably look more like a German tourist. Like, do you feel like you're ever targeted by people in Turkey or like trying to swindle you as a German?
No, I mean, I'm not mixed, you know. Both of my parents are Turkish, so you know, I don't look German, but I don't look like Turkish, you know. I have like darker hair, but I could be everything, I guess. You know, people thought that I was Spanish or Russian or something like that. I don't have a specific face or face feature, you know, but it's kind of weird. Like, I don't know, whenever I go to Germany, whenever I go to Turkey, you know, it's like, oh, there's this German girl, you know, and everyone, you know, they're really like crazy there, you know. We live like in this really small village, and like all the like teenagers, you know, they were literally like smoking like in is it called cemetery? Like where all the dead bodies are?
Yeah, cemetery. Yeah.
Yeah, it is kind of weird. They were literally sitting like in front of these things, and it's kind of like the graveyard, you know, in general. And it's kind of like, that's really savage to me. And I'm like, yeah, I can't do that. And in Germany, I'm kind of like the Turkish girl, and it's kind of weird. Yeah, you kind of have like a identity crisis, I guess.
You speak English very well. Have you ever been to America?
Thank you. No, I haven't, but I would really love to go there. Yeah.
Even after Lordy's trashing it endlessly?
No, I mean, I heard how he was talking about my beautiful country, you know, so I know that he's trash talking, you know.
We know not to trust him. What was your name again? I'm sorry.
Eileen.
Eileen? All right, Eileen, thank you for calling in today. Thank you for putting Lordy in his place, letting us all know that he's not to be trusted. That's an important part of Lordy's personality. Thank you for calling in, though.
True.
Appreciate you telling me about this.
Thank you for having me. Have a nice day.
You too. Talk to you later. Dude, we got a German. Let me just bring. Oh, damn. I was going to go back to boy.
Call from
Robbie.
Robbie.
to accept.
Robbie.
Whoa.
Yo.
Whoa. Am I in?
Yo. Robbie, yo. What up, dog?
Yo,
You're
shit.
on.
Give me a sec.
Okay.
I got to turn off my speaker. Excuse me. I had to turn off my speaker. I had a speaker playing the stream over my computer, so I could spam call in and also listen to the stream.
It's all good. Robbie, you're calling into the travel stream. Did you have anything about travel that you wanted to tell us? An experience you had when you were a kid? Or
This is about travel? I thought it was about time travel.
Oh,
I
come
totally
on,
misread the talk.
You
No,
can-
it's
you can
okay.
talk
It's okay.
about
I'll talk about travel.
Okay.
I've traveled. Okay,
yeah?
that makes a lot more sense now with what people were talking about. 'Cause
But we've
I
also
tuned
talked
in-
about travel back in time when people were kids, so I could understand the confusion.
Yeah, well, okay. Here's what I want to start off with saying.
Mm-hmm.
Is you were talking to that guy, Lordy,
Yeah.
on the Discord.
Yeah.
And I heard him talking about, talking shit about America. And I was a little bit put off by that, to be honest, because, it's my country, and I'm not I don't have any misgivings about America. Like, I'm aware of America's faults, but at the same time, it's my country and I like it.
Right. And this asshole.
But anyway.
This fucking Austrian asshole. Austria, which is
This
where
fucking
Hitler was
Austrian
born.
asshole.
Hitler was born in Austria. I just want to reiterate that.
I think that's a good point. I think that's a good thing to mention. But anyway, so I heard him talking all this shit. But then he mentioned that the one city he had been to in America was L.A.
Right.
And then it all made sense.
Mm-hmm. Have you been
I was
there?
like, okay. No, but I wouldn't want to. I was thinking on my way driving home from work today, I was thinking, I don't know if I'd ever want to go in the West Coast, if only for the fact that it's so close to all of the people who want to nuke us, they're closer to the West Coast than the East Coast. And I live on the East Coast, and I know that's kind of a crazy thing to say, but it's worth considering. I mean,
who are we talking about? We're talking about China, Russia, North Korea, those folks?
North Korea. Okay, I don't think that China or Russia would really probably actually nuke us, but I think North Korea, there's a chance. And so, I know that it's a nutty thing to say, and I've been to the West Coast briefly, but I wouldn't want to live there long term, because it would always be in the back of my mind, at least in the East Coast, when I think what if a nuke fell from the sky right now? I can comfort myself thinking I get warning. I would hear about it, and the West Coast people would probably get nuked first. So I'd have a little bit of action time.
And what do you think? I mean, if you've thought about this, what do you think you would do if you're on the East Coast? You hear Los Angeles was just destroyed. What's your plan of action then?
Okay, literally all I'm gonna do. I'm not gonna do anything crazy, because there isn't all that much you can do. But one thing you can do, and I want all the people who are listening to this to know, is don't stand around any windows. Don't expose your flesh to the outside air, because when a nuke lands, there's initially this very bright light that it's so bright and it's so hot that it can burn all your skin off without you being in the actual kill radius of the nuke. And so when the first 2 atomic bombs were dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, there were a lot of Japanese people who didn't die, but all of their skin got burnt off and their eyes were falling out.
That's not enough
And
to
that's
kill
the
you?
thing that really scares me about a nuke.
Jesus. So
Do what? I didn't hear the last thing.
No,
you
so
said.
that's not enough to kill you, having all your skin burned off and your eyes falling out? You could still be
Well,
alive?
I mean, some of them died. Some of them died a very slow and painful death after, but some of them didn't. I mean, because if you're wearing clothes, it can be enough to stop your skin from being burnt off. But
so
that's all I would do.
Your
I don't have
advice is
a
to go
bunker.
straight underground. Okay, you don't have a bunker.
I don't have a bunker. I'm just a normal guy. I don't have a nuke bunker. I don't have any food. And if the nuke kills me, it kills me, and there's not much I can do about that, and I accept it. But I do at least want to take like a little bit of my fate into my own hand and not have it burn all my skin off and not have my eyes fall out of their sockets.
Sure.
You know?
You don't want to be like Sarah Connor, where she's grabbing onto the chain link fence and just shaking it, and her whole fucking body sets on fire and that sort of thing. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, if you ask, call me crazy, but I wouldn't think that would be incredibly pleasant.
Yeah. All right. So where's the place that you've traveled to? You said you're on the East Coast?
Oh, yeah, I'm on the East Coast. I mean, I've been around America. I've been to, like, Seattle. I went to Europe a couple of summers ago. I went to Italy, and I went to Germany. I went all around Germany, like Berlin, Dresden, Leipzig. And then I also went to London, England, and I saw the Cliffs of Dover, which were probably the coolest thing I saw in all of Europe.
Okay, that's the highlight. What was your reason for going out to Europe? Just purely for travel?
Well, it's because I graduated high school. I'm 20 now. I graduated high school like a couple summers back, and my mom just like takes me and like all of my brothers. Like when we graduate high school, we get to go on a trip, basically anywhere we want. And so I went with my mom.
Nice.
Yeah, I know. It's like I'd rather go to Europe with the homies or whatever, but you take what you can get.
Yeah. All right. So what was your experience then? That's a different experience than other people are getting when they're traveling Europe. Like, were you doing the more safe, just like what mom wanted to see, or were you able to get out and do some things you wanted to do?
I was able. It was a little bit of a mix of both. I mean, it wasn't like wild. I was not participating in any like ragers. I wasn't going to clubs, but like I could drink. I could drink a pretty substantial amount because my mom, she's a pretty chill lady. I mean, she didn't want me getting like blackout wasted, but I was in high school. I had drank before. I could handle like a few beers, and the alcohol I had there was actually like really good. That's what really put me on to drinking. I was like, oh, we can taste this good.
Mm.
But anyway, so that's what I did.
What sort of things were you going to see though? Like, I feel like the places that you talked about, like I've heard of, like those are like popular places for shows, like music and shit. But like, what sort of things were you doing?
I saw one of the, speaking of like shows and music and shit. There's like that theater district in England, in London. I can't think of the name of it off the top of my head, but I saw like a musical and a play. I saw Wicked, and I saw The Mousetrap, and they were both really good. I'm not like a play extraordinaire. I'm not like a super musical kind of guy, but they were both really well done, and I enjoyed them.
Was it the
and
West
then
End?
In Italy, on the West End, that's what it is. The West End.
I've heard.
I always try and think of that, but it never pops into my mind. Are you into musicals?
Hell yeah, dude.
I figured. I kind of got a musical type vibe from some of your work.
Yeah. But I've never been to England, but I've just heard of the West End as being the British equivalent of like Broadway.
What would you say your favorite musical is? Out of curiosity.
If I gotta go, with my, I gotta pick a musical no one's ever heard of, I would pick Sunday in the Park with George. You ever heard of that one?
No, I've never heard of that.
Hell yeah, that's right. Because I just made it up.
I tell you what, though, if it has the minute-hour golden stamp of approval, I might just have to seek it out.
That's just some fucking.
What was the name of it again?
Sunday in the Park with George. It's just some song.
What's it about?
It's about some French artist named Georges Seurat, who made these pointillism paintings where you do a bunch of dots on a canvas, and then when you stand far away, the dots come together and make colors. It's like a style.
Oh, that's pretty neat.
Well,
that's how printers work, just on a really small scale.
Exactly. But it's just
That's
some
neat.
fucking musical. I don't know.
Yeah, you seem like kind of shy about this fact. You're like,
I'm not trying.
you know.
Okay, I do love
Yeah, it's like, I'm not trying to seem cool or anything. It's just a musical I like. It's kind of stupid.
It's not a cool thing to boast about. Like, I fucking
Well, okay,
love
you're speaking.
musicals. Okay, go on.
Okay, but here's the thing you've got to consider when you talk about like this not being a cool thing to boast about is you're talking to a Minute Hour fan right now. Okay, at least like when you show people this thing you like, they don't think you're a fucking maniac.
Is that something you've come across? You trying to show your
Okay,
friends?
so I've showed like a few people your stuff because I really like Trials and I really like Relay.
Thank you.
And so I showed like my brother's Trials, and my little brother loved it, and my older brother was kind of like, "Whoa, what the fuck?" and I showed some of my friends at the college I go to, like just some of your shorter stuff. I wasn't gonna make them sit through the whole album,
right?
But like, and they were like, "Yeah, Rob." I mean, they already kind of thought I was a fucking nut job, but they were like, "That definitely confirms it." Like, this is definitely I could see. This is something that I could see you liking, you know, because they're like, you got a fucking screw loose.
Right. I don't know why.
But I do it with pride. I'm proud of what I like. Minute Hour, you know.
Hey, I appreciate it. You're showing people. I appreciate that.
I'm
in a big
showing.
way. I don't know why. I don't even think that my stuff is weird at all, but everyone has all this trouble. It seems to me that it's like ruining relationships. It's having only a negative impact on the world.
No, I would not go so far as to say it's ruined any relationships of mine.
Right,
it is not. Your shit is not ruining my life, dude. Like it did not make my friends think any worse of me. Trust me, they already have terrible opinions of me. So you know, you can wipe that off your conscience, at least for like me. Yeah,
do you have any plans here in the future for future travel now that COVID is basically over?
Okay, I see you want to get back on the topic. Okay.
Yep.
Do I have any plans for future traveling?
Yep.
I've always wanted to go to South Korea, which I know is like totally against the nuke proximity thing that I said earlier.
That's the closest
but it's kind of like an
to the
inner
nuke
battle
you could be
for
in.
me.
Okay, go on.
Do what?
No, that's the closest proximity to that nuke that you could be.
Yeah, it's like literally the closest you could get.
Yeah.
It's like I don't know, closer than like Florida in the Cuban Missile Crisis.
So what about South
anyway,
Korea that you wanna see?
Honestly, I'm really into pro StarCraft.
Oh, nice.
Which is like, once again, you think the shit you're into is stupid, like, and dorky. No, like, I've got you beat, brother. I can tell you that.
You want to go watch something? You want to watch a competition in person?
Yes, I would love to watch like a GSL or an ASL. Those are like GSL is like kind of the biggest regular StarCraft 2 tournament, which is like the initial game that I got into, and then after being into StarCraft 2 for a while, I got into StarCraft 1 Brood War, which is like also like an incredible game. And it's also big. It's bigger than StarCraft 2 is in South Korea. So yeah, I just really like to go to those, and I know like fucking all the players for both of them, and I know how they play. And to tell you the truth, it's just a really beautiful game. Like it's no, oh my god, I'm being laughed at. Imagine if I laughed at your dot painting musical.
Okay. Explain to me.
Shit, you know that?
Hey, wait, hold on. Wait. Explain to me.
Embarrassing me in front of all these people. I tell you,
embarrassing you. Okay,
I open my heart to you.
I just want to know. I want you to explain to me as a StarCraft lover what you mean by this is a beautiful game.
Okay. So do you know anything about like StarCraft and what it is like as a game? No, not at all.
No.
All right. So it's a real-time strategy game, which means that it's not like Fortnite or like League of Legends where you're just controlling like one dude and that's all you do, and it's very smooth brain activities. it's you've got like 100 dudes.
This
that
is
you
for
gotta
the
control.
distinguished gamer.
This is distinguished gamer shit. This is a noble pursuit. But anyway, it's just I'm trying to give you like a real broad explanation of StarCraft while also explaining to you why it's beautiful. So just basically the fact that there are so many variables in the game, and there's like so much shit you have to do. Like there's a very like extremely unreachably high skill ceiling in StarCraft, just in terms of like mechanical play, like just in terms of like going fast enough to be able to do all the things that you have to do. And then on top of that, and the mechanics of StarCraft is like crazy, but I won't get into that. But then on top of that, right, on top of the fact that it's just something really hard to do, is there's like a whole nother strategic layer, where it's like a level of depth that with incomplete information that I think is only rivaled by like poker, you know? And those two things combined with each other make it to where everyone who plays the game plays it in like a distinctly different way. And the fact that everyone plays it in a distinctly different way, and that it takes so long to do, and that there's so many things you can do, makes it to where when you play the game and you're good at it, it kind of reflects like your soul. Like it shows who you are with what you choose to do. And that's why I would say it's a beautiful game.
And I'm
getting roasted in the chat right now.
You yourself, you play StarCraft, then you're not just a spectator.
I mean, I play. I'm not particularly good at it. I'm like kind of good. I'm like a 60 or 70th percentile, but like I'm not nearly like pro level.
Dude, I'm so bad at RTSs. Like, I really love that kind of game, but I mean, I'm bad at all video games, really. Like, I'm really not good at it.
Yeah.
But I played this game, Company of Heroes, a lot. You ever heard of that game?
No, I haven't.
That's like some World War II RTS game. But
yeah,
I played it for like 50 hours, and I've never gotten like 3 levels in. I'm so bad at it. I'm starting to think like I actually couldn't be a general of a major military operation.
Oh, don't treat yourself like that. You're a Julius Caesar.
I know, that's what I thought. When I was going in there, I was like, I could fucking, like, how hard could it be to stop the Nazis? Like, they were clearly a bunch of dunces, and me, with my advanced brain, like, I could just, like, create the right amount of bases and shit. But I can't do all that at once.
Listen, so you're confusing me now, because I'm not actually familiar with these Nazi fellas you're talking about. Could you refresh me on who those are?
I actually just learned of this guy. It's this guy Adolf Hitler. Have you ever heard of this guy?
Okay, I'm with you.
Have you heard of him?
Wait, well, vaguely, but if you could refresh my memory.
He was like a German. I guess he was like an Austrian dude who like went to Germany, and he was like. It's very confusing. It's very confusing.
Wait, so was he Austrian or German?
I'm still not 100% sure, really. Like you ask, you ask a German, they say he's from Austria. You ask an Austrian, they say that he's from Germany.
And he was like the president. He was like the king.
Yeah, like he was basically he had this sort of like a Barack Obama movement. It was like a yes we can Germany. Delete the Jews from.
Oh.
It was very confusing. I honestly don't understand the whole history. I don't want to get into it because I'm not a historian about it. But like.
Yeah, I gotta say that definitely sounds like it might have ruffled a few feathers.
All I can say is he was a very important figure in history. Hey, dude, it's great talking to you.
Gotta get to another caller. I don't want to talk about Hitler anymore.
No, I gotta go pee. It's been an hour. Every hour on the hour, I need to release this.
I understand that. I mean, I'm a fellow piss boy.
I won't go into it. Yeah, you get it. Okay, good. All right, thanks for calling in, man.
Yeah. It's good talking to you.
All right, you too, man. Bye.
Love you.
I love you too. That's not a joke. You love me, I love you too. There's nothing funny about that. Okay, yeah, I do gotta go to the bathroom now. Oh shit. Here we go. Okay, gonna take a break, and then I think we're doing one more hour, and then we'll be oh, I had this up the whole time. Whoops. Like this. Yes. Okay, one more hour, and then we're calling it quits. Here's a break. Okay. All right. It's the last hour now that we're on, and I'm back with the boys.
Oh, there he is.
Hey, what's up, boys?
We were just talking not about travel. We were talking about dating and Kung Fu Panda 3 and how much they intersect with each other.
Oh yeah. Would you?
Yeah,
like
come
to-
on.
Would you like to expound on that?
No.
Come
no.
on, everyone's been
no.
on a date to go see Kung Fu Panda 3, and if you didn't, you're missing out, man.
Did you do that, Moxie?
We all did. That's what we were talking about.
Do you want to tell us about your experience?
Nah, the moment's past. That's not travel.
God
Well,
damn
you
you,
traveled
Moxie.
there,
How
probably.
dare you tease me with that?
So what do you want to talk about? Travel?
Yeah. Well, that is the topic, I guess.
I traveled 8 hours to see Kung. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, I did want to talk with Lordy briefly. Lordy, were you hearing? Did you hear that German lady?
No, because it's really hard to listen to the stream and shit post about the stream at the same time.
Lordy, there was a whole German woman who was talking about you. She,
Instead of half a German woman.
yes, exactly. An entire German woman was. I mean, she didn't like you at all. I mean, I don't want to speak.
Why?
I don't want to speak for her, but she hated you.
Why? What did
Did
I
she
do
love
wrong?
America or something?
No, she'd never been to America. She was wary of your honesty because she was referencing this guy, I guess from the past, named Hitler or something, who was born in Austria. Have you ever heard of this guy?
Yeah, we do like 3 years of history on him.
Oh yeah, just to get to the bottom of Hitler.
Well, what do you mean with the bottom of Hitler? Basically, Austria managed to start 2 world wars in a way, and it kind of sucks. Well, we also lost both of them. So we are pretty good at starting wars and then losing them.
Dude, imagine taking 3 years of classes on wars you lost.
I mean,
Jeez.
yeah, because I don't know. Like the First World War started because, some Austrian was murdered.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
What was his
Which-
name? The chief dude with the funny hat?
Which one?
Gavrilo Princip murdered him.
I don't know. Honestly, we don't really talk about the First World War because basically we just talk about our role in the Second World War and how Austria basically was way too passive, and we didn't really have any people didn't really protest enough against being overtaken by Germany.
Right,
And-
you've talked to me
yeah.
a little bit about this. How people in Austria were pretty much okay with what was going on.
Well, I mean, I don't know if people were okay with it, but I think the issue was there was economic reasons and shit. I don't know. I don't understand World War, to be honest. We basically didn't really talk in such a detail that I really understand how the World War happened and worked. That's
It was just
I don't know. But what
some
did the
mad-
woman say about
It was just
me?
it was just some mad accident that happened.
I don't know. I just really don't understand how all of the economy worked, but somehow
Yes, you do. Lordy, we're freaking Nuremberging you right now. Tell us what happened in Austria. We know you know.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Where are the teeth? Where are the Jewish teeth? Where'd you hide them?
Dude, that's not fun. You can't say
Hey,
that.
somebody talking about Jewish teeth.
You can't blame me for that. You can't do that. You know
can't
that's
blame me.
also that would probably be accusing me of an actual crime in Austria. So you can't do that.
Spaghetti, do you have any thoughts about Jewish teeth in World War II?
Is that the theme of the stream now?
Not in World War II.
we started. history lesson for people in America that don't know how the World War started.
It's all travel for me. I mean, yeah, it's like if it wasn't happening in
What did the
America-
German woman say about me, huh?
No,
He started
no
a war.
spoilers. I still don't. I'm only halfway through World War II, so no spoilers. I don't want to know how it ends yet.
This German woman had some
Is it
very
good?
strong feelings about you, Lordy, and not good ones, not positive.
Well, tell me what feelings she had about me. Maybe we can work that out.
I can't remember every gold darn word everyone says to me on the stream, but I just remember this feeling of like Lordy comes from this sort of bad place where bad people come from, and it's a dangerous place. They've got
what?
Yeah, it's not a land of plenty like South Korea where the StarCraft is, yeah?
I mean, honestly, I think Austria is one of the least dangerous countries that exists. Like, I walk home drunkenly at like 3 a.m. through like a bad part of Vienna, and I've never been robbed or stabbed or anything.
Hey, Lordy, you ever been to that super hard to get into German techno club?
No, I live in a different country.
It's the same general place, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I have to pass a border to go there.
Yeah, you have similar accents.
I mean, that's because we speak the same language.
Hey, that was another thing. This lady spoke excellent English, just like you, Lordy. Where did you learn your English from?
Video games.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
We got a new boy in town, but I don't know if he can hear what we're saying. Bubba, can you hear us at all?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Hey, what's going on, boy?
We got so many boys. Hell
Well, here,
yeah.
this is the biggest boys chat room. This is the burliest boys chat room.
All of us boys have interesting things to say about travel. Bubba, what about you? Do you have any travel stories?
I don't have any travel stories. I just have travel desires. I'm ready to go out there. I'm ready to see the world. I'm ready to fly around, drive around. I just want to be out. I want to be out of the house. That's all I want to do.
Bubba, you do love
Hell yeah.
you love driving. You've as I know you're a big driver. You tell us about what sort of trips you're thinking about that you want to get on.
Oh yeah, well I live out in the middle of nowhere. I live in Ohio, and I have to rate. I mean, before all this pandemic hoo-ha, I had to go to Montreal a couple times a year, and that's an 11-hour drive, and I love it. You know, I love driving down 90, and then from Cleveland, and then just going east. I love that. And then you look at all the trees, and you look at the people, and you stop, and you're getting close to Canada when you start seeing Tim Hortons everywhere. That's how you can tell.
Yeah, Bubba, the last time you were in Montreal, I was there as well. What are your thoughts on Montreal, the city, the French-Canadian city?
I think it's a great place to play poker. That's where you want to do it. They've got a big, gaudy casino, and there are thousands, probably thousands of slot machines there, and dozens of poker tables. It's a great place to go if you want to lose $30 to $40. That's really what you want to
Big
do.
spender, jeez.
When we were in Montreal, we went to that casino. I don't know, the fucking Montreal casino. I remember getting very
the Montreal
upset.
Casino.
I was okay. So when we were there, it was like the very, very beginning of Corona. It was like late February, early March, 2020. So it was like
It was my birthday. It was March, early March.
Exactly. And I remember the whole time we were in Montreal, you were kind of you were the fear monger for Corona.
Oh yeah.
Before
Oh yeah.
But well before everybody else was getting up in arms about it.
So here's the thing. At the time, I was watching all these like 30-second GIFs from China of people just like falling over in the streets dying. Like they'd be out there and then they would like cough and then just fall over. And this was in like January and February or whatever. And I was like, you know what? that's going to happen to us. So I got my girlfriend to buy a bunch of what are they? The masks before anyone else got them. We got them cheap. You know, the price ran up. But anyways, I was up there in Montreal, and I was just fear mongering, talking all about how we were going to get this this disease.
And nobody
so
believed you at this point. I remember, and me included, we were all just like, come on, that's a bunch of bull honky. What are you talking about?
And so I decided it would be a really good idea to go to this casino, all of us wearing like a hoodie up over our head, sunglasses, and a mask over our face. I thought that would be like not just topical, but it would help us in poker. And we went to this casino with basically our entire faces and heads covered. And when we got there, you know, at the time, no one else was wearing masks. Like, we looked ridiculous. We looked really asinine, I think you could say. We looked like assholes.
And it was packed. So it was absolutely packed at the casino.
Oh, dude, it was like coughing Chinese tourist central. Like, it was ground zero.
Chinese people.
There were like casino tables with like Chinese names that I've never even heard of before. And there were all these people there playing these games. We didn't sit down at those. We went right to the poker table, and none of us had the guts to go to the poker table with our sunglasses and masks on. We looked so asinine.
Yeah, I didn't play poker.
If I remember correctly, one of our friends actually refused to come along to the casino because he thought that the masks would look so silly that he'd get blasted for it. They'd run him out of town. They'd laugh him out of the casino.
First off, he was correct. And second, little did he know we'd all be wearing masks a year from then. Little did he know.
But so you sat down at the tables and you made some money, right?
Yeah, I think I made. So at the poker table, that was my first time playing poker. But trust me, I've played a few hands on online blockchain poker. I moved the blockchain around a little bit. Okay, so I know what I'm doing. And I sat down and I made $60 at the poker table. And actually, I actually did not know what I was doing. And I put some money down on the table. And this dude who looked like he'd been there like the past 2 days straight, like he hadn't gotten up, he looks at me and his face is like all stubbly. He's got long, disheveled hair. His eyes are red. He looks at me, and this looks like the kind of guy who like you would see like in a prison or something. Like, the man did not look. He was not a normal looking man. He looked like a junkie or something. He looks at me, and he says, "You fucking bluffer," and I was terrified. I was like, "Oh my God, what? This guy's gonna reach across the table and stab me." I didn't know what this guy's problem was. So anyways, I put more money down, and I have like a decent hand. I had like a 2-pair, and so I beat everyone on the table. I get $60, and I get the fuck out of there because that guy scared the shit out of me. Oh my God.
Did you tell anyone that it was your birthday? That you had birthday luck on your side?
Dude, if I said I was the birthday boy, I don't know what they would say. They would kill me. They would kill me for my birthday boy luck.
Yeah, we had a couple interesting experiences in Montreal. We had that what the hell was going on? We went to that weird party where people were like pretending to be
the Weimar Republic party.
The Weimar Republic. This is a party Lordy would fit in. All these people were dressed up as like 1930s German, Austrian people, not the Hitler kind.
Before Hitler.
Yeah, these are like the decadent, self-indulgent, like the people who were out there. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know what Weimar Germans did, but whatever it was,
Hitler hated.
Yeah, these are the guys he hated, and they were dressed up like that. And we went, and I guess you could say we were fairly buzzed, in the sense that we had like a drink or 6, and we decided to go to this party. And so we go in, and the second we knock on the door, the second we go in, and we see these people in these costumes, and like okay, so the thing is, this party was at this guy's house, and it might have been a costume, but the house was decked out. All this Weimar Germany shit, like there were awards and stuff on the wall. Like this dude lived like a Weimar flags. This guy lived like a Weimar Germany centric life. That was his lifestyle. He lived his life around like cosplaying Weimar Germans. And so we get there, and there are like 6 people around the table. Some of them we actually know, some of them we knew, but like some of them we'd never seen before. And they're all looking at us. And this dude has like this weird, what's his name? Waters? The guy from Baltimore who makes those weird movies, Divine and stuff. Waters.
Oh,
John Waters. John Waters. Yeah, he's got that like
little mustache.
John Waters mustache, dude. And so he comes in, we come in, and he like shuffles us all to the back room because he doesn't know what to do with us. And we're there like looking at all these weird Weimar Germany artifacts and flags, and we basically just ruined their party, but I feel like it was the right thing to do ultimately.
Dude, I remember being in that back room and just like I was wildly uncomfortable in this scenario because I had no idea what it meant. What I thought like I was stumbling upon some sort of weird cult shit, and I had no.
Well,
they were all speaking with like this affected voice too.
Oh yeah,
They're
the
all
dude
doing the
was.
fake voices. Yeah.
Yeah, dude, that was
Like,
that was good.
what do
I
you
love-
think of Bernie Sanders losing the primary?
So at the time, the guy comes up to us and he's like trying to make like Weimar Germany centric conversation, but in like our time. So he says, "What do you guys think of Bernie Sanders?" And like, I was drunk and I just wanted to be like a little antagonistic shit. So I said, "We're all Bloomberg men here." And he was like, "Oh my God!" He recoiled, and his eyes widened. I had to tell him, "Oh, I'm just fucking around. I'm kidding." But
I remember being in that back room and looking at all this shit, and I turned over to you, and you're wearing like the black iron cross of Germany around your neck. Because you had just found this emblem, this pendant or whatever it would be, and I was very shocked.
I don't remember that. That sounds like something I would do. I think I was pretty toasty. I remember the bullet points.
Yeah, it's a great place though, Montreal. A lot of crazy shit going on there, I guess.
Yeah, I love Montreal. I love the travel there. The one thing I don't like is that every time I go there, I feel like the ugliest man in the city. Everyone there is beautiful. They're all beautiful, gorgeous, supermodel-looking people. And it's not like other places I've been. Like, I've been to other places where, like Miami, for instance. I've been to Miami. All the dudes there are troglodytes, but the women are all gorgeous. So you walk around and you see all these, like, goblins with beautiful, tall women. It's not like that. You go to Montreal, and every single person, the guys and the girls, are all just like 10 out of 10s. And I'm there in like, dude, nasty Levi's and like torn up Chuck Taylors. And I look like a bum. Dude, it's the worst. It's the worst. I feel like a true chump.
It's true. Like in any major city, you've got like there are far more beautiful people there than like just a regular small town. But in Montreal specifically, it's like everybody is good looking, and they're all fucking French too. So they're like they're so not part of your ecosystem. So they can just like be beautiful and French together, and they can just like to ignore you. They just start speaking French.
Yeah, you can't even approach them.
Yeah, they're utterly unapproachable. Okay, yeah. But yeah, that's Montreal.
Oh yeah.
Good place.
Boys, before I cut this off, this is going to be the last boys talk of the stream. Did anybody have any last travel stories? I wanted to get it out. No?
Mm.
That's okay.
No.
Okay, good.
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 Yeah,
All right.
putting us on the spot here.
Hey, that's how it works. Okay, we're gonna figure out how to make the boys nice and smooth from here on out. All right, boys, good talking to you. Thank you. Say goodbye then. I guess for the stream, say goodbye.
Goodbye.
Bye, everyone.
All right, good.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks for being on, boys.
GG.
All right, hell yeah. Yeah, I am gonna figure out my intros and outros to the boys to make that nice and smooth. Okay. Last hour, taking calls, 518-288-7938. Tell me about your travel shit. Good, bad travel experiences. The actual active traversing from one place to the next, or to just the story you might have that you, when you reach some place.
Call from.
Hey, it's Elise.
Elise.
Hello, sir. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. I just got off work. I'm on my second beer. I'm sitting with a bunch of kittens, and I'm just listening to y'all and the boys. How you faring, sir? How you doing from your Alaska trip?
Hell yeah, I'm doing good. I'm on my 7th beer.
God damn, I gotta catch up with you.
Yeah, I'm way ahead. Oh, I got a terrible burp coming too. Sorry, one moment.
If I burp any on this call, I apologize ahead of time. I realize that's not very ladylike.
We don't have to apologize. It went back inside me, so I'll get it later. All right, Elise, you called into the travel stream. Did you have a travel story you wanted to tell us about?
Well, here's the thing. I have a feeling, and just prefacing it, if I humble brag during any of like the things I talk about, please stop me, because I've been to a lot of places. I've stayed in really shitty hotels, really nice hotels. I've been to like huge metropolitan areas. I've been to bumfuck nowhere areas. I pretty much like every mode of travel I've done, with the exception of like sea. So I talk too goddamn much.
You never traveled by boat like the immigrants of the early 1900s?
Not yet, but I mean, that's something on the bucket list.
Sure. Okay, so what's the most recent place you traveled to?
Well, pre-COVID, I was actually supposed to be going to Chicago to visit a friend of mine, but I will be going back now that I got my vaccination and everything. I really want to go back to Chicago, because I've traveled to a bunch of places, and amongst those, the 3 places notably that I've lived are Vancouver, BC, Seattle, and Chicago. Mm-hmm. So I really want to go back to Chicago, because that place, I think you mentioned that you had like a stopover there. Have you actually ever explored the city by any chance?
No, I've only, I had a stopover there in that 26-hour bus ride, and we got off and ate at Jersey Mike's, and that's my entire Chicago experience.
Oh, bro, if you get the chance, here's the thing. Chicago is great during the summer, but if you're living there, you really need like your overpriced apartment, because you're going to be stuck there 5 months out of the year, because it is fucking cold up there, man.
Yeah, and you're just stuck? Like the snow is bad?
Oh yeah. You can't even. It's that kind of cold where it's not even like a dry cold. It's like a get down to your bones kind of cold. So if you go out, you better be fucking wrapped up, or you're gonna die.
Have you lived there?
Oh yeah, I lived there for a couple years.
Okay. So you were going back to visit friends that you knew when you were there?
Oh yeah, I was there originally. I drove there from Houston to Chicago. When I moved there, I went there to go work at like Second City and Improv Olympic up there, and I really liked it up there. But I had to come back for family.
To where you're at now? Where's that? The South?
Oh no, I'm in Texas right now.
Okay. So you the last time you traveled was up to Chicago?
Yes, sir.
And what about what do you do when you go to Chicago? What's your game plan?
Usually my game plan is that I hang out with my friends. There are people that I've known for well over a decade now, and usually what we do, we go to a really fancy restaurant, we order something to share, we drink a bunch of booze, and then we get up to some bullshit.
That sounds like fun. What kind of bullshit? Some Chicago bullshit? You go harass some homeless people?
Oh, they love harassing me because I'm a 5'1" woman. So, you know, that's pretty much that's the norm. But one thing I wanted to talk about, who was talking about Montreal being full of beautiful people? Was it Teratoma or somebody else?
That was Bubba.
It was Bubba? Dude, I wanted to ask you, actually, before I get into my travel experience bullshit, where do you want to go? I mean, I may have missed this because I've been in and out of the stream, but where do you want to go? Like, what kind of places do you want to go to?
You know, at this point, I'm pretty sick of cities. I feel like, you know, I don't know, that was
once you've fucking seen one, you've seen them all.
Sorta, yeah. Where it's that was a very intense, passionate feeling I had when I was younger. It's I want to live in cities where it's happening and where it's cool, where there's always shit going on. But now, I don't want to live where anything's going on. I want to live where nothing's going on, where no one is gonna be looking for me or trying to talk to me or anything. I just want to live out in the mountains or something.
Dude, I don't blame you, because all of my prior travel experiences have been the cities. I just want to be somewhere where people leave me to fuck alone.
Yeah. You ever traveled to anywhere where it's like that?
Well, Vancouver was kind of like that. I went to Vancouver, BC. I lived there for a couple years. Mm-hmm. And the thing about it is that it's sort of here's the thing. It's sort of like Los Angeles, but it's the complete opposite of the toxic culture that permeates that place. Everybody is nice up there. And, you know, just to reiterate what Bubba said, everybody is gorgeous up there.
In Vancouver?
And, yeah, man. Do you want to go?
Sure. Sounds
Dude,
great now.
It's fucking great. It's expensive as fuck to live there. Just keep in mind, you don't want to live there. It's sort of like New York, and where it's it's great to visit, but living there is another bird altogether. Sure. But visiting, dude, the chicks up there. I lived up there, and I did background work for film and TV and stuff. And here's the thing: all these chicks up there, they're not only beautiful, but they're incredibly intelligent as well. So it's it's like a double whammy of intimidating.
Ew.
And
I don't like this.
But they're nice
anymore.
But they're nice too, because they're Canadian. They have a lot of they forgive. I mean, here's the thing. I was hanging out with hot chicks, and I'm 5'1", and I'm a Rhode Island 6 on a good day. So if they were nice to me, they'll be nice to fucking anybody.
Right, they've got no reason to be nice to you. I mean, what are they going to get from you?
Exactly, right?
You lived there for a couple of years, though?
I lived there for 2 years. And I swear to God, I won't get into my family bullshit like I have done every single call since, this started. Mm-hmm. But I as soon as I found out that I was graduating from West Virginia University, I just wanted to get away from my family. For somebody who's very well-traveled like I am, I was incredibly sheltered growing up. I couldn't even go to any sleepover, and I couldn't even go outside to check the goddamn mailbox by myself until I was 14. What? So it's a whole thing, dude. My parents,
you might have been taken away.
Yeah, that was my parents' fear. Their whole thing was that they were yeah, you can't go anywhere by yourself, because if you do, somebody's going to grab you because you're a short female, and you're going to end up in a ditch, and we're going to cry forever. That's essentially what their approach was when I, tried to be independent growing up. And as soon as I found out I was graduating university, I didn't even go to my graduation ceremony. I moved up to Canada, and it really expanded my worldview, for lack of better words.
Was that the first? Well, so I mean, what was kind of the difference then between? Because you said you traveled for college, right?
Oh no, I traveled after college. What I did is that I applied for a work visa right out of university, because you can take you ever heard of something called a gap year by any chance?
Yeah.
It's sort of like that. that's like the European equivalent. Like, I don't think there's like an American equivalent, but that's essentially what I did. Like, right after university, I was like, fuck this. I am not doing any more school. I'm going to go see what the world is like. And I ended up in Canada.
Were you like living at home then and commuting to school when you were doing college?
Oh, no. I was at the dorm. I didn't live at home. And I just basically went from dorm to Canada.
Were you far enough away though from like your parents and stuff? Or like when you were in college, like were you still kind of dealing with their
bullshit?
Yes.
I was a couple hours away, but the thing is that as soon as I graduate, like their plans for me, here's the thing, is that they didn't believe I could do it. This was like back in 2010, and like getting a passport now is a pain in the ass, but back then, especially without a smartphone or anything like that, it was a huge fucking pain in the ass. And I had to save up money. I did everything by myself. And they claimed that they were surprised by the fact that I essentially went, hey, I'm graduating. I just found out I'm going to Canada. But the entire time, for months before I did it, I would tell them, hey, don't think that I'm going into a master's program or anything like that. I'm going to fucking Canada to get the fuck away from you guys. Mm-hmm. This is going to be a happening thing. And they didn't believe it up until like the week before I left. And they were like, holy shit, she's actually doing it. And I'm glad I did it.
Did they ever visit you up there? Follow you up
Hell
there?
no. Hell no. I was by myself.
Did they visit you ever anywhere like where you're living now? Are they
Oh no, I came back to Texas cuz all my family is centralized in Texas. So I came back from Chicago to here for them. So they all live here now, but man, I'm telling you, I'm going to be, my fiance and I are going to be parting ways soon enough.
Parting ways from your family to get out of there?
From Texas in general. I'm going to go back up to the Pacific Northwest.
For what reason exactly? Is it your family or like, is it nice out there? You said you lived in Seattle too,
gorgeous out
right?
there. I lived in actually Seattle right after my visa expired. And I really tried hard. It's fucking impossible moving up to Canada unless you at least have like 100,000 saved, or if you do a job that virtually no other Canadian could do. I really tried to get back up there because I had a lot of relative success up there. But I just want to get back to the Pacific Northwest because there's water, there's nature, people are nice out there, and I love fucking seafood. So, best of all worlds.
What do you think is a sort of job that no Canadian can do? In your experience, what are these Canadians really lacking in?
Well, the thing is that what jobs are there that require you to be a fucking asshole? Because none of them can do it because they're all nice.
Is that what you were doing then when you were up there? A job where you could really lay into people?
I wish I had that sort of personality back then, especially in my early 20s. No, I worked as I did like acting and all that bullshit, and I worked as an extra to make ends meet. I actually got a movie role up there like the first year that I was there, so that was good.
Oh yeah? Some sort of Canadian movie?
No, it's like I'm in the movie for like 5 seconds.
What's
I was
the
supposed
movie?
to have a long...
Tell us the movie.
Sorry, I'm a little bit drunk, so I'm rambling. I'm sorry.
Do you want to tell us the movie? You don't have to.
Yeah, it was... No, I don't give a fuck. It was, oh god, it sounds like fucking... Like, I hate being one of those star fuckers that is like, oh, I was in a Pringles commercial, and I'm in it for 1 second.
I'm forcing you to tell us. This has nothing to do with you.
So I was in this movie. It was a really shitty movie. Keep in mind, it was with Reese Witherspoon, Tom Hardy, Chris Pine.
What?
Yeah,
big names, baby.
It's so stupid, dude. It's like So what it was, I had a pixie cut at the time. I cut all my hair off before I moved because I was like, I knew I was going to be working in background work. And I was like, man, I should just cut all my fucking hair off because there's going to be like 5 a.m. call times. I don't want to show up having to get my goddamn hair done at that time. I'm just going to get my hair short. And I show up there and they have fucking like the best hairdressers for the extras. Like I would get in, like all these girls with all these long, gorgeous hair would get into the chair before me, get their hair done beautifully. I get in the fucking chair. They're just like, fuck it, let's just slap some gel in our hands and, you know, ruffle up her hair a bit, call it a day. But I ended up getting this role of this girl who's in this video store by accident. Like the director apparently liked the way I look. And it was like this whole scene that I did with Chris Pine. But then it got, like, it was so embarrassing because, like, the day it came out, like, I went with all my friends, like, that at the time I was living in Seattle. I went with my friends, and I was like, I'm in this fucking movie, and I'm in there for literally 5 seconds.
Elise, what is the name of the movie?
This Means War. It's so bad, dude. I don't advise watching it at all. I watched the entire thing, and I paid for it, and I was like, I could have spent that money on something much better.
This Means War? Never heard of it.
Yeah, it's not notable.
All right. I just wanted to make you, you know, I want to put you on the spot there for a second. Okay, so you were in a movie in Vancouver. You lived in Seattle. You moved from Vancouver to Seattle. What's Seattle like? I was in the Seattle airport and sucks. It's a fucking shit airport, in my opinion.
Dude, I was going to fucking say LAX. You've been to LAX, right?
Yeah, that sucks too.
Yeah, that fucking place, that's the shit. Here's the thing. I've been in fucking bumfuck airports that didn't even have a goddamn Starbucks.
Ugh.
Wow, that sounds. But I remember flying over LAX, and I was like, it was on a stopover. I was flying from Vancouver to some other city. I was going to visit San Francisco or something like that. But I had a stopover in LAX, and I was so goddamn excited because I was like, fuck yeah, this is going to be awesome. I'm going to see Samuel L. Jackson pissed off at the baggage claim. And I land on the ground. It is the dirtiest, goddamn, most depressing airport I have ever been in. It's the worst. Everybody just looks looking unhappy. You can just smell the failed dreams in the air. It's just rough.
And it's always under construction. There's like these just large areas that are blocked off. They're just like, if you got here in another year, you would have loved LAX. But unfortunately, it's under construction right now.
Exact that. And also, so here's the thing. I was like in my early 20s, and this is just when I had just started the whole like I'm going to travel everywhere thing. So I had no idea what the fuck I was doing, and I was scared and alone by myself. And I remember I landed, and you know how there's like this part of LAX and where like there's all these restaurants like McDonald's and shit, but they're super overpriced.
Yeah.
I was trying to avoid that. So I went to like one of the kiosks, and I was like, hey, you know, I don't feel like going to this place. Is there any place near the airport that is open right now that I can go get something to eat? And these kiosk employees were like, oh yeah, there's this place right across the street. You just go there. I go there. It's closed, has been closed for quite a while, and I walk back in like the same way I come in the airport, and these cocksuckers are laughing at me. And I'm like, God damn, how sad is your life that you're laughing at some poor girl by herself?
Fucking
Yeah.
Gotcha, Elise. Hell yeah.
Fucking dickheads.
All right, Elise, thank you for calling in. Appreciate you telling me about this.
Take care, sir. I wanted to ask you, no pressure, how the fuck can I become a boy?
How, what? What?
How can I want to be one of the boys, God damn it.
You want to be a boy?
I mean, I want to be one of the boys.
Okay,
I can't manifest the dick, you know, by magic, but I mean, I want to be a boy.
There's an intense process. I had to inspect personally the dick of each and every boy who is on the boys. So, you know, like, you gotta, I guess the only solution, you gotta send me pictures of your dick. So if you can't
Is
do
a hand draw? Can I do an artistic depiction?
Yeah. I'll take a look at that.
All right. All right, sir. Well, I'll send you some dick pics, okay?
All right, good. I can't make any promises, but I'll definitely take a look at that real, and I'll introspect about it as well.
All right, man. Well, I'll get the fuck off the phone. You have a great night. You take care of yourself, okay?
You too. Talk to you soon.
Bye. Talk to you soon. Bye.
Bye. Am I allowed to ask women for dick pics over the call-in show? Is that... Am I going to get in trouble for that? Okay. Unknown caller.
Call from...
Very, very unknown. Hello? 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 Okay, you listen to me, you fucker. You called in now. Tell me who you are. Tell me what you want to talk about. Don't do this. Don't fuck up the show. You're fucking it up right now. Who is this? Hello? Okay. Didn't work. I thought maybe my serious voice would bring them out. No. Just one or two more callers now, and then we're gonna call it quits. I gotta eat. I haven't eaten all day. I'm getting hungry. Oh God. I still have more beers left because I got more beers than usual. Usually I get the 6-pack of 16-ounce beers, but this time I got the 9-pack. And I'm on the 7th. But I can't do much more than this. I gotta eat before I drink more. Come on, baby. One more caller. One more. Then we're done. 518-288-7938. Don't make me go back to the boys. Don't make me. I'll do it. Don't test me. It might be Google. It might just be, we're not getting calls right now. Google is a bit of a freak about this stuff. 5, 4, 3, 2. Oh shit. Okay.
Call from
Ricky.
To accept.
Ricky.
Hello.
Yo.
Hey man.
Ricky.
Yeah, it's me.
Is this the Ricky or a different Ricky?
No, we've talked before. I'm Ricardo.
Yeah.
The White Neo.
Yeah. Exactly.
All
Ricky.
that nonsense.
How you doing, Ricky? Were you upset that that Tim was the first call today?
Yeah. See, I was starting a race war with Tim, and then you took an unexpected 2-week vacation, so I kind of lost any momentum I had there. But I felt he sounded there was a couple of times he mentions kids, and I feel like he says it just sounds a little too much like Jared Fogle. But then you're talking about the boys and having smooth boys on the show. And, I don't know if I've lost ground or I just don't know where I stand anymore. I don't know when people are being serious or if I'm hearing it when it ain't being said.
I wanted to bring it up to Tim that there was I wasn't gonna name you, but that there was a person who was becoming very upset with Tim's continued presence on the show, and they had a few choice words, namely that he thought Tim was
exaggeration.
No, okay, all right, fine. All right, Ricky, how you doing today?
Good, man, not bad at all.
You're calling in?
I just wanted to.
Oh yeah, go on.
The travel. Sorry, you go ahead.
No, I was just about to set you up for the travel shit, but you're on it. Go for it.
I'm sorry, I don't want to waste any time. I just want to say to Lordy, like, he had problems with Los Angeles, and another Austrian was the governor for a while, and kind of, he had his impact. So that's interesting. I've been to
which Austrian? Who you talking about?
And I don't know. It wasn't the Hitler guy. We just started hearing about him.
Some other guy.
I think it was the Schwarzenegger.
Oh
The
yeah.
Governor.
You're right. You're right. Yeah, he does. He does his own. I saw a great video of Arnold Schwarzenegger, and it was like when he was running for governor of California, and like there were some people who were really upset about that. Some guy threw an egg at him, and it exploded, a raw egg on his beautiful white button-down shirt. And they asked the reporters were asking about him after, like they were like, Arnold, some people don't seem to like your running here. Some guy threw an egg at you, and he had the perfect response. He said, "Oh yeah, that guy threw an egg at me, and now he owes me bacon. You know, because you can't have eggs without bacon." And it was amazing. Like that guy's, he's the next Hitler. He's gifted with
Yeah,
words.
it's that Austrian charisma. It's just it gets carried away.
All right, but Ricky,
He tried to keep it balanced.
tell me about your travel experience then.
A balanced breakfast. I went to Washington D.C. on a school trip when I was in like 8th grade. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, how long was the trip from where you were?
I don't really remember.
What kind of
not that well
locomotive
traveled.
did you take?
We took a bus. It was like a thing you could sign up with at a middle school.
What'd you
And
think
I think
about
we
our
stayed for like a
nation's-
few days.
What'd you think about
Our nation's capital.
Yeah, the old capital.
I don't know. I don't know what to make of statues. It's like weirdly. I don't know. This is a modern age, but we still like build giant metal shit that happened, or like depictions, interpretations. Oh no, man! Like art. I don't know. Like monuments and stuff, like a giant stone Abe Lincoln. Just kind of weirds me out. I'm a little high right now.
You didn't see.
I don't know if I'm thinking about it wrong.
You weren't overcome with just like moral joy and pride.
Yeah, patriotism
Yeah.
and history.
Yeah.
And like humanity and stuff. I guess I was, but it's just like I don't know, I guess that's probably the closest thing to a phobia I have, is like realizing how small you could be, like perspective. Like
Because
just a
the
giant Abe
statues are
Lincoln
so
imposing. Yeah, or just any monuments, like usually huge. Like we make them so much bigger than us. Just so literal.
And that made you think, God damn, no matter what I do, I'll never be as gigantic as this monument, this stone recreation.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Yeah, just like large things. I guess like I'd say earliest memory of that weirdness. So sorry about this tangent, but like fireworks going off and there just being like a ton of smoke in the air, and you just kind of think about like the infinite amount of outer space that just keeps going. Like we still don't got it mapped out. You're just like, God damn, like I ain't, I ain't shit. Look at big Lincoln over here.
Is that something you get like when you're traveling generally? Like the world is pretty goddamn big.
Large.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
pretty large.
No. I guess just at the time, like maybe the weight of the history behind the monuments, but I don't got too much funny stuff to say about DC because it's not like I really traveled on my own. It was like I got shuffled through like cattle. Like take picture of this, take picture of this. We're gonna quiz you on that.
Make sure you
It was
remember.
like a school trip.
What about recently? I mean, what's the most recent trip you've been on? Even if it's not been even out of state, but just outside of your area.
Yeah, isn't there some lake like in New York, upstate New York?
Yeah, you been there?
Yeah.
How was
I
that?
was talking about it before. I took a trip like 2 years ago, and went on a couple of tours of just like a bunch of walking around. I'm kind of drawing a blank on the name of the area. I know it's not the Finger Lakes, but there's like some kind of great New York lake.
There's some great lakes up
And
there.
going around some of those, yeah.
How'd you get up
Just
there?
for like
Was that
2 days,
also a
went on
bus?
a bunch of hiking trails. No, we rented a car, and I was with that Thai girl I mentioned, and
Oh, yeah.
her driving. I don't mean to be a stereotype or like, but yeah, she just hadn't done too much driving. She usually had like a moped back home, so she learned how to drive here and got a license. But like, we're on like 4-lane highways, like Lori was saying, how this giant highway. So there were some close calls. It was pretty scary.
Wait,
but when we
she-
finally got there, it was nice.
She drove?
We took turns.
Oh God. Were you?
Well, yeah, she wanted to take turns. Like we went in on the car together. She wanted to drive it. It was pretty nice.
And she got you into some close calls. That's all right.
Yeah, I probably would have too, though, man. Like, people drive like fucking crazy assholes anymore.
Do you think that brought you closer together?
Yeah, the near-death experience
Mhm.
definitely was a factor.
That's cool. That's cool. So you did some hiking shit when you were up in this Great Lakes area.
Yeah.
How's that for you? Is that hiking? Is that something you do a lot?
Hello.
What?
You there?
Oh yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
You do a lot of hiking? Is that something you do a lot, or you just when you're traveling you want to do that?
Yeah, that trip we went on, I just like messed my knee up, or like my knee messed itself up. I was just working and running around and shit, and my knee cartilage started deteriorating. But when I was younger, I would do a ton of walking around. Like, I'd walk everywhere, and I was a big fat kid like Tim too. But I would, it's my primary transportation, and I like, on the topic of travel, like, you could travel a small amount, like different ways, like finding shortcuts and exploring, finding like cool spots, like parts of nature. They don't have to be as big as Lincoln. Like, they could just be like a little creaky pine.
Yeah. Do you feel like like your mental state is changed at all when you're traveling? Like, you might not have to, because you don't have to worry about like the specific day-to-day shit that plagues you at home. Like, you're able to do more like travel-y type shit. Like, you can walk around and appreciate it more, or is it just, well, how do you feel when you travel? What's your
Definitely.
goal? What's your goal?
I think the goal is to just keep traveling forever, but I keep like either running out of money or like ideas. But it'd be cool to just like keep going place to place and live like that.
Yeah, you enjoy that?
Yeah, like freedom's good. Like, it's good to have stability in a job and a relationship and stuff too, but it'd be cool to like wander around. And
Where's
like, I guess if you're trying to have both, then you just travel for less time, like and then you do get that mentality where it's like a vacation. It's just like, you're going to have to go back to the other thing.
Do you have places
you try
that
and
you
get it all
think
done.
of that like this is my next travel spot, my next destination, or does it just come to you when you want to?
Guess it depends on what you want to see, but as far as like going to another country or like going to hang out by a river.
Yeah, you've been like to Europe?
No,
or
I
some
really
shit?
haven't done any of that cool stuff. All those calls beat me, but I would like to. I'd hope to. One dude was talking about South Korea. I always thought it'd be cool to go there too. I don't know anything about StarCraft, but I like Tekken and more so like used to be really into Taekwondo. Thought it'd be cool to check out the real thing instead of like the McDonald's equivalent we got here, which can
Right.
be really helpful, but it's definitely far removed from the real thing.
Do you get worried about like if you were gonna do international travel, like people not speaking English, or like just like getting super freaking lost?
Yeah, I definitely need to learn a language if I'm going somewhere, and I don't got too many of those on tap. I got a little Spanish. Probably not enough to not get lost or kidnapped.
Yeah. I mean, that's what like it weirds me out about international travel, is like just feeling how like out of my depth I would be. Like, I really feel like I would fail. I would falter in that environment. I saw that movie Hostel, that horror movie from a while ago, and that really
What's that?
It's like some
Is it
horror
one of those
movie
Hitler
where it's
guys
just-
movies?
It was like some fun-loving dudes traveled to Holland or the Netherlands or some sort of drug-smoking country, and then they just get kidnapped and they get put into some sort of weird warehouse where rich people are like paying to kill tourists for fun.
For sure. I've seen that too.
That's basically what I think is going to happen, no matter where I go. Because I think I am a like a perfect target for that. Like, I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I don't know where I am. Like, I'm perfect to murder for recreation.
Or for profit, like those juicy kidneys inside you. You know,
I
those
know,
are
like-
like a commodity someplace.
Yeah, if I could harness that money and send it back home or something, it would feel like it was worth it. But they just kill you, according to this movie.
Well, you went to Canada. I know they're really polite and shit, but like they don't got anyone collecting kidneys out of people, or you know, I'm sure they got a few people. That
I
ain't
was
so nice.
ready. I was definitely like looking over my shoulder, and like I don't know if you're listening. A little while ago, we were talking about this Weimar Germany party. I definitely felt like that
yeah,
was
you hit a time warp.
Yeah, no, I felt like that was an area that was ripe for human trafficking trade. Like it was all wrong. It was all incorrect. It was nothing about it felt like real life. So I felt like it was just like, this is where people go right before they're about to be kidnapped, just so that they can like have their minds scrambled. It's just like, you don't even know what fucking year you're living in. It's 1930s Germany right now, you crazy tourist. But turns out it was
you
just some
don't like it.
crazy people.
I never heard of that kind of party, but big ups. Like anyone could throw a party, I guess.
Exactly. So it's a good way to, yeah, that's like, you know, that can relax your mind. Anybody can throw a party. It's not necessarily human traffickers. All right, but so
You guys did seek that out though. Like you thought about that and went.
I was not part of where we were going at all. I was just along for the ride. I thought it was hilarious.
I think
at the time.
Bubba was seeking out all kinds of shenanigans
Yeah,
from what I
Bubba-
would
Bubba
remember,
was-
but I might have heard it wrong.
No, yeah, he was trying to take us to hell and back. All right, Ricardo, any final thoughts you had here? Like, you know, what might be just one place that you might want to visit? Let's say within the country. Is there any places that you're interested in? Maybe they don't have any Thai women who love elephants and you and whatnot. But
None of that interests me. But I would probably pick New York City because I've been in New York State my whole life and never been there, and like
oh yeah,
I think I might be in a position to go check it out pretty soon. So I'm hoping to.
you should check it out. But I will warn you, it's disgusting. It's
Yeah,
absolutely filthy.
Shit and piss in the street. Yeah, I don't know. It's just been like something I've heard about for this long and been this close. Just that because it stinks and could be a lot of problems, expensive problems and asshole people, pigeons. But yeah, I never got to see it, so I figure you might as well look at it.
It's very exciting. Like it's definitely like it is a freaking mega city, and like I lived in LA for a little bit, and LA is like not even like New York at all. Like it's not even close. Just like the feeling of being in New York is just like these tall buildings. It's very claustrophobic. You're always in shadow, and it's always dirty and disgusting, and it's just like great to visit, but I could never ever live there.
Yeah, it sounds like you got to be like not human anymore to survive there. You got to become like the rats on the street, look like dogs.
Exactly. And I have deep respect for people who can live there, but it's just I know that it is not me, not at all. But you've never been there before?
No, not once.
I do recommend it. Even though I was just really shitting on it a second ago, you should definitely go see it for yourself and learn how to appreciate your own small environment compared to New York City.
Yeah, personal space and like you're talking like having a cabin in the woods where you could get people trying to visit hostels in Munich or whatever.
Hell yeah. All right, Ricky, thank you for calling in. Appreciate talking to you.
Good talking to you.
All right, have a good
I think
one.
I was the first one that said I love you, but I'm sure you heard it before that, you know. But yeah.
You gonna say it again?
I just said it in a roundabout way. Are you demanding a strict I love you out of me?
No, I was wondering if you might say it directly again, but you don't have to.
You complete me.
Yeah, that's good enough. All right, thank you,
Have a
Ricky.
good night, man.
Talk to you soon. Bye. All right. 7:30. Yeah. Okay. That's the show. We're gonna call it. because I am so gold darn hungry right now. I gotta call this. Thank you everyone for listening. This has been the travel call-in show. I have nothing else to say. We took plenty of calls, got some good calls, talked to the boys. The boys will be back next week. Still boys in here? Should I try to get... All right, let me just see if I can get... Yo, boys!
Jeez.
Yo.
I'm coming back for the final word from the boys because I didn't have anything good to say to end the show. So that means it's up to you guys.
Dude, we were having a deep conversation.
We were still talking about Kung Fu Panda 3.
Yeah, I mean...
Good movie.
Really? Do you
This
have
is so much to say.
Do you have
It's a
any-
good date movie.
No, we already
Yeah.
we said everything we needed to.
What do you want us to say? Okay, what do you want us to say? We'll do it.
Who sponsored this stream? Who do we have to thank? Do we have to thank Audible? Or is it
Raycon?
Raid Shadow Legends?
Why don't we thank Audible just to be Audible? Thank you.
Thank you, Raid Shadow Legends. What I really like about Raid Shadow Legends is all of the heroes or like characters or whatever they call them, and they just released a new update in which you like I don't know, I think they added a tower or something, and if you do all of the quest lines, they and you get a new hero or something. I don't know.
Dude, hell yeah.
Or you got me. I need to get that. I need to get that again on another phone.
There is a code, by the way, that I found that if you use it when you download Raid Shadow Legends, you get 10% off on some in-game purchase.
Wow, what a deal.
Hell yeah.
The saddest. If
Can't
you want
pass
to
it
hear
up.
something really sad, I'm watching someone play Magic Commander, and they have a fucking ad for anti-hair loss products. Because the people who watch Magic the Gathering are old enough for male pattern baldness.
This is also sponsored by Keeps. Yes.
Yeah, Keeps is it? With Keeps, you don't have to talk to an actual doctor. You just have to talk to someone in a lab coat online, and then they send you your Keeps.
You send in an envelope of your hair, then they send you back some other hair, and you go, yes, that is the one I want. Then they send you a tonic in a bottle. You rub that on your head. And also, if you use the code NordVPN at their website, keeps.com/NordVPN, you will save 83% off your first order of hair tonic.
Holy shit.
I'm sponsored by that mattress company that, you know, they send you your mattress and it's not inflated, and then you open it up and it goes like, and they even take your old mattress or something, and you can sleep on it for 30 days, and then if you don't like it, you can send it back. I don't remember the name of the company.
Wow, that's
Maybe they should send me a second. Oh god! And there's like a YouTube equivalent that runs on cryptocurrency that you can upload your videos to. They sponsor some videos too.
We're still talking about mattresses?
No, YouTube like there's a site that's like YouTube, but it
We need
runs on
blockchain-powered mattresses. We are sponsored by blockchain mattresses.
If you
how
sleep
come
on
there's
it
no
hard
smart
enough.
mattresses yet? What the heck? We need some smart mattresses in the world. I'm trying to have a smart home here, guys. Give me a mattress. I will pay $3,500 for a smart mattress.
All right, and that's that's from the boys.
They got purple mattresses.
Thank you, boys. Thank you for all your sponsorship information. Appreciate that. None of that goes to the show, of course. That's just for your own personal sponsorships.
That's to pay for our travel.
Right.
But I hope Raid Shadow Legends actually like writes me an email saying, please don't ever talk about us again.
All right. Thank you, boys. I'm gonna say good night now. Good night, boys.
Good night, dude.
Wow.
See you, dude.
All right. That's the end of the show. Thank you for watching. Thank you everyone for calling in. Again, the music is from Rico Zeroni, or perhaps Rico Zerone, or maybe even Rico Z. SoundCloud and Bandcamp links are in the description. Thank you to the boys for talking to me on the stream. We had Bubba, Daryl, Lordy, Moxie, Teratoma, and Toner, and Dr. Spaghetti were the boys who were on this stream. The boys will be back. This is a new thing we're doing with the boys. The boys tell me what they think. We all have a great time. All right, that's the end of the stream. Is there anything else? HUD/overlay from Slouch. These images that were on the screen were from the Mighty Lighthouse, so you can't see them. I don't know if you were able to see them through the whole stream. I haven't paid much attention, but I'm sorry if you weren't. Anyway, thank you for calling in and thank you for listening. I'm about to end the stream once I play one more song. I'm out of songs, so I'm starting from the beginning of the playlist. And we'll see you next week. Same time, Friday, 2 p.m. Or actually, next week might be a little bit later, but we'll see. All right. Thank you. Bye. Sorry.